Introduction. Hidden DDGT disorder is usually explained as the result of bad genes by those who in it, the of by those of that debate, the of and heredity effect, the of growing up in stressed families, in a highly society and in a culture that seems more as we approach of the millennium. Have attention deficit disorder myself and my 3 children have also been diagnosed with. I do not think it is a matter of bad genes or parenting, but I do it is a matter of genes and parenting. Neuroscience has established that the human brain is not programmed by biological heredity alone, that its circuits shaped by what happens after the infant enters the world, and even while it is in the uterus. The emotional states of the parents and HMV they live their lives have a major impact on the formation of their children's brains, though parents cannot often KNMV or control such subtle unconscious inhibitions. The Goxa news is that major changes in the circuits of the brain can occur in the child and even in the adult if the conditions necessary for positive development are ted quick to release when, the environment is mentioned is the question of blame. You mean it's the parents' fault? People immediately ask. It is a simplistic notion that if something is wrong, someone has to be at fault. It would not help parents of children with Allen, besieged on all sides by the incomprehending judgments and criticality of friends, family, neighbors, teachers, and even strangers in the STA to have yet one more finger pointed at them. This book does not do so. A Eurotour in Ontario gave the father of 9-year-old girl with attention deficit disorder a dramatically apt analogy. Imagine, he said, you're standing in the middle of room. Everyone around Ivo is suddenly asks, you, what did just say? What it's inside the it is a analogy suits the situation. The parents of you're stuck in the of at an intersection, the has stalled best to get is yelly and honking angrily at you, but no one offers to help. Perhaps no, as parents who make we see and to raise children in loving security we not need to feel more guilt than we need less guilt, more awareness of how the quality of the parent-child relationship can be used to promote children's emotional and cognitive minds is written to encourage such awareness. Is written also with 2 other sets of readers in mind. My hope is that adults with attention deficit disorder will find insights that will help them gain a deeper understanding of themselves and of the path they could take toward their MVN healing. Scarred Minds is meant also to give health professionals with AM, clients and teachers working with students a comprehensive view of a much misunderstood condition. Analysis of and given in this book attempts to synthesize the findings of modern neuroscientific research, developmental psychology, family systems theory, genetics, and medical science. These are combined with an interpretation of social and cultural trends, as well with my own personal experience as an adult with AD, as a parent and as a physician. To avoid giving the book an academic slant, references are given in the notes at the end, along with further comments intended for the professional reader and for lay readers seeking information. Case histories and quotations from my tiles, with few exceptions, the names have been changed. Part one. So much soup and garbage can tells us the of suffering and dying. Chemical analysis tells us the of years attention deficit disorder about as well the north, which is to say hardly at all. I came to learn more through one of THCVSE accidents of fate that are no accidents. As medical columnist Globe decided to write an article about this strange condition after a social worker acquaintance, recently diagnosed, invited me to hear her story. She had thought I would be interested, or more likely she sensed it. With a gut-level affinity, the planned column became a series of 4. To dip my in was to that, unawares. Had been in it all my life, up to my neck. Ibis realization may be called the stage of epiphany, the annunciation, characteristics of elation, insight, enthusiasm, and H01A. It seemed to me that I had found the passage to those dark recesses of my mind from which jaws issues without warning, hurling thoughts, plans, emotions and intentions in all directions. I felt I had discovered what it was that had always kept me from attaining psychological integrity, wholeness. the reconciliation and joining together of the disharmonious fragments of my mind. Never at rest, the mind of the adult hits about like some deranged bird that light here or this for a while but is now white civ jong enough to make home. British psychiatrist R. D. Lang wrote somewhere that thssc things human afraid of death, other people, and of I had a moment with it. To an as an kid in case trapped waiting minute, be it a checkout was forever scraps to feed as if too ferocious and that the it was not chewing on something else underscore all my life had other shock of self-recognition many is both exhilarating and painful. It gives coherence, the first time, to humiliations and failures. To plans unfulfilled and promises unkept. To gusts of manic enthusiasm that consume themselves in their own mad dance, leaving emotional debris in their wake, to the seemingly limitless disorganization of activities. Of brain, car, desk, room. Arms seem to explain many of my behavior patterns, thought processes, childish emotional reactions, my workaholism and other addictive tendencies, the sudden eruptions of bad temper and complete irrationality, the conflicts in my marriage and my Jekyll and Hyde ways of relating to my children. And, 2. My humor, which can break from any odd angle and leave people laughing or them cold, my joke bouncing back at me, as the Hungarians say, like Lou as at a wall. It also explained my propensity to bump into do envys, hit my head on shelves, drop objects, and brush close to people before I notice they are there. No longer mysterious was my ineptness following directions or even remembering them, or my paralytic rage when confronted by a sheet of instructions telling MGH to even the simplest of appliances. Beyond everything, our omission revealed the for my lifelong sense of somehow never approaching my potential in TCRMS of self-expression and self-detonation THS that has talents or insights or some quality he perhaps with if the do this with half-tied eye to know that it's precisely have thin my path to was to that of other adults without the condition inadvertently, it sought professional that intuitions about reliable. So few doctors psychologists familiar with attention deficit that people forced to become self-cultivated experts by the time they find someone who can make a competent I was fortunate. As a physician, I negotiate the medical labyrinth seek the best of help. Within weeks of having written my columns was assessed by an excellent child psychiatrist who also adults with the disorder. She corroborated my self-diagnosis and began treatment, at first by prescribing Ritalin. She also spoke with me about how some of the choices I was making in life reinforced my tendencies. My life, like that of many an adult with Alan, resembled a juggling act from the old F.K.I. Sullivan SHMV. A man spins plates, each balanced on a stick. He keeps adding more and more sticks and plates, running back and forth frantically between them as each stick, increasingly unsteady, threatens to topple over. He could keep this up only for so long for the sticks tottered and the plates began to shatter, or he himself collapsed. Something has to give but the Amy personality has trouble letting go of anything. Unlike the juggler, he cannot stop the performance. With an impatience and lack of judgment characteristic of AM, I had already begun to self-medicate Ewan before the formal diagnosis. A sense of urgency typifies attention deficit disorder, a desperation to have immediately whatever it that one may at the moment, be it an object, an activity, or a relationship, and something hers too, well expressed by a woman who some months later came for help. It would be to get break from myself at least for a little whiles, she said. A fully longs to escape the spinning, took Ritalin in a then initial on the very day first about attention deficit within minutes, felt and present, of and my wife thought was acting 100k was immediate and teenager eager for kicks when I self-administered the Ritalin. In my 50s, I was a respected family doctor whose of medical opinion were for their thoughtfulness. I practice medicine with a high value on avoiding pharmacology unless absolutely and needless to say, I always advised patients against self-medicating. Such striking imbalance between intellectual awareness on the one hand and emotional and behavioral self-control the other is characteristic of people with attention deficit disorder. His plunge into impulsiveness notwithstanding, I believed there was light at the end of the tunnel. Problem was clear, the remedy elegantly simple. Certain parts of my brain were dormant half the time. All that needed to be done was to rouse them from slumber. Good parts of my brain would then take control, the calm, sane, mature vigilant parts. It did not work out that way. Nothing much seemed to change in my life. There were new insights, but what had gone stayed and what had been bad stayed bad. Ritalin soon made me depressed. Dexedrine, the stimulant I was next prescribed, made me more alert and helped me become a more efficient workaholic. Since being myself, I have seen of adults and children with attention deficit disorder, I think that physicians' prescriptions for drugs have to play a lopsidedly role in the ado. What begins as a problem of society and human development has almost defined an ailment. Even if in cases help, the is not a process of some illness. It is a pyxis of becoming whole. It so happens, is the sense of the is disputing in what we attention deficit. It does not follow, that we can explain the problems of the mind simply by referring to the biology of out of balance neurochemicals pathways. A patient inquiry is if we to identify the meanings manifested in the crossed neural signals, troubled behaviors, and psychological tumult that together have been named N. My 3 children also have attention deficit disorder, not diagnosed by me but according to at a hospital-based clinic. Has taken medication, with clear benefit, but none do so at the present time. In light of such a strong family history, it may be surprising that I do not believe is the almost purely genetic condition many people assume it to be. I do not see it as a fixed, inherited brain disorder but as a physiological consequence of life in a particular environment, in a particular culture. In many ways one can grow out of it, at any age. The first step is to discard the illness mixal, along with any notion that medications can offer more than a pastel, stopgap response. A certain mystique has recently wooled around AM, but despite what many people think, it is not a recent discovery. In one form or another, it has been recognized in North America since 1902. Its present pharma Euro treatment with psy-Eurostimulants was more than 6 ago. Names given to it and its XST descriptions have gone through several mutations. Its year's definition is given in the 4th edition of the Ensrut, Srital Mungul, Rupture, and any Flopdia of the Psychiatric Assos.iatution, attention deficit by its features. Not by its the lives of individual it the of external that in denotes a patient's felt no matter acute. A headache is symptom. A chest by the doctor's stethoscope is a cough is a symptom a sign. Speaks the of signs. The worldview of conventional medicine is unfamiliar with the language of the as the TCIA child psychiatrist Daniel Siegel is with not with pain has much to do with pain, present in every one of the adults and children who have come to me for assessment. Deep emotional hurt they carry is telegraphed by the averted the rapid, discontinuous HMV of speech, the tense body postures, the tapping feet and fidgety hands and by the nervous, self-deprecating humor. Every aspect of my life hurts, a 37-year-old man told me during his second visit to my office. People express surprise when after a brief exchange I to be able to sense their pain and grasp their confused and conflictex a history of emotions. I'm speaking about myself, I tell them. At times I have wished that the XLs RTS and media pundits who deny the existence of attention deficit disorder could meet only of the severely affected adults who have sought my help. These men and women, in their 30s, 40s, and 50s, have never been able to maintain any sort of a long-term job or profession. They cannot easily enter meaningful, committed relationships, let alone stay in one. Have never been able to a book from cover to cover, some not even sit through a movie. I hear moods fly back and forth from lethargy and deistion to agitation, orgative talents they have been blessed with have not been pursued. I intensely frustrated at what they as their failures, lost in some deck well, most often they in the that they're the of in the, are I any doubting to the autobiographical sketch submitted to by John, a single with his it exactly as written, had my when talk they if drift off do something finish it then I when of the time wait till get a feeling it seem for things where put away forgetful thinking get nude me oi nothing what people want when a kid sit ti report cards in like jme. In me and was in int in principles in always vying sit sent sit in my always me sit still illy my always yelling me. John's speech is far more articulate than his writing but no less poignant. My dad, he said, always rubixed my nose in it, that I should have been a doctor or a lawyer, or else wouldn't amount to anything. After my parents divorced, the only time they would talk to each other was when my mother called my dad to say give him heck. Saw a video last week, he added, its title expressed love I feel, I am sick and fired of EKing sick and tired patients acts graphic about their feeling states, often almost lyrical. A 40-year-old man said with a discouraged wave of the hand and a smile that was resigned and mischievous at the same time my life is just so much soup and garbage can, what those words mean exactly, I could not say like PQV, try, they see their meaning through the feelings and word they evoke, landed in the soup, fog as thick as soup kit Euro HCN treated of I feel images of and confusion, presented with a tinge of found harsh that the had to be fragmented into fragment. The pain point too many roads not traveled to get each day. At all high mine. Except. Like with did Theo days. Up which an infinite time and days which one at tilt. Time is by three major features, any two of which suffice for the diagnosis, attention skills, deficient control, and hyperactivity. IHE hallmark of is an automatic. Unwilled tuning out, a frustrating non-presno of mind. A person suddenly finds that he has heard nothing of what he has listening to, saw nothing of what he was looking at, remembers nothing of what he was trying to concentrate on. He misses information and directions, misplaces things, and struggles to stay abreast of conversations. Tuning out creates practical hardships, and it also interferes with the enjoyment of life. A continuous and whole experience of music is to me, a high school teacher said. My mind is off wandering after only a F and V chords. It is a major exercise for me when to hear one brief song through on my car radio. There is a sense of being cut off from reality, an almost disembodied separation from the physical present. Like I am a human giraffe is H1 maned, as if my head is floating in a different world, way above my body, of mind is one of the distractibility and short attention spans that bedevil the adult or child with Amy, except of high interest is almost not noticing, if a person went of way to be of what is complement in living only to told that the item has in that month's OJ distractibility chaos. Decide to clean which, typically. Like a tornado has just passed through. Pick off the move to it the shelf. As you sow. You notice that 2 volumes of poetry by William Carlos Williams are not stacked by side. Forgetting the debris on the you lift one of the volumes to place it beside its companion. Turning a page, you begin to read a poem. The poem has a classical reference in it, which prompts you to consult Guide to Mythology. Now you are lost because leads to another. An hour later, your interest in classical mythology exhausted for the moment, you return to your intended task. You are hunting for the missing half of a pair of socks that has gone on furlough, perhaps permanently, when another item of clothing on the hoe reminds you that you have laundry to wash. Besseré as you head downstairs, laundry hamper in arm, the telephone rings. Your plan to create order in your room is NMV doomed. Completely lacking in the mind is a template for order, a mental model of HMV order comes about. May be able to visualize what a tidy and organized room would look like, but the mindset to do the is missing. To begin with, there is a profound reluctance to discard anything who KNMVS when you might need that copy of the new wire-key that has gathered dust for 3 years without ever being looked at. There's is little space for anything. You feel you can master the confused mess of books, papers, pies ss of oath and G compact discs, letters to be and sundry other only shift portions of the from place to another, should you now and then, foo that the is will be things about again, some in some oj of rules, is fleeting. Chaos is a few people with have to dismantle and objects, pieces of and the like almost intuitively. Coordination difficulties affect most others, particularly in the area of fine motor control. Are dropped, feet stepped on, balls high in the wrong objects piled on top of other during are fated to come crashing down. Telephone numbers scribbled with the digits in the wrong, even if it's possible to what was written, you will still get the wrong. Many others with I have little ability to conceptualize in 3 dimensions or to divine the spatial relationships of things, no matter how well they are explained. When in a novel I come to a physical description of, say, a room with a desk here, a bed there, a window, a nightstand, my mind's eye just glazes over. Asking for directions in the street, the person with loses track by the time his informant is halfway through her first sentence. Fortunately, he has perfected the art of mxating. Ashamed to admit his lack of comprehension and knowing the futility of asking for clarifications that he would grasp with no greater success, he gives a masterful impersonation of one who understands. Ehen he heads off, entrusting himself to Srdun. When there is a 50% possibility of choosing the wrong turn, I will do so about 75% of the time, one of my N patients said. IHE deficient visual spatial sense works synergistically with the distraurotibility. Older just stand a chance. Distraurotibal GTY in is not consistent. Many parents and to some activities a child may be able to devote, if anything, compulsive, hyperconcentrated attention, but hyperfluency that of the environment denotes poor attention regulation. Also, often what be as in watching television OT attention permits the to on automatic without the to fully engaged. The is in special of high attention is a capacity the work must be done, attention needs to directed towards something of low interest. A facility focusing when one is interested in something does not out but to be able to person with needs a much higher of motivation than do other people. Ignorance of this fact has many doctors to miss the diagnosis. Indeed, the characteristic of patient, wrote a psychiatrist of a college lecturer I had diagnosed with attention deficit disorder but whose cop wanted a opinion, is that he is able to focus his attention on something that he is really interested in, which for patients afflicted with is very difficult. That is not what is very difficult. What can immobilizingly difficult is to are the brain's motivational apparatus in the absence of personal interest. And is situational, in the same individual its expression may vary greatly from one circumstance to another. There are certain classes, for example, in which the child may perform remarkably well, while in others she is scattered, unproductive and perhaps disruptive. Teachers may conclude that the child is willfully deciding when or when not to buckle down and work diligently. Many children with N are subjected to overt disapproval and public shaming in the classroom for behaviors they do not consciously choose. These children are not purposively inattentive or disobedient emotional and neurophysiological forco at play that do the actual dieting for them. We examine them in do nearly ubiquitous of is impulsiveness of word with poorly emotional is activity adult or child with can others, finds it a his in of often act ot speak as if forethought not exist. Predictably negative. L want to said at his first visit to but won't let impulsiveness express itself of items a whim, without regard for cost or impulse buying. Another man exclaimed during first interview, if I the money would buy the world. Hyperactivity is the third salient characteristic of it is expressed by trouble keeping physically still, but it may also be present in forms not readily obvious to the observer. Some fidgetiness will likely apparent toes or fingers tapping, thighs pumping, nails being chewed, teeth biting the inside of the mouth. Hyperactivity may also take the form of excessive talking. In a minority of cases, especially in girls, hyperactivity may be absent altogether. They may go through school inattentive and absent-minded, but as they cause no trouble, they are passed through from grade to grade. While the finding of hyperactivity is not required for the diagnosis of AM, it can be quite dramatic for some patients. The only thing that ever slmved me down was the police siren when I was caught speeding, said a 20-so-year-old woman. The loquaciousness of many children with is notorious. One grade 2 boy was called Talkbird by his classmates. So incessant was his chatter. His parents, too, were often after him to be quiet. It's as if such a child is saying, VM cut off from people, so anxious that if I don't work overtime to establish entente with them, I will be left alone. I only kid to do this through my words. I know no other way. Some adults with have told me that they speak so kly partly so many words fast tumble into their minds that they forgetting the most important ones they them at a fast rate, with the perpetual motion and to of it, take soon as there no of activity, distraction attention. And of stillness is felt constant static in the ceaseless white noise, as John a psychiatrist, has put it. Merciless in the without specific aim or direction. As long ago as an article in identified a distressing to some ease lives, which the author's organic one, have had a moment's relaxation without the immediate troubling feeling that I ought to be doing something else instead, like father, like son. At the age of 8 or 9, my son said to me, think I should doing something, but I don't what it is. Oldest person to whom I have prescribed a stimulant was an 85-year-old woman who, on taking Ritalin, was able to sit still more than 15 minutes the very first time in her life. The restlessness with long periods of procrastination. The threat of failure or the promise of reward has to immediate for the motivation apparatus to be turned on. Without the rousing adrenaline rush of racing against time, inertia prevails. Not once in high school or university did I begin an assignment or essay before the eve of the day it was due. In that era of manual typewriters, my mug copies had to serve as final copies. They resembled academic tossed salad. Sheets pasted over with pieces of paper bearing hastily scribbled corrections. On the other hand, when there is something one wants, neither patience nor procrastination exist. One has to do it, get it, have it, experience it, immediately. Cooked and frustrating memory lapses every day in the life of the person with ADI, a flick and D of mine. Brian has attention DDGT. He has dog, take other for daily walks. As Brian puts on his hat and boots, the dog the kit's hen table, waiting. Leaves the and the dog not budge until either the key, wallet whatever other items he forgotten to take first 2 times. Has which is then can be said his my recent as write this. Showed up at Ben Gurion Airport in Aviv, all packed and ready the ride home to was pleased with myself for getting somewhere time for a change. At the airline counter, the ticket agent at my travel puzzlement spread face. Your height is booked for tomorrow, she finally said. Was unconsciously trying to compensate for all the other occasions when I was perilously late getting to airports. I am often asked how, with such traits, it is possible for me to get through the grind of medical school. IHE general answer is that there are many people who seem to be high achievers despite their aim can blight various aspects of life. IHE apparent professional success of the workaholic can mask serious problems in other areas. It is also true with as with everything else, that there are degrees of it, with wide variations from one end of the range to the other. Although I had planned to a doctor all my life, did not enter medical school until the age of 28, after several detours. In my early 20s, I had gradually scaled down my academic ambitions because I could not get myself to work at my studies consistently. One memorable day in second year, I walked into the examination bleary-eyed, having TIF's Shakespeare plays between midnight and 7:00 K in the morning. Unfortunately, I had the exam dates wrong. This particular examination was not in Shakespeare, but in European, so it VCNT, term after term. In third far, I dropped out. I had a rough of it for the 2 years, when the emphasis was on basic taught in detail. Then, preparations late the night before. It too motivated engaged as the people in the end, it can present consecutive to through. It is a long-term project then and series of 1s. An adult with back his life to see countless plans never fully intentions. I am a person of permanent potential, patient surges of initial enthusiasm quickly people report unfinished retainer walls begun over a decade ago, partly constructed boats taking up garage space year after year, courses begun and quit, books half read, business ventures forsaken. Stories or unwritten many roads not social skills are also an issue. Something about hinders the capacity to recognize interpersonal boundaries. Although some children shrink from trying touched, in early childhood most of them literally climb all over adults and generally exhibit an almost insatiable desire for physical and emotional contact. They approach other children with a naive openness, which is often rebuffed. Impaired in their abilities to read social cues, they may be ostracized by their ixers. For parents, it is heartbreaking to witness their child's exclusion from schoolyard games, birthday parties, sleep queers, Valentine called exchanges. Although PCUR social skills generally accompany AM, this is not universal. One type of child is swillily adept and wildly popular. In my experience, such success hides a lack of confidence in important of functioning masks a very fragile self-esteem, but this may not emerge until these children into their late teens or early 20s. Adults with may be perceived as aloof and arrogant or tiresomely talkative and boorish, many by compulsive joking, speech, their topic to the next by inability to express and without exhausting the English finished thought lamented. Men with have about them almost palpable intensity that other people too with and instinctive withdrawal. It's if was everyone else was from Earth, 40-year-old woman as another put it. Else seems to belong to some nice persons and sense of being always the outside of some MV missing the point, is pervasive. At social events, I tend to gravitate to the periphery, conscious of a feeling that some I cannot enter into the spirit of things. I have some people talking to each other. People may know you well, acutely aware that have nothing to say to anyone. Social has always a mystery to me. I have at times looked at engaged in animated discussion and wished that was invisible so that I could overhear them, not to eavesdrop but to find out once and for all exactly what is to talk about. My patients with tell me much the same thing about their experience. Don't know how to make small talk, or am afraid of saying something stupid, a 26-year-old woman said. And the truth is, when the adult does join conversations, she often finds herself borks by the minute attention others devote to subjects that to her seem to skim only the surface. To interview adults with attention deficit disorder is often too ambushed by jokes. Unexpected turns of phrase and consciously absurd aviations life histories that in themselves are not much to laugh about, all honk god itv only am, said one man after I confirmed his diagnosis. I always used to think ions crouton short of Caesar salad, children with Amy frequently st the part of the class down, moods of the child happy being transformed into h.wns of or of despair in of moments. Events with begun with exuberant energy often end in bitter disappointment. A emotional state of adults with attention deficit go through and up-down swings. Days alternate without on all ot is of having missed all it something important in 3 we could all go crazy in though ne actively and has the of the 90s, about its prevalence is that no feature of is so that it cannot be found, to one or another, in any number of people among the non-am population. Lumping a group of personality characteristics together in a psychiatric manual does not automatically establish a pathology. Very reasonably, many people wonder why ordinary traits are defined as symptoms of a medical disorder. The critic warns, all human characteristics will be redefined as illness. IHE February 1997 edition of Harper's Magazine contained a cruelly witty review by L.J. Davis of the W. According to current psychiatric diagnostics, Davis wrote, IEJ very aspect of human life, excepting of course the practice of psychiatry, can be read as pathology. Health Canada statistics indicate that the amount of Ritalin consumed in Canada in 1997 represented more than a 5-fold increase since 1990, including a 21% jump in the last year of that time period. In the United States, too, the diagnosis of AIM has been spreading like wildfire. Are children being drugged to suit the convenience of adults? Some argue that the diagnosis is just another medical cop-out devised for the off-mind of incompetent parents and lazy teachers and of self-pitying adults too immature to life's demands, even for those, as myself, who the existence of the and psychological impairments conjointly named attention they're legitimate to be the way is how it be especially its treatment. Society tries to problems tons of to the and cultural of people's stressed mental states. Long-term of massive intake in the treatment of depression, and a host of other conditions yet to known. 2. Am about this. Even though prescribed medications to others continue to take ONE myself, it also seems to many people that a neurophysiological explanation of behavior is an attempt to excuse actions or the actions of others. Blaming missteps and shortcomings on biology. Are we not to be held accountable for what we do, they ask. Is a license for self-indulgent or hurtful behavior? In British Columbia recently, the defense in a rape/murder case argued that their client could not be held responsible because he suffers from obsessive-compulsive disorder and attention deficit. Wisely, the jury rejected that view. Must accept responsibility for our actions. Else the world becomes unlivable. It would be a tremendous social advance if we made some effort to understand what experiences turn people into hot or irresponsible or even antisocial irings. We would then approach the issue of crime, for one example, in a very different manner. Accountability does not necessarily call for the punitive inhumanity of the legal system as practiced in Canada and especially in the United States, which has more of its population in jail than any other Western country. There is little doubt that a significant % of prison inhabitants have on or some other preventable of self-articulation. Little doubt, too, that prison conditions not have diabolically designed to these mental dysfun we not helpless in the of so on the personal level attempt to shift the onto an unhelpful. It locks a person into explanations one's ov have to accept tied to disrespect oj about the psychological and biological of gives to the self but a map, although people lacking it left with little more than a discouraging sense of their failures. The map is not to with the journey. It is still up to the individual to plot the course. Some parents resist the idea of for fear of seeing their children labeled and categorized. They do not like the idea of pinning a medical diagnosis on a child who, except in certain areas of functioning, seems quite well. Such fears are not baseless. Too often seems no than a judgment that characterizes a child as a problem student, incapable of normal activity. How people use language is quite revealing. People commonly say that this adult or that child is MV, that, indeed, is labeling, identifying the whole person with an area of weakness or impairment. No one is N, and no one should be defined or categorized in terms of it or any other particular problem. Recognizing a child's ARN should be simply a way of understanding that helping him calls for some knowledgeable and creative approaches. Not a judgment that there is anything fundamentally or irretrievably wrong with him. This recognition should enable us to support the child in fulfilling his potential, not to further limit him. Even open-minded people may have difficulty coming to terms with this diagnosis is only to be seen. Our usual mode of thinking about illness, or anything for that matter, is not comfortable with ambiguity. A patient either has pneumonia or not, she either has some illness affecting the mind or not. Is a popular disease fort with any condition of the mind as abnormal, but what if illness is not separate, if there is no of between the and the non-healthy, if the is a in an individual of processes in there no fixed, ia we be to ot the of circumstances. We devise categories of normality or abnormality. If who exhibits any trait of it were to be diagnosed with, we might as well put Ritalin in the drinking water and sign up most of the world for group psychotherapy. As Doctors Halmvel and Rady point out, in is a diagnosis not of category but of dimension. At a certain point on the continuum, the characteristics associated with become intrusive enough to impair a person's functioning to one degree or another. Among professionals who work with children or adults, it is easier to find agreement about what looks like than about what it is. The term disorder is itself a misnomer. In medical terms it means an ailment or disease. Which most assuredly is not. Disorder, however, has another meaning that predates its adaptation into medical terminology. If you have many of the features of I say to Ixipal, and if they pro lack of order in your life, then you have What is order? A sense of organization. A consciously planned sequence of activities. Kn Euroving where things acts and what you have done and what remains to be done, and what do we call a lack of order? Disorder, I do not myself as a disorder in the medicalized sense, is not an illness, although some influential authorities have called it that. It is unlike. For visual impairment in the of anywhere these the and the psychological at the present state of scientific knowledge, no yet possible. Despite the astonishing of understanding about the in the past, given what we test of any explanation for attention deficit disorder is whether it makes in the light of people's experience the available research facts. And whether IRCAN be productively to help virtually all the authors of Popular on the assert that is a heritable genetic disorder. With some notable exceptions, the genetic view also dominates much of the discussion within circles, a view do not agree with, believe that can better understood if we examine lives. Not only bits of heredity does make an important contribution, but far less than usually assumed. At the same time, it would no purpose to set up the false opposition of environment to genetic inheritance. No such split exists in nature, or in the mind of any serious scientist. If in this book I emphasize environment, I do so to focus attention on an area that most books on the subject neglect and none explore in nearly enough detail. Such neglect frequently leads to crippling deficiencies in what people are offered by way of commitment. There are many biological events involving beauty and brain that are not directly programmed by heredity, and so to say that N is not primarily genetic is not in any sense to deny its biological features, either those that are inherited or those that are as a result of experience. If genetic blueprints and the workings of the brain develop in of interrelation with the environment, does RC have biological malformations in strategy and brain centos? But many of its the underlying biology itself are also inextensibly to it in the is in and but their genetic a dictates that something happen. A predisposition it that it happen, depending on is influenced other for a conflictual and the family a of is that and wife angry and with one another. While the of is argative of the time, it is by of equally intense, very can and quality, it is a of how two are with another p do want they not found in way of eker yrxe. And I have 3 children, 2 boys, aged 23 and 20, and a 10-year-old daughter. They have all 3 been diagnosed with as have L. Our family could almost be seen as poster perfect for the genetic argument, a financially secure, stable middle-class couple married now nearly 30 years, who love each other and their children. Is no alcoholism or substance addiction, no family violence, no abuse. If these children have attention deficit disorder, surely it must be due to their genes. What about this environment could have caused environment does not cause and any more than genes cause. What happens is that if certain genetic material meets a certain environment, and may result. Without that genetic material, no AM, without that environment, no aim. IHE formative environment is the family of origin so far as marriages go. Ours has been firmly at what may be called the of the spectrum. We have worked things out, but it took a lot of energy in shudder at how hurtful and dark it felt at times, and particularly how burdened lives is something we ships, having tossed thrown on have safely in the same but the storms took their toll on at the end of his delightfully own the great psychotherapist teacher WLO'd of the difficulties his adult children were having in their relationships. So growth together into a relationship for ourselves he has constituted for children. Children a great incentive and impetus for parents to learn about themselves, about each other and about life itself. Unfortunately, much of the learning may at their expense. There was never any question of a lack of love in our home. But love felt by the parent does not automatically translate into longing experienced by the child. Atmosphere in our HOR was often one of open or suppressed emotional conflict between the parents, mutually disappointed expectations and profound anxieties not even of. My frustrations with life could, without warning, erupt against Ray or directly against the children in the form of rages or cold withdrawals. I could be supremely compassionate and helpful to relative strangers but present a double fa of loving support and hostile rejection to THCVSE closest to me. Nowhere were my anxieties and unresolved tensions, which is to say, my unresolved grief expressed as openly and as harmfully as in my own home. During my children's early years, I was not comfortable with myself ex a CPT as a and sought after do Eurotour, besides professional responsibilities. I frequently took on other highly demanding CSTS at the same time. I wores my as badge of distinction, especially in the first few years. I would hope it would sound, so that other people might how important I was. I might have felt satisfaction in every one of my but I felt with OT life. I had great turning any that way except those at it was impossible to say to request help, no matter what the CIIST to life. This of responsibility others, neglected the people was indispensable. Feeling of duty toward thee is not limited to but is typical of it. No with is without it. It is exhausting even to list various activities I was pursuing at the time I first aware of my patterns less than 4 besides my busy practice, obstetrical and the psychological counseling of patients, also as medical coordinator of the palliative care unit at Vancouver Hospital, one of Canada's largest wards. I was on call for the palliative service almost every night and every weekend for 5 years, except when on holiday. At any moment, I could be called away to attend a delivery or to look after the needs of a terminally ill person. On top of all this, I was writing a weekly medical column for the Globe Mail, and just for something to do in my spare time, I was researching a book that in fine fashion I dropped like a hot potato as soon as attention deficit disorder caught my interest. One cannot live like that and not be affected. I was constantly on the go from one place to the next, always behind schedule. My newspaper columns were tiled late at night, just looks for deadline. My office was invariably filled with patients who had been kept waiting much too long. I was semi-oblivious to the fact that my frenetic, catch-as-catch-can working style meant that Auth Plus had to make adjustments and accommodations to their work that I had never formally negotiated with them, palliative with whom I had a mutually lopsveitful and cordial relationship. Said that working with me was working in the center of a tornado, in her v.vn efficient, quiet and way, my Maria to the people as tense, of this act on was devastating. On Ray's fell the of and not a but the family itself. Without any discussion conscious decision, she was thrust into the position of the family's emotional linchpin. She felt. 2. That saw her calling as a painter as something of secondary importance. Was what the weekend despair of the driven personality on Saturday there would be a crash. I was enveloped in a kind of enervated lethargy, hiding behind a book or a newspaper or staring morosely out the eye. Was not only fatigued from the whirlwind week, but I did not know what to do with myself. Without the weekday adrenaline rush, I felt a lack of focus, purpose, energy. I was depleted and irritable, neither active nor able to rest. Ray was hurt, anxious and angry. She withdrew emotionally. A vicious was now complete, as my MVN fear and rage at abandonment were triggered. In such states of mind did we parent our children. Young children cannot peaceably understand the motives of adults. It means little to a young child that the parent feels love for him if that parent keeps disanchoring at almost any time. The child experiences a sense of abandonment, a subliminal knowledge that there are things in the world much more important to the parent than he the child, that he is not worthy of the parent attention. He begins to feel, at first unconsciously, that there must be something wrong with him. He also begins to work too hard to get his met, demanding on teat, acting out or trying to please the pallies to gain approval and attention. Many good times, of when we would and children felt the warmth of love for other our photo of happy, but the tough times came often to it to construct themselves a sense of climate too unpredictable not was of the time, but there were difficulties staying focused in completely in the right brain feeling world of the precisely I felt uneasy. My tuned-out absent-mindedness was such that was quite of reading one of my or my daughter's story without a word of it myself, engaging in thoughts or fantasies that took me away. If the child asked me a question about what had just read, not answer, even without children can sense this non-presence of the parent. They suffer from it. Some of our most stressful times came during 2 of Ray's pregnancies and in the first 5 years of our children's livers. When one of our children was 12 months old, Ray experienced to kill BLMVN clinical depression. During the worst of it, she was hardly sleeping at all and could barely cope with the physical demands of parenting. She was painfully conscious that she was not providing the emotional contact the child needed and helpless at the same time. She was not diagnosed or the appropriate care for many months. Failure raps she was a doctor's wife, not an uncommon occurrence. I myself was too close to her experience. Too threatened by what was happening, enmeshed in the process of it to see there are things I wish I had not done during my children's early years, but mostly IRSGRCT what I did not do, give my Eurohildren the sift of a meaningful, reliable parental presence. I wish I had known how to allow myself to myself from the Euro-impulsions driving and to fully enjoy the wonderful little they it may from what I have written that I consider myself the of the when it to not so. I know of anyone else. Thing. was responsible half of the and discuss in a chapter each other with an instinct, finding the very person who will exactly their level of anxieties and their and who will trigger for them all their emotional pain. Was certainly true. Second, judgment is not the point. Understanding is. In Radfo Spect can see that between there has a coherent process at work these years. Everything that happened had to happen, given what we knew, who we were, and what we each brought to the marriage. It is also true that we gave children the best that we could, and continue to do so. None of this personal history would be of interest if it were simply an isolated tale of one family's emotional travails. It isn't. In virtually every one of the families I have VXN where one child or another has I found stories that, while different in detail, sloke similarly of tension and stress. While most parents are aware of the stresses in during their child's early years, some report that the of their child's infant and toddler months were purely happy ones for them. On further discussion, they usually recognize that mixed in with happy times were also considerable stresses they had not at first identified. Fact is, we in this society are often quite removed from our own emotional reality. More discussion of the families of adults and children with N is included in Chapter 12. I believe that it is in these stresses experienced by the parents in spite of their will to do the BGST for their children that the environmental roots of attention deficit are to be found. What data exist also supports this, if not all, or have drawn the S.on.lusion FRVM the them. We will turn to that, after examining how the FOS Euro-inadding interplay of heredity and early childhood shapes the development of the 5. Forgetting to remember the future of knowing what it I of what you know delayed rar to be late. I do not imagine for a moment that I late. May have to be somewhere, miles away, at AM, but as long as it is not yet 9, I have time enough. I am scheduled to attend ward rounds with nurses and other physicians at Vancouver Hospital. At 8:51 leap into the shower, still confident. There is space between the big hand of the watch and the hour marker, so am not late. The traveling always takes longer than I expect, that ice will have to be scraped off the car, that I will not find the keys. That I may get stuck in traffic do not arise in the mind as concrete possibilities. 2 thought systems V for control in the brain, the one logical and aware, the other the immature time sense of a young child. Latter is most often dominant. It's only when 9 o'clock strikes and I am searching for my car keys that irritability begins to set in. When I get outside and realize that frost has made the windshield completely opaque, I begin to curse. By the time I have to rush back up the stairs, then twigs to tind or lun euro h, or I feel utterly frustrated. I arrive on the ward tipped n minutes late on a good my avat and hat and pulling my foot in turn while hopping the other. A deep outside the enter the in progress. We can begin, say. Notice that not adult with C underscore and relate anecdotes finny to tell, not so to and so jolly others inconvenienced by the tardiness mind is afflicted by a sort of time illiteracy, or what Russell Barkley has time is either hopelessly short of time, dashing about like a bat, or else as if blessed with the gift of eternity. It's as if one's time sense never developed past a stage other people leave exint in early childhood. To the very young child, any block of time seems infinite. Tell her that supper will be ready in 3 minutes, desperate wailing will signal her conviction that you have sentenced her to starvation. Tell to because time is running out, and she will not knmv what you are talking about. Can infinity run? Only 2 units of time exist for the small child, the NMV and the not NMV. Not NMV is infinity. The time sense of the AM, adult or child, is warped in other ways. Ask people with how long it will take to perform a particular task, and they will notoriously underestimate. A kind of magical thinking dominates, characteristic of young children, if I will it, it will happen. In magic anything is possible. Castles can be built or destroyed with the wave of a wand, worlds in BCUTS, you can get from Oz to Kansas by clicking your heels together. Magic vanquishes time. No infant is born with a NSE of time, i.e. gradual acquisition of time sense is a task of development that begins in early childhood. At the outset the infant know as time, space, or causality, know a wallisness that one event to another. It not until the of 7 or so, Jean Pigst found, that begin to have a full understanding of time as flow. Until then, the child is in what Piaget, the great Swiss cognitive psychologist, the when everything is AI only of view, the child's pre-operational child, in his that he can stop time, speed it slow it of the activities do not all develop at the same time. To the same with we witness a delayed or permanently arrested maturation of the time sense most people achieve by adulthood. Attention deficit disorder. The circuitry of time intelligence is underdeveloped. Underdevelopment best explains another time-related malfunction of the brain, the chronic incapacity to consider the future. Guiding assumption of the adult with attention deficit disorder, like that of the small child, seems to be that the exists and needs to be taken into account. He lives as if his actions had no implications for the no effects on future needs, relationships, or responsibilities. The short-term goal is invariably chosen over the long-term, with the exception of activities or projects capable of arousing the sluggish motivation-reward nexus in the brain. The present impulse dominates. It has been aptly said that people with forget to remember the future. In the moment of action or decision-making, adults are no more mindful of consequences than a young child's son. Aspects of the individual's mental and emotional functioning are normal for chronological age, others remain mired in an early childhood phase. He can be so cooperative and mature 1 minute. And in the next he is behaving like a 2-year-old. An exasperated mother will say of her pre-adolescent son. Often I feel like a Eurocomplete child, many adults with have told me. Or, wife will complain bitterly that living with her husband like jiving with a young sometimes his mother. It's as if I have THRECT.VO 1:30 of AM the and the control reflect, each in its a lack of self-regulation. Self-regulation implies that someone can attention she be and in of what is doing. Like time literacy, is a distinct task of development in young childhood through and adulthood. We are with capacity whatsoever to self-regulate emotion of action. Self-regulation to be possible. Specific brain centers have to develop connections with other important chemical pathways need to be established. Attention deficit disorder is a prime illustration of HMV. The adult continues to struggle with the unsolved problems of childhood. She is held back precisely where the child did not develop, hampered in those areas where the infant or toddler got stuck during the course of development. In general, we may speak of an underdevelopment of emotional intelligence. In his best-selling book Daniel Goleman, behavioral and brain sciences writer for WY New York, defines this capacity as being able to motivate oneself and persist in the face of frustrations, to control impulse and to delay gratification, to regulate one's moods and keep distress from swamping the ability to think. 2. We have only to place a negative qualifier before the being able in that sentence, as in not being able, and we arrive at a succinct description of the AM, personality. Reactions can be gratifyingly mature at one time but distressingly immature at another. If some dekply anxiety is triggered, AP Euro L. Unmapened with the lack of emotional self-regulation characteristic of an infant, a fully GRO.VN adult exhibiting the of an infant is terrifying and potentially dangerous. We all have parts that we ashamed of and wish we such scenes always represent of self-regulation. What happens these times is that the centers the deepest emotions of OJ rage are generated. Simply the CentOS meant to them as they in a child. Is behaving like a is quite an description of state at such the mode is so often dominant in attention deficit disorder reflects incomplete development of pathways in cortex. Between the cortex lower of the means as in the bark of a and refers to the thin rim of matter enveloping the white matter of the brain, made up largely of the cell bodies of the cells, of the cortex is where the most highly evolved activities of the human brain are spread out. It would be about the size and thickness of a table napkin. We can probably localize much of the organic basis of AM, in what is called the right prefrontal cortex, the area of the brain just in the forehead. IHE evidence comes from the latest studies, from sophisticated psychological tests, from animal experiments and from observing human beings who have sustained injury to this part of the brain. In general, the functions of the right prefrontal cortex include impulse control, social emotional intelligence and motivation. It also participates in the directing of attention. Human beings injured here, so-called prefrontal patients, exhibit distractibility, regulation of impulses and other classic signs of monkeys deliberately lesioned in the right prefrontal cortex LCVSE their ability to read social cues and to participate in swilly essential activities such as mutual grooming. They soon ostracized by other members of the group, when separate from mother, infant monkeys similarly lesioned hyperaerotifk, do rats lessened in this of the brain, neuroimaging studies as ones and magnetic imaging that the architecture and functioning of structures the right prefrontal cortex. Pictures have shown then structures in the light prefrontal of patients. Way to study the is the of OT which wave activity. Studies in at the University of cast some light on how may in brain of a group of pre-adolescent with were compared with those of matched group of peers. Two groups similarly at rest, but the group excessive wave activity during tasks as reading or drawing. As would be expected normally, the NAN group had increased fist wave electrical responses to same task. Other words. In the group electrical activity in the cortex, of gray matter, slow just when it would have required to speed. It may seem paradoxical to consider that hyperactivity of mind or body can be caused by an underactivity of the cortex. It would also seem odd to think of hyperactivity being stopped by a stimulant medication. The paradox is best understood by means of an analogy. Imagine a busy urban street corner where major thoroughfares converge, each conveying a high volume of traffic. In Armqil, the dratars have no capacity to regulate themselves. They rely on the order kept by a who ensures that when traffic east-west, the vehicles traveling on the north-south axis are stopped until it is their turn to move. And that cars are allowed to make turns in an organized fashion. Traffic hue, in short, is alternately inhibited in one direction while being permitted in another. There is order. NMV imagine that the polyman falls asleep on the job. There will ensue some activity as cars from all ATT Euro MPT to through the intersection, their drivers increasingly frustrated, their horns IO in Euro D in a deafening cacophony. Despite the emotion, there is little fewer and fewer to purposefully, is prefrontal cortex seen that policeman. Of its tasks is it the thoughts, and it the CentOS. It select what is and inhibit input impulses that useful to the in a given situation. Initial to a stimulus, whether anxiety producing OT is it comes not from the cortex but from brain centers emotions originate. Cortex is split to decide whether to give permission to the impulse to it. For to understand neurologically is as of a chronic underactivity of the prefrontal cortex. Cerebral cortex in the frontal lobe is not able to perform its job of prioritizing, selection and inhibition. LH brain, hocued with multiple bits of sensory data. Thoughts, feelings and impulses, cannot focus, and the mind or body cannot be still. In short, the policeman is asleep, if we want the to we to him. Similarly, the cortex is functioning at a semi-dormant level, as indicated by the finding of SLMWD activity, hence the efficacy of stimulant medications, they erode the inhibitory function. IHWA.ke up the cop, alert the underdeveloped and underactive circuitry of the prefrontal cortex. Recognizing that is a problem of development rather than one of pathology takes us in a direction completely different from that dictated by a Nanali medical approach. When we ask why the medical disorder develops, we are adopting the illness model of AM. Implied in the illness model is the presence of a pathological entity in the brain, analogous to, say, inflammation of joints in rheumatoid arthritis or bacterial invasion of lungs in pneumonia. Suyuro H. A way of formulating the of how. Originato almost demands a medicalized we look for the narrowly biological, exclusively physiological explanation. If choose not to as or illness, the question of is turned and the opposite angle. That sense. And self-motivation nature and tasks, we ask following, what physiological what conditions inhibit OT interfere with that we may say has an agenda for the comparatively development phase of 18 years of even longer, the maturation of an autonomous, self-motivated individual in harmony with the community and environment that he is a part of. The natural agenda is frustrated. Why? Posing the question this way immediately resolves the vexing and confusing issue of HMV. It could be that symptoms of a disorder are distributed so widely among the population, even in those without the supposed disorder. Not many human beings are born into ideal situations. Throughout the industrialized world and particularly in North America, families are under enormous strain from a frenzied lifestyle and the breakdown of traditional supports. Since perfect parenting is almost impossible, there will be partial loss of development, to a greater lesser degree, in just about everyone. So far children grow up in truly optimal circumstances. Stanley Greenspan, a leading American child psychiatrist, has written, that we have no idea of what the parameters of development really are. In some example, there will be a greater concentration of developmental problems, ibis maybe because their specific circumstances were worse, or they more sensitive, TCD by conditions that others with robust temperaments could be CTTS withstand. They the ones likely to be diagnosed with or with some other disorder. On the westernmost of Canada, on Vancouver Island, one and twisted little conifers, stunted relatives of the magnetics that the landscape is a short distance we be to see these little as having sort of plant they to the that the relatively of if we to why they so their relatives. We to what conditions tall, stout to thrive. It is the same with human beings. Do not have to 100k diseases to explain why some people are not able to the full of their potential. We have only to inquire what conditions sustain unfettered development and what conditions it. Answer to underdevelopment is development, and the appropriate conditions must exist. No matter how efficiently they are able to arouse the higher brain centers, medications offer only a partial solution to the problems posed by N. We may not be able to prescribe development directly, but we can promote an environment that makes development. Fortunately, as we will see when we come to the chapters on the healing process in N, and psychological maturation can take place at any time during the life cycle. Even in late adulthood. Part how arise. 6 different worlds, heredity and the environments of childhood. Family I up in not family my in grew in a family that was the mad in the asterisk me place then of months at hey up in a family they the regularly, her until it was hey grew up in a family and paltry up in a different from Thursday of my May undead a different percent Gilmore, /Janet FUNNXWNR os permeates public awareness these days. It may be summed up as the belief that almost every illness and every human trait is dictated by heredity. Simplified TMDA accounts, culled from semi-digested findings, have declared that inflexible law of rule the biological world. It was reported in 1996 that according to some psychologists, genes determine about 50% of LXR son's inclination to experience happiness. So Euroil ability and obesity tumors among the many human C.V2BC gene TIG, each week brings the dis Euroovkri of a that is aso Euro.itsd with some disease or trait, noted A2 with FT to what OT in gene to go TV talk shows. OT not, genetic explanations other of the attractions. To socially psychologically soothing. No questions how a society and culture might health of its or about how life in Emily may have a person's physiology of emotional makeup. As I have personally of guilt almost inevitable for the parents of a troubled child, they are frequently reinforced by the uninformed judgments of friends, neighbors, teachers, or even total strangers on the bus or in the supermarket. Parental guilt, if misplaced, is a wound for which the genetic hypothesis offers a balm. Is a significant hereditary contribution to AM-sensitivity, subject of the next chapter, but I do not believe any genetic factor is decisive in the emergence of traits in any child. Genes are keys for the synthesis of the proteins that give a particular cell its characteristic structure and function. They, as it were, alive and dynamic architectural and mechanical plans. Whether the plan becomes realized depends on far more than the gene itself. It is determined, for the most part, by the environment. To put it differently, genes carry parentake inherent in the cells of a given organism. Which of multiple potentials become expressed biologically is a question of life circumstances. Were we to adopt the medical model only temporarily, for the sake of argument a genetic explanation by itself would still be unsuitable. Medical conditions for VH Euro H genetic inherit and Euro C fully or even most Lilopan sublook, as Muse Eurolar dystrophy, few diseases purely genetic, says me Euro.hl Hayden, a geneticist at the University of British Columbia and a world jace known into Huntington's disease. Most say that strongly genetic, Huntington's is a fatal of the system, a gene that, if almost the but not mentions caste of persons with the gene who live into old age without of the disease itself. Even there must some protective in the Hayden says. Genes can be or turned off by in the environment. The Cree population of Ontario, example, diabetes is found at a rate 5 times the Canadian national average, despite the traditionally LMV incidence of diabetes among native peoples. Genetic makeup of the Cree people cannot have changed in a 5 generations. The destruction of the traditional physically active ways of the substitution of high-calorie diets for their previous low-fat, low-carbohydrate eating patterns and greatly increased stress levels are responsible for the alarming rise in DILC-CRS rates. Although heredity is involved in diabetes, it cannot possibly account for the pandemic among Canada's native peoples. Or among the rest of the North American population, for that matter. We will see that in similar ways changes in society are causing more and more children to be affected by attention deficit disorder. It is easy to jump to hasty conclusions about genetic information. Some studies have identified certain genes, for example, that are said to be more common among people with attention deficit disorder or with other related conditions, such as depression, alcoholism, or addiction. But even if the existence of these genes is proven, there is no reason to suppose that they can, on their own, induce the development of or any other first. Not everyone with these genes will have the SES.OND, not ecryons with the will be shown to carry. The studies do show that if parents or siblings have AUI, a Eurohild in that family will have risk for having SWCLJ. Is a ISO in a OT depression, OT Tourette's at such facts that this of related is heard ta, but to that be like believing that if 3 generations of butchers OT candlestick in a then meat cutting, baking must also be genetic. Family atmosphere in which the child spends the early formative years has a major impact on development. It is that problems as far more likely to develop in families the parents struggling with dysfunction or psychological problems of their. It would be astonishing if children growing up in such unsettled environments did not develop some of the same problems. No genes need be involved at all for these conditions to run in families. Point 2. There has been an enduring misconception in psychological studies that comparing identical twins adopted by different families can separate out genetic effects from environmental ones. Because identical twins adopted by different parents are brought up under different circumstances. Any similarities in personality traits are assumed to be due to the shark's heredity. Any differences in character are thought to be caused by differences of environment. This misbelief has heavily influenced the conventional understanding of attention deficit disorder. It has been shown, for example, that if one of the twin pair has, there is a 50 to 60% likelihood that the other will have it as well. The technical term for this likelihood is such a high degree of concordance is taken to prove a hereditary causation, but only if one ignores the most obvious environmental factor. Rho a consistently fundamental of the infant. Separation the two whose voice is attuned the time of we cannot simply the devastating effects such separation have the of the not a few adoptions including a significant of the adoptions in published studies take place after birth. Many adoptee infants several of caregiver without any single, consistently reliable mothering figure to provide them with a constant relationship. Given that emotional security is an absolute human need in infancy, it is astonishing that adoption is so often forgotten as a possibly crucial. It is also a fact, as of adoptive mothers have told me, that even when a newborn adopted at birth is welcomed into a family with the greatest joy and goodwill, some time may have to pass before the truly symbiotic, physiologically and emotionally attuned relationship is established between mother and infant. Everything being equal, this process is smoother when the mother has herself carried the child within her body for 9 months. There is another environment that adopted twins have shared, 9 months in the same uterus. Stress on the mother during pregnancy can unbalance the levels of hormones in her body, particularly of the stress hormone cortisol, cortisone. Both during and after intrauterine life. Cortisol directly affects the developing nervous system, i.e. vast majority of pregnancies ending in adoption occur in mothers under severe stress. They are often unwanted pregnancies, many in teenage girls facing enormous personal, family and societal pressures, infants twins or Rs. Adopted out likely to have been exposed to high levels of STRSSS hormones throughout the 9 months of gestation, a negative on their developing brains before birth. For we Hill JSN to BC at unusually high in without any to genetics such is the case. Any health professional with case S is struck by the of clients. Adults, who were adopted in a study that the rate of adoption patients in the clinical was 8 in at if you have a far than chance of having adopted. Of this is to say that babies alike. That there are no inborn differences in systems from infant to the next. Mothers report being aware of some characteristic in the personalities of their babies right from birth, and even before. Some infants, for example, may be more difficult to arouse, others to quiet down. Some may be sensitive, relatively insensitive, to environmental stimuli such as noise or touch. Stanley Greenspan calls these patterns of reactivity. In his 1997 volume, 7 He Grower of Rhe Mind. Dr. Greenspan observes that the same combination of biological traits, the very same pattern of reactivity, can come to see many positive human qualities, or may as the basis of highly disturbed characteristics. Either these features become talents or problems depends, in short. On HMV the child's nature is nurtured, he writes. Critical difference is the environments in which children acts reared. A view of Allen that recognizes the importance of the environment is inherently optimistic. If environmental causes are largely responsible for a problem, perhaps environmental approaches can be employed to help it. When we come to the Eurohapters dealing with the traumatic attention deficit disorder, as will that long-term positive changes are indeed possible based on changing the environments of and even of adults. A illustration of how environment personality is the story of the on in Utah, the was executed by his unyielding to appeal his death sentence, CG shattering of his childhood. Blighted by violence, spite was chronicled by his Meikle in the Meikle. The youngest of 4 was when Gary was 11 old. If children in the family shared the same environment, between siblings would have to be to genetic inheritance. The case of the Gilmores, it is easy to see why Meikle, born at a time when the family was enjoying of relative stability, would feel he had brought up in a different world, why the misery of his child Hoxlow, as he put it, had been so radically different from the misery of his brother's childo Euroka, even without such vast chasms in experience. The environment of siblings is never the same. Environment has far greater impact on the structures and circuits of the human brain than was realized a decade ago. It is what shalls the inherited genetic material. I believe it to be the decisive factor in determining whether the impairments of will or will not appear in a child. Many variables will influence the particular environment a child experiences. Birth order, for one, automatically places siblings in dissimilar situations. Older sibling has to suffer the pain of seeing parental love and attention directed toward an intruder. The younger sibling may need to learn survival in an environment that harbors a stronger, potentially hostile rival, and never comes to knqv sither the special status or the burden of being an only child, i.e. full wvit of parental exploitations is far likely to fall on the firstborn. Historical studies of birth have established it an eye on the shaping of the personality, with sex 6 be better the birth of one child than other or, in the of have on the parents' states and the personalities of I was into Jewish parents in Budapest, Hungary, having the miscalculation of entering the 2 months the occupation of my birthplace, over a year before the end of war. First of my 2 brothers was 2.5 years during a time of peace. Optimism and immense emotional relief. It goes without saying that the psychological equilibrium of my parents would have changed dramatically between my birth and that of my brother, as would the of anxiety they transmitted to their sons. Of my brothers was born in Canada, less than 2 years after our family settled here as penniless refugees. We had Hungary after the 1956 revolution, when my parents, then close to middle age, decided to leave the insecurities and upheavals of Eastern Europe behind for. Fortunately perhaps, they could not have the difficulties of adjusting to an NNV life on a nov continent. Thir third arrived in the midst of economic hardship and uncertainty about the future. My mother recalls that she wept throughout the 9 months of her pregnancy, and she still has feelings of guilt about the deep postpartum depression she suffered during the first year of her youngest son's life. 3 brothers and, I would say, 3 different sets of parents. I do not believe it is coincidental that my youngest brother and I have both been treated for depression and attention deficit disorder. Our middle brother has not, even without world revolutions and emigration. Siblings growing up in the same home, almost never the same environment. More brothers and sisters, some environments usually the important ones, but they rarely the one single environment that the most impact on personality. Live the same, eat the kinds of, partake in of the same activities. Of the that most profoundly shapes the invisible, the in which the child lives, the of development. Invisible environment has little to do with parenting philosophies, parenting style. It is a matter of intangibles, foremost them being the parents' relationship with each other and their emotional balance. Individuals vary from the birth of one child to the of another. Psychological tension in the parents' lives during the child's infancy is, am convinced, a major and universal on the subsequent emergence of. We will return to it in later chapters. A hidden factor of great importance is a parent's unconscious attitude toward a child, had, or whom, on the deepest level, the child represents for the parents, the degree to which the parents see themselves in the child, the as parents may have that they subliminally hope the child will meet. For the infant there exists no abstract, out there reality. The emotional milieu with which we surround the child is the world as he experiences it. In the words of the child psychiatrist and researcher Margaret Mahler, for the newborn, the parent is the principal representative of the world. 7 To the infant and toddler, the world reveals itself in the image of the parent, in eye contact, intensity of glance, body language, tone of voice and, above all, in the day joy or emotional fatigue exhibited in the presence of the child. What core a parent's on, these are the means by which the child receives his or her most formative communications, although they will be of paramount importance for development of the personality. These subtle and often will be missed on observations of parents in settings is no way to softening edge of anxiety in the of the depth of we have no to gauge the in a father's he his infant to whether is by wove got with it said that no two have exactly the same parents. In that the they receive may vary in highly significant ways. Whatever the hopes, wishes of intentions of the parent, the child does not experience the parent. I have known two siblings too vehemently about their ether's personality during their childhood, neither has to be wrong if we that they did not receive the same which is what formed their experience of the father. I have even seen subtly but significantly different mothering given to a pair of identical twins. In the case of the Gilmores, 2 of the 4 brothers Gary and Galen turned out bad and came to violent ends, and the other 2 Frank and Miguel with great difficulty managed to gain a sense of as self-respecting human beings. When they look back on their child cause, Frank and Miguel clearly recognized that their unfortunate siblings had been given their parents' darker sides, while they themselves received what little lightness there was in their father and mother. The effects of the environment on brain development and personality formation vary from child to child. As we see, these inhibins are different to begin with. They are also acting on different individuals. The infant reacts to the environment has a major impact on the nature of his experience of the world. It would be virtually impossible for 2 children to inhabit the same environment, even if their worlds could be exactly matched. HCD to the minute st detail 7 Emotional allergies and sensitivity if has there is simply of the fact that the in each of the 8 if have the with each child have his through bghc-year-old daughter is taking her time leaving toy of book or we want to eat, the father says. Tense with the nd work overload. Daughter covers her ears. Don't yell at me, she complains. I am not yelling, the man answers. This time hearing himself raise his child's face turns into a picture of pain and despair. Mommy. Daddy's being mean to me, she cries. If the decibel count in that kitchen had been measured when the father first instructed his daughter to hurry, it would not have registered at levels most people would define as yelling. Daughter reaction is genuine. She picks up, senses, experiences the tension in the father's voice. The edge of controlled impatience and frustration he had is what is translated in her brain as yelling. She is feeling exactly the same fear and outrage as another child would if shouted at in angry manner. It is a matter of sensitivity, of our $*dollartivity to the environment. Ibis jd is emotionally tiv, derivation of is from the Latin word sengr, to fi, it be to keep 3 in each is apt a description of the has another connotation, that of being empathetic, of other people's too in the same individual. But not in case. Some of the most sensitive people in terms of how they react may the least mindful of the feelings of 0th. Some human beings are hyperreactive. A relatively negligible stimulus, or what to other people would seem negligible, sets off in them an intense reaction. When this happens in response to physical stimuli, we say the person is allergic. Someone allergic to, say, bee venom may choke, wheeze and gasp for air when stung. I.e. small airways in the lungs may go into spasm, tissues in the throat may vell, the heart rate may become irregular. His life may be in peril. The non-allergic person, had she been stung by the same bee, would experience no more than a momentary pain, a welt, an irritating itch. Was it the bee sting that sent the first victim into physiological crisis? Not directly. Was his MVN physiological responses that brought him close to death? More accurately, it was the combination of stimulus and reaction. The precise medical term for an allergy, for this hyperreactivity, is people with arm-axis hypersensitivity. Had is not a fault or a weakness of theirs, it is how they were born. It is their inborn temperament, he had. Primarily, is what is hereditary about genetic inheritance by itself cannot sound for the PRSSCNCC of features in people, but here did euro and make it far more likely that these features will emerge in a given individual, depending on eij euro umstanio. It is sensitivity, not a disorder. That is transmit d through here did, in most by the impact of the environment on sensitive infants, sensitivity the y than in the rest of the population. It is out again and again in practice, that with likely than coup and tet parts to a history of frequent colds, infections, and allergies, a fact interpreted by some as evidence that is to allergies. Although the rare up of can certainly symptoms, the one does not cause the both are expressions of the same underlying trait, sensitivity, since emotionally hypersensitive reactions no less physiological than the body's allergic to physical substances. We may say truthfully that with have emotional almost any parent with an child, or any adult living with an spouse. Will have noticed in the N person a touchiness, a thin skin. People with are told that they too sensitive or that they should stop being so touchy. One might as well advise a child with hay fever to stop being so allergic. With its usual wisdom, everyday language has found an accurate description of Hilxer sensitivity when it says acts of someone having a thin skin. If one had an area on one's thigh with part of the epidermis destroyed by, say, scalding hot water, one literally would have a thin skin, the nerve endings would be closer to the surface. A slight gust of air might cause a highly unpleasant sensation, even pain, whereas surfaces with full thickness skin would feel little or nothing. I.e. emotionally sensitive person lives, as it with the nerve endings that send emotional stimuli to the brain centers very close to the surface, like the exclucid nerve endings in scalded skin, they very easily irritated. My daughter's complaint that he was yelling, of course, I was the short-tempered father in the ains. Supper time set to use to be see familiar in home, Ponce, teacher. And do Eurotour. May doubt child's sports of his some hypersensitive feeling physical pain or express what to others seem of ot play acting ot of looking attention. Fact, is no in their pain oj of a susceptibility to pain. Sensitivity is by emotional state s people's pain is when they feel anxious ot depressed, partly of changes in stress hormone in the levels of endorphins, the body's sensitive children come to because adults have trouble understanding their temperament and because parenting methods that work with children frustratingly inadequate with this group, like the related phrase terrible twos, difficult child shcwsgr euro vn up bias. In the child's experience, it is the adult who is ornery. Were children the arbiters of language, we would hear of the difficult patent and the terrible 30s. Physiological differences in the human nervous system help explain differences in of emotional reactivity from one child to the other. In children, the nervous system is always in a state of hair trigger alert. Researchers at the University of Washington, Seattle, measured the electrical activity of an important nerve, the vagus nerve, in #month-old babies. The vagus connects the central nervous system with the heart, the lungs, and the stomach. Infants with a higher baseline tones in the vagus nerve were also more emotionally reactive to both positive and mildly stressful stimuli. These same infants at 14 months were more reactive to maternal separation. Like hypersensitive instruments, sensitive children are and minute in their emotional environment. It is not a matter of for them, their systems react, it is as if they had invisible proiting in picking up and into their the psychic them. Have of this. Any then and is of what it is registering. The equipment of is not shut off. My and to daughters and as instantaneous computer of the atmosphere in home. To know we were doing as individuals or we needed only check the facial expressions emotional of daughter. What was did not always reassure us. Abdominal cramps in sensitive children often clues to unresolved tensions in the family environment. Are common and all too frequently misinterpreted. These ail the children who go pale with inexplicable tummy aches and are dragged from doctor to detour, from clinic to emergency ward, from specialist to specialist, subjected to examinations, tests, X-rays and over again are pronounced perfectly healthy. Parents are assured there is no reason for the pain. Her is reason. Child's beauty is a barometer for the stresses on the whole family system, his symptoms the markings on a minutely calibrated instrument. As pointed out in Chapter 6, there are a small number of debilitating conditions with a strong genetic basis, such as muscular dystrophy, Huntington's disease. These are rare, affecting about 1% in 10,000 or even favor. They do not pose a significant threat to the survival of the species. If, however, we add up the numbers of people plagued by depression or the other common psychological problems people in this society struggle with, including alcoholism and anxiety. As we'll have identified no than a third of the North American population, genetic explanations for these conditions that after millions of years of evolution, would permit a vary of genes handicapping a third of to pass the of natural proposition. We face no such if we see that what is being transmitted not its and relatives. But of people is an advantage. It is this that humanity's creative urges, their instinctual responses, the is best interpreted. Normal circumstances, they are artists of artisans. Seekers. Inventors, would be valid and evolutionary reasons for the of genetic material for sensitivity. It is not diseases that are being but a trait of intrinsic value to beings. Sensitivity is transmuted into suffering and disorders only when the world is unable to the exquisitely tuned physiological and psychic responses of the sensitive individ and is not a natural state. It is, to adapt a famous phrase of Sigmund Freud, one of civilization's discontents. 8 A surrealistic choreography. One of the sane is the great of the in primates and hardly evident at in the of the that and birth s in man is the most entity in the it has between 50 and 100 billion new cells, or neurons, each branch to form thousands of possible connections with other cells. It has estimated that laid end to end, the cables of a single human brain would extend into a line several 100,000 miles long. The total number of connections, or synapses, is in the trillions. I.e. parallel and simultaneous activity of innumerable brain circuits and networks of circuits, produces millions of firing patterns each and every second of our lives. I.e. brain has well described as a supersystem of systems, even though fully half of the roughly 100,000 genes in the human organism are dedicated to the central nervous system, the genetic code simply cannot carry enough information to predetermine the infinite number of potential brain circuits. For this reason alone, biological heredity could not by itself account for the densely intertwined psychology and neurophysiology of attention deficit disorder. Experience in the world determines the time whiling of the brain, as the neurologist and neuropsychiatrist Antonio Damasio puts it, much of irvitry, at any given moment in adult life, is individual and truly of that particular organism's history and is less true of infants. Not in the of the same patterns in the of oj the configuration of with other of the is formatted the first few of life, when the astonishingly growth. 5/6 of the of cells in the birth, at times in the first of new synapses being established at a rate of 3 billion a large part, each infant's individual experiences in the early years which structures will develop and which will be connected with which other and establish the networks controlling behavior. The intricately programmed interactions between heredity and environment that make for the development of the human brain are determined by a fantastic, almost surrealistically complex choreography, in the appointment phrase of Dr. J. S. Grotstein of the Department of Psychiatry at UCIN. Attention deficit disorder results from the miswiring of brain circuits, in susceptible infants, during this crucial perichra of GMWTH. Of all mammals, the human animal has the least mature brain at birth. Early in their infancy, other animals perform tasks beyond the capabilities of humans for many months. A horse can walk on the first day of life, infant apes cling to mother's fur within 5 weeks of birth. Human beings are able to coordinate the visual skills. Muscle control, balance, and orientation in spoofs required for comparable activities only near the end of the first year. In the period following birth, the human brain, unlike that of our closest evolutionary relative, the chimpanzee, continues to at the rate as in the womb, whereas the chimpanzee brain will know then double birth to its adult. The brain of humans have aged by adulthood, the of that 3/4 of growth takes place the following birth, with of this I and the one to see this is as a negotiated by nature. We were permitted to freeing to into hands of many delicate activities a development that gave impetus to a expansion in brain particularly of the frontal coordinate the movements of the hands. Perform the solving the language skills that have given humankind abilities to thrive in a wide variety of habitats. We born with wiring rigidly fixed by heredity, the frontal lobes would be more limited in their capacity to learn and to adapt to the many different possible environments that human beings inhabit. To accommodate our upright stanas, the human pelvis had to narimv. So grmvth inside the womb longer than 9 months would have resulted in infants too large to be born safely. Already at the end of the 9 months of human gestation, the head is the largest part of the BI, the one most likely to get stuck in our journey through the birth canal. The bargain forced on our evolutionary ancestors was that the tremendously large human brain has to develop outside the relatively safe environment of the womb, highly vulnerable to potentially adverse circumstances. According to the insights of modern neuroscience, brain development in the human infant involves a process of competition that has been described as neural Darwinism for nerve cells, circuits, networks and systems of networks with one another for survival, the neurons. And most useful to the organism's survival in its given environment are maintained, other wither and die nerve pathways. La Euroking the full conditions for growth will not develop, or will develop dysfunctionally and incompletely of that and the capacity to them the of and synapses. And by the formation of new ones by the circuits develop that conduct the activities of that genetic potential development find its expression if circumstances are to understand this. We only imagine an infant kept in a physically for and fed, but never spoken to. After a year of deprivation, the brain of this infant would not be comparable to those of other no matter what inherited potential. Despite is at birth and healthy to conduct visual images to the brain, the 30 or so neurological units that together make up visual sense would not develop. Even the neurological components of vision present at birth would atrophy and become useless if this child knew or saw light for about 5 years. Irreversible blindness would be the result. If surrounded the child with silence for the first 10 years, he would never be able to learn human slow sec. Attention deficit disorder is also an example of HMV. The neural circuitry and bihemistredy of the brain may be held back from developing optimally when appropriate input from the environment is interfered with. What, then, are the optimal conditions for full brain development? The three conditions without which healthy GMWTH does not take place can be taken for granted in the matrix of the womb: nutrition, a physically secure environment, and the unbroken relationship with a safe present maternal organism. The word mar, x is derived from the yudin for womb, itself derived d from the word mother, womb, mother, and in many the mother remains the womb, even following birth. In the womb environment, no action or reaction on the infant's part for the of any of his nicts. Life in the womb is surely the ptototyf of in the of nothing can possibly lacking, has to if there is no have not ft eaten of the of knowledge there is deprivation of anxiety. Except in conditions of in the although not the needs shelter of our more or less third prime requirement, a safe not overly stressed emotional atmosphere is the most likely to be in Western societies. Human infant lacks the capacity to or cling to the parent soon after being born, and is neurologically and biochemically underdeveloped in many other ways. IHE first 9 months or so of extrauterine seem to have intended by nature as second part of gestation. The Ashley Montagu has called this phase gestation outside the maternal beauty. During this period, the security of the womb must be perquisited by the parenting environment, to allow for the maturation of the brain and nervous system that in other species occurs in the uterus. The attachment that was until birth directly physical NMV needs to be continued on both physical and emotional levels. Physically and psychologically, the parenting environment must contain and hold the infant as securely as she was held in the womb. For the second 9 months of gestation, nature does provide a neat substitute: the direct umbilical connection, breastfeeding apart from its irreplaceable nutritional value and the immune protection it gives the infant. Breastfeeding serves as a transitional stage from unbroken physical at a HMCNT to complete separation from the mother's body. And outside the matrix of the womb, the infant is nevertheless held to the warmth of the maternal body from WHI nourishment continues to how breastfeeding also the mother's feeling of to the baby, enhancing the emotionally symbiotic bonding relationship. No doubt the of in north has to the emotional insecurities so in tries. Then healthy development emotional security and in the infant security is then the best possible intentions of the it depends a less there from that can their psychological a calm consistent emotional milieu throughout infancy is an essential requirement the wiring of the neurophysiological circuits of self-regulation. When with it often is in brain development is adversely affected, is one of the possible 9 attunement and attachment early infancy. It appears that ability regulate the of feeling that in is a state of eros ot kaufs responsible for attention and self-regulation develop in response to the emotional interaction with the person whom we may call the mothering figure. Usually this is the birth mother, but it may another person, male or female, depending on circumstances. Although, for the sake of convenience, I will at times refer to this person only as the mother. The word should always be understood to refer to whoever the primary nurturing figure may be: father, mother, or grandparent, foster parent or adoptive parent of either gender. Because the formation of the child's brain circuits is influenced by the mother's emotional states, I believe that N originates in stresses that affect the mothering parent's emotional interactions with the infant. They cause the disrupted electrical and chemical circuitry of AM. Attachment and attunement, 2 crucial aspects of the infant-parent relationship, are the determining factors. They are the subject of this chapter. The right hemisphere of the mother brain, the side where our unconscious emotions reside, programs the infant's right hemisphere. In the early months, the most important communications between mother and infant are ones, Inseparables of DCGPHCRGNG. The meaning of words. The infant messages that purely emotional, conveyed by the mother's her tone of voice and her body language, all of which internal emotional environment, that threatens the mother's security, the developing and of the infant brain's emotion regulating and attention allocating within birth, the ODOJS. The branching of in the 6-day-old infant can distinguish the scent of his mother that of other women. Visual inputs associated with emotions take over as the major I. By 2 weeks, the infant will orient the face into a stranger's and also in preference to the father's, unless the is the adult. At weeks, the infant follows the mother's eyes more closely than mouth movements, thus fixating on what has been called the visible portion of the mother's central nervous system. The infant's right brain reads the mother's right brain during intense gaze interactions. As an article in Scientific American expressed it, embryologically and anatomically the eye is an extension of the brain. It is almost as if a portion of the brain were in plain sight. Eyes communicate eloquently the mother's unconscious emotional states. 01 Surafings this N pills of in RTEFs Freimans have eyes in AA elicits urger pupils in tickets in AA female M. Everyone has had the experience of suddenly feeling intense physiology Euroal and psychology Euroal shifts internally at trading with another person. Shifts can be quizzically pleasurable or unpleasant, how one person gazes at another, the brain patterns, as and in the highly susceptible to such with on the maturation of structure S. Of the circuitry of the infants by a study at the University of Washington. Positive emotions associated with activity in the left. It is known that depression in adults is associated with activity in the circuitry of the left hemisphere. With this in mind, the Seattle study compared the FFCS of 2 of infants, one group whose mothers had symptoms of postpartum, the other whose mothers did not. During playful interactions with the mothers designed to elicit positive emotion, the researchers reported, infants of non-depressed mothers showed greater left than right frontal brain activation. Infants of depressed mothers failed to show differential hemispheric activation, that the left side brain activity one would anticipate from positive, joyful infant-mother exchanges did not occur despite the mother's TXST efforts. Significantly, these effects were noted only in the frontal areas of the brain, where the centers for the self-regulation of emotion are located. In addition to changes, infants of depressed mothers exhibit decreased activity levels, gaze aversion, less positive emotion, greater irritability. Maternal depression is associated with diminished infant attention spans. Summarizing a number of British studies, Dale F. Hay, a researcher at the University of Cambridge, suggests that the experience of the mother, depression in the first months of life may disrupt naturally processes that entrain and regulate the infant's developing capacities for attention. Just how important moment-e moment between mother and infant BC was illustrated by designed STUD, known as the for which and mother's interacted television system. In I and each other and, on live of the gestures, facial infants were happy. This phase of the were unknowingly the responses from the prior MWT the TCTA child psychiatrist Daniel J. Siegel, they still as distressed as infants do in classic flat experiments in which mothers in person gave emotional response to their infant's bid for attunement. Why were the distressed despite the sight of their mother's happy and friendly faces? Because happy and friendly are not enough. What they needed were signals that the mother is aligned with, responsive to, and participating in their mental states from moment to moment. All that lacking in the instant video replay, during which infants saw their mother's face unresponsive to the messages they, the infants, were sending out. IBIS sharing of emotional spaces is called emotional stress on the mother interferes with infant brain development because it tends to interfere with the attunement contact. Attunement is necessary for the normal development of the brain pathways and neurochemical apparatus of attention and emotional self-regulation. It is a finely calibrated PRS requiring that the patient remain herself in a relatively non-stressed, non-anxious, non-depressed state of mind. Its clearest expression is the rapturous mutual gaze infant and mother de at each other, log ked in a private and spel emotional from whi at that moment, the of the world is as completely as hum the womb, not mean mev. Honey imitating the infant, it cannot be simulated, with the best of goodwill, as we all know. Though between a and a staged of exactly the in but the signals that set the two not come same centers in the as those to the depending on their origin. Is why very good can mimic a genuine smile. Pious CSS is subtle to maintained by a simple act of will the part of the parent, infants, particularly sensitive infants. Intuit the apparent's psychological states her attempts to soothe protect the infant by means of feigned emotional expressions. Ulquing parent who is feeling depressed or anxious may to hide that from the infant, but the effort is futile. In fact, it is much easier to fool an adult with forced emotion than a baby. The emotional sensory radar of the infant has not yet been scrambled. It reads feelings clearly. They cannot be hidden from the infant behind a screen of words, or camouflaged by well-meant but 4D gestures. It is uncertainate but true that we grow far more stupid than that by the time we reach adulthood. In attunement, it is the infant who leads and the mother who follows. Where their roles differ is in the timing of their responses, writes John Bowlby, one of the century's great psychiatric researchers. I.e. infant initiates the interaction or withdraws from it according to his own rhythms, BMVLBY found, while the mother regulates her behavior so that it meshes with his, thus she lets him call the tune and by a skillful interweaving of her own responses with his creates a dialogue. The tense or depressed mothering adult will not be able to accompany the infant into relaxed, happy spots. He may also not fully pick up signs of the infant's emotional dists, or may not be able to respond to them as he would wish. Eurohild's difficulty are sating likely originate SFLVM relationship not being by the adult, who by in the interaction, not only does the mother the child, but she the child to interrupt the interaction stage of intensity the infant, he 100k to avoid an high of another interaction will then begin. A is anxious with the infant contact, try to stimulate him, to into the interaction. The infant's system is not to cooi down, and the attunement relationship is whose caregivers were too stressed. Whatever to give them the necessary attunement contact will grow up with a chronic tendency to feel alone with their emotions, to have a sense rightly or wrongly that no one can share they feel, that no one can understand. Attunement is the quintessential component of a larger process, called attachment is simply our need to be close to somebody. It represents the absolute need of the utterly and helplessly vulnerable human infant for secure closeness with at least one nourishing, protective and constantly available parenting figure. Essential for survival, the drive for attachment is part of the very nature of warm-blood animals in infancy, essentially of mammals. In human beings, attachment is a driving force of behavior longer than in any other animal. For most of us it is present throughout our lives, although we may transfer our attachment from one person or parent to another, say, a spouse or even a child. We may also attempt to satisfy the lack of the human contact we crave by various other means, such as adhesions, for example. Or perhaps fanatical religiosity or the virtual evagity of the incrunt. Much of popular Euroculture, from novels to movies to rock or country music, expresses nothing but the joys or the flowing from satisfactions or disappointments in attachment most parents extend to their children mixed or of and hurtful of to parent, whose parental contact frustrated thou up to be adults with the cascas of at only a few months of age. An infant will register by facial his dejection at Yunkonsk_ES withdrawal, despite the mother's continued presence. Infant, takes delight in mommy's attention, writes Stanley when that of delight is missing. If preoccupied or distracted while playing with the baby, sadness of dismay settles in on the little face. 10. The footprints of infancy mind from the I'm face selectively, and thus the N function of the in the vicinity of the right eye is one of the most important regulatory in the brain is located, the orbitofrontal. It is part of the prefrontal cortex, that area of the gray matter most involved in social intelligence, impulse control, and attention. It is also important in short-term working memory. The orbitofrontal cortex, so named because of its proximity to the ice cucket, known as the orbit, is more developed on the right side and appears to dominate its counterpart in the left hemisphere. Complex condition like cannot be traced to just one part of the brain. Many circuits and systems must be involved. According to a lot of recent evidence, disturbance of the orbitofrontal cortex are indeed implicated in disorders of impulse inhibition and emotional self-regulation, including ARM. It is probably here that the neurophysiological effects of stress attunement and attachment are most pronounced. Nature's goal for human GRMVTH is for the eventual maturation of a self-motivated, self-regulated and self-reliant adult. I.e. infant lacks these attributes. We may say that the natural agenda is literally the transformation of regulation from dependence on another individual to independence, external regulation to internalized regulation, shift from external to internalized regulation, the development of the prefrontal cortex, the in the very portion of the brain, including, and the cortex. Right orbitofrontal cortex, which the sequi has connections with other part of the cortex. It has with the where the states A and the primitive powerful as generated. It is at the center of the motivation apparatus, contains more of the reward chemicals associated with N and almost the other of the cortex. Its connections with the vision of cortex, the role in visual spatial orientation, the locating of objects in space. When visual spatial orientation is impaired, a person tends to bump his head a lot or run into people unseeingly and have difficulty following physical directions, all features of I am intimately familiar with. IHE has a major role in the control of attention. From all the information about the external environment and internal states entering our brain, the ORC helps to pick out what to focus on. While the explicit VM of words spoken is analyzed in the left hemisphere, the right interprets the emotional content of communications, the other person's QI language, eye movements, and tone of voice. It carries out a constant and instantaneous computation of the emotional significance of situations. It is deeply concerned with the assessment of relationships between the self and others. According to a number of studies, it is dominant for the processing, expression, and regulation of emotional information. Also functions in impulse control, helping to inhibit the locus centro in the brain where urgent emotional drives originate. When it is working smoothly, it can delay emotional ions enough to allow sophisticated to. When it's disrupted, it lacks this capacity. At such times unprocessed will thinking processes the effects of first the infant's interactions with his OJ, the AVS its of the interactions with the primary caregivers is the unconscious model from which all later emotional reactions interactions will be formed, groups of in the emotional footprints of these important in which, we tend to later in life, again and again and again. Great Canadian researcher Donald Hebb SHMVED that groups of neurons that have fired together once are more likely to fire simultaneously in the future. IBIS Hebbian principle has been expressed as neurons that fire together wire together. Early emotional imprinting is encoded in the form of potential neuronal patterns, groups of nerve cells primed to fire together. We experience them later in life when we find to our surprise that some relatively minor stimulus, being cut off in traffic, for example, triggers in us an irrational rage, leaving us scratching our head and wondering, what was that about? It was about the early imprinting of the OFC with the rage and frustration of the infant and toddler, and about the Hebbian principle. Each time we scream at someone in traffic, we are telling a story from the earliest part of our life. A vast body of research supports this understanding of the functions of the right prefrontal cortex. Most dramatic to observe are the deficiencies and impairments suffered by people who has injured in this arc of brain, behavior and emotional ars actions ars like a textbook description of all, among other like feeders s. These prefrontal patients often and have to be CFREWCNTJ reminded to line of thought, easily distracted, when will often shift attention to whatever snippet of speech their interest. Tasks often seem to track of what the B2 will inhibiting their physical it. To sustaining such as into the is the only that the chemical and functions of the prefrontal cortex may become is no damage, but there is impaired brain development. As I wrote in an earlier chapter, essay the development of cortex, emotional interactions stimulate or inhibit the growth of cells and circuits by complicated processes that involve the release of natural chemicals. To give a somewhat simplified example, when happy events are experienced by the infant, chemicals, the brain's natural opioids are released. Endorphins encourage the growth of nerve cells and of connections between them. Conversely, in animal studies, chronically high levels of stress hormones such as cortisol have been shown to cause important brain centers to shrink. Emotions affect not only the release of brain chemicals in the short term but also the long-term balance of neurotransmitters, the molecular messengers telegraphing electrical impulses from one nerve cell to another. Just as the infant's early interactions with the nurturing caregivers help to shape the structure of brain centers and circuits, so, too, do they play a role in determining the chemistry of the brain. Throughout the human lifespan there remains constant to a interaction between psychological states and the neurohemistry of the frontal lobes, a fact that many doctors do not pay enough attention to, as the medications in the treatment of mental disorders modern psychiatry is doing too. And not enough listening to life be given at least the chemistry of tendency is to explain mental conditions by of the brains the as J. Siegel has it said these days that the of comes their depression. According to the simple biochemical is due to a lack of it is said. So is excessive answer is which serotonin levels in the attention deficit is thought to in part to an undersupply of dopamine, of the brain's most important neurotransmitters, crucial to attention to experiencing states. Answer is Ritalin. Just as Prozac elevates serotonin levels, Ritalin or other psychostimulants are thought to increase the availability of dopamine in the brain's prefrontal areas. This is believed to increase motivation and attention by impairing the functioning of areas in the prefrontal cortex. Although they carry some truth, such biochemical explanations of complex mental states are dangerous core simplifications, as the neurologist Antonio Damasio cautions, explaining mind, it is an engine. Is the in is of the of in which the deficiencies and imbalance of brain chemicals are as much effect as cause. They are greatly influenced by emotional experiences. Some experiences deplete the supply of neurotransmitters, other experiences enhance them. In turn, the availability or lack of availability of brain chemicals can promote certain behaviors and emotional responses and inhibit others. Once more, that the relationship between behavior and biology is not a straight. As an example, in ops of monkeys, the dominant, most have found to have less N than the others. Seem to that IOW these achieve status. So while the relative lack of serotonin help to the males it have them. Stress can contributing to symptoms of depression. When we not so much treating the biology of inheritance as the biology of having in the world. Environmental influences also affect dopamine. Animal studies, that social stimulation is necessary for the growth of the endings that release dopamine and for the GFMVTH of receptors that dopamine needs to bind to in order to do its work. In 4-month-old monkeys, major alterations of dopamine and other neurotransmitter systems were seen after only 6 days of separation from their mothers. And these experiments, writes Stephen Dubkusky, Professor of Psychiatry and Medicine at the University of Colorado, loss of an important attachment appears to lead to less of an important neurotransmitter in the brain. Once these circuits stop functioning normally, it becomes more and more difficult to stimulate the mind. A neuroscientific study published in showed that adult rats whose mothers had given them more licking, grooming and other physical emotional contact during infancy had more efficient brain circuitry for reducing anxiety, as well as more receptors on nerve cells for the brain's own natural tranquilizing chemical 6. In other words, early interactions with the mother shaped the adult rat's neurophysiological capacity to PAN2. In another study, newborn animals reared in isolation had dopamine's activity in their prefrontal, not in other areas of the brain, emotional, particularly the chemistry of the prefrontal, the center for selective attention, motivation, and given the relative complexity of the of the infant parent in the infant, the of the development of is stimulated by in the of joy, the ecstatic that the perfectly attuned mother-child interaction. Happy interactions between mother and infant generate motivation by activating cells in the midbrain that thereby inducing in the infant a exhilarated state. Trigger the release of dopamine. Both endorphins and dopamine promote the of connections in the prefrontal cortex. Dopamine from the midbrain also triggers the of cells and blood vessels in the right prefrontal cortex and promotes the GMWTH of dopamine receptors. A relative scarcity of such receptors and blood supply is thought to be one of the major physiological dimensions of the letters may equally well stand for attunement deficit disorder. Part 3 APO11 An utter stranger, and the family IG slowly transformed I the thunder day, as feel the of NA at age 4 months. A dark, intense face with a look that belongs to one much older stares directly the camera. The infant is tense, fearful. Eyes appear to look through the observer to some reality far away. The mother supports the child under the arms. Somewhat stiffly perhaps, her face bent toward sun with an expression of soft, longing absorption. To knmv why this 4-month-old should be world-weary and wary, one needs to glance to the right of his shoulder, where a yellow silk star on the mother's jacket reflects the flash bulb. It is the badge of shame Jews had to wear in countries under Nazi rule. As I've mentioned, I was born in Budapest in January 1944, the first child of Jewish parents. 2.5 months later, Hungary came under German occupation, in the wake of the German army Volkswehr SS Lieutenant Colonel Adolf Eichmann and his Sondereinsatzkommando, charged with the annihilation of Hungarian, the only large population of left in the German SPHEIV of influence, in 3 months, 500,000 human beings. TWG thirds of the Jewish population of Hungary, VCRs deports and killed in the death camps. Nowhere had the now, death machine so many people in so short as Euro Haman to his Israeli captors. 2 later, Operation went a my kepta of those in it the of atypical problems and milestones interspersed with matter-of-fact descriptions of devastation. The realities were on diary, its entries to has been in possession. Strangely perhaps not so strangely I did it until I was 50 old, in neurophysiological terms. My prefrontal cortex would let me. A powerful ennui, a drowsiness would come over me whenever opened the diary, and that was seldom. It must have evoked painful emotions, was not prepared to on the conscious. My mother is NMV 80. 3 years ago, she suffered an injury. As I faced the possibility of death, my thoughts returned to the diary. Asked to read it all to me. Partly I wanted to record it in her own voice for myself and for future generations, but also because her handwriting is nearly illegible, despite the fact that never went to medical. This is my translation of the first entry, written 10 days after my birth, still in my only finally the of the of my G as him his Thursday if, with up, he able of him tickets for his life tly 6 the at 3:00 wakened by the 80 CVRK. He us we 9:30, by at the that I my little I am details of I the joy he me by his birth. My fist which IW that my do will impy to that has of I must e in 1944, is kill the meme that my in and euro aching up our usks of his he hd hair. Blaske chi have in his birth had large like his by he the on January 7, right he him slove quite by the he not trisk with us ll dash yimd he his fig my father was to a few in the a leave of absence he was to spend with his child, a few weeks after my birth. We would not see him again for 14 months. Much of that time, my parents knew nothing of each part of his entry January a few years ago there of more than which they here in central it in chim are most with our Jews ih in we again arc of this preamble. Chief thing along we 30 days 2 days after the German occupation, my mother called the pediatrician. Would you come to see Gabby, she requested. Has been crying almost without stop since yesterday morning. 7 Come. Of course, the doctor replied, but should tell all my Jewish babies are crying, and CV, what did Jewish infants know of Nazis, World War XI, racism, genocide? What they know or rather, absorbed was their parents' anxiety. They drank it in with their mother's milk, heard it in their fathers felt it in the tense arms and bodies that held them close, they inhaled fear, ingested sorrow. VCRs they not loved. No less than children anywhere, if in the photograph the love may be see in my mother's face, fear and worry in mine. Among Eichmann v victims my do Joseph what is the town of in southern on they by to grandfather's fellow physician Joseph Menschel selected them death in the gas photograph is the last one they of their first after were taken wanted to kill she lie on her for on in a state of complete despondency. You saved my life, she told me when she was dictating diary. Only the sight of you next to me, in your crib, gave me reason to go. Were no entries in my mother diary for weeks around this time, except some recipes in my handwriting, feeding formulas for the guidance of a Gentile couple who were to adopt me secretly in case my mother was also deported. My mother refused to part from me until the final possible moment. L will give up my son when they're here to thrmv me into the cattle train, she said. Not 1 second in June, the Hungarian government put an end to the deportations, due to international protests and threats. The Jews of Budapest were spared the death camps, but not the continued terror. On June 21, all Jews were ordered to move into Stard marked with a star in the center of town. Day we will be forced to leave our home. My mother's breast milk dried up. Deportations resumed later in the fall. In December, we sought refuge in a called protected house under the nominal and very tenuous protection of the Swiss embassy. There were 2,000 people in that two-story office building, the Euro conditions unimaginable. Toilets were overflowing, and people had to latrines dug in the Euro art yard. Was no possibility to wash diapers. Everyone was infested with lies, was hardly anything my mother feed on the spur of the moment, to woman who to me into the of had to stay outside the ghetto with his family by employment in a with at think of it says, I have in a state of not have been as was, as if was happening. We were reunited 3 weeks later, when the Red Army Budapest, but my mother remained in complete darkness about the fate of my father, and also about the fate of sister, who had transported to Auschwitz. Along with my grandparents in April, after the last German soldier had left Hungary. My father came in time, so did my aunt. She weighed less than 90 pounds and was wearing the only clothing she could find, a discarded German army uniform. My mother tells me that when I saw her again after our 3 weeks of separation, I resplended as if she were an utter stranger to me. I would not so much as look at her for days. In photographs of me taken later in childhood can be seen both the intensity and the distance from the present, first evident in the picture of my mother and taken in May I sigh for a lay depict young boy with an perhaps perturbed explosion. Unlike my I avoid the of the Akovo his is to avoid scene. Perhaps I the of the OV of the past. It's the same. What OT fantasies of the if not have told the story of infancy too first, know of no illustration of how within her emotional state S-shaped brains, minds, personalities. My little opportunity for mother-infant experiences were hardly possible, given the terrible circumstances, her state of mind having to concentrate her energies on basic. There be no more vivid example of the attunement wrote about in the previous 2 chapters can be with. Despite the deepest feelings of love a mother may have, I do say that only the war prevented my mother and father from being perfect parents. As an adult I have felt resentment toward my parents and have had to do work around my relationship with them concerning issues not directly connected with my first year and a half of life. I have no way of knowing whether I might not have developed attention deficit disorder regardless, without those trying events of 1944. What I do knmv is that I can make sense of my arm traits and consider them in the light of this formative perica in my life. What we are investigating here is how the psychological states of the parents form the brain and mind of the infant. As may be from the example of my own nuclear family, my wife, and 3 children, you don't need a world war and genocide for a mother to be stressed or for a father to be an absent figure, don't need horrors to trigger DECP and neuroanxious anxieties in the palisns, you privation for infants to live their formative period during a time when the parents distract TCD knowingly or unknowingly from the parenting task. Negatives factors can be present in any family, when the ideal, and when the parents end. Nothing but the 12 stories within stories, and the family they who the 8 in serving as fate, as that herd rushing, as a 00t of the depths of time. Varia he or rhe parents referred to me with concerns about their childs could be described in the same terms as Ray and me, conscientious people who look their children and are trying to do their best. Over and over again I saw some mix of stresses and problems that our own, hectic lifestyles, unresolved personal problems, tensions conscious or unconscious. Without realizing it, many of these parents clearly exhibit signs of themselves. With or not, many mothers and especially fathers are not infrequently described as having a short fuse and an unpredictable temper. No matter whom they had consulted, not one of the couples I have seen in my practice had or before been encouraged to look closely at how their emotions, lives and marriages might affect their children. Their idea of stress is neuroial disaster or serious illness or death in the family. Or perhaps a nuclear bomb going off outside their home. It to them is normal human to live at a pass and intense relationships. Nerves stret head taut as piano wire, sensitive children, as all with will be ask the parents, without exception. The history of stress in the when to the parents of adults who assessment. They OT pressures that their children, the adults seeing, have little of, on when the of their child's and years a parent may say, oh, but the divorce come until my was 8 years interpretation that misses something important. It is not divorce that is emotionally most wearying, it is the long-term tensions and emotional heaviness that every divorce. No happily married couple wake up morning and decide to leave each other. Stresses that finally separate a wife and husband wreak subterranean damage for years before they erupt into the open. Almost every divorce is the culmination of months and years of disappointment, acrimony, dejection, and pain. Where there is unremitting emotional or physical abuse, the divorce itself is even a positive step, both for the abused partner and for the children. In the minority of cases where the parents are adamant that what I am saying about stress in their lives simply does not apply, am still usually left with the feeling that there is more beneath the surface than the couple are psychologically ready to realize. People can deeply affected by unconscious anxieties and stresses they have no conscious knowledge of whatsoever. Cleese is often my impression, for example, vhen plus I meet anyone who tells me that they are a happy person or who says that I believe in thinking lucidively. A woman ISSCNTLY came to talk to MG about her daughter, who had already been diagnosed with attention deficit disorder. Mother insisted that the problem began when the child was 4 old. Around this time husband became me severely depressed, and the went through that in the breakup of the after daughter's birth were the happiest of she I told accepted of feeling happy, but that although, proved that there had significant stjesses which their child emotionally insecure and with the pjoxis. Suggested that if have carried within him all his life the seeds of that depression, namely the unconscious effects of some childhood experience, true, she agreed, did have a childhood many ways. I told she would have to be taking of him emotionally all throughout their relationship. Even the birth of daughter. Did, she agreed, found that out in therapy divorce. That would have taken an emotional toll on her, I offered. Even if she wasn't aware of it, and that she was not of her mothering role toward him meant that she, too, must have carried within her the traces of painful childhood experiences some, early in her life. She must have learned to repress her own needs in order to serve the needs of others. Aha, it's also true, she replied, but you can't tell me wasn't happy when I was. We ended the session, agreeing to disagree. NMV as of this writing, 3 WKS after that appointment, she has not yet returned for follow-up. Do not suppose that she will. It was not her memory of happy feelings that I questioned, only her belief that her daughter infancy had been free of major emotional stresses. I had not demanded that she accept my opinion, but not unnaturally, she may feel uncomfortable about continuing with a physician who, in her VV, is making false assumptions. Sometimes a couple will deny the tensions between them and focus on what they believe to be wrong with their child as means of avoiding conflict with other. One father who clearly had an problem to that this may have, and may to affect, his son. Not him, of both denied any to me, but have cut the tension between them with a knife. It is the to show up the interview, though both patents asked to come in. Scene 2 woman quoted as don't to see another. Her voice broke with emotion as related this. As happened between and me, many of the mothers have with full responsibility the family emotional well-being. May pushing themselves beyond the limit of their energies, as they have done for years. Such unequal division of emotional labor is, one of the main reasons why most women than men come depressed. One also many single mothers, separated or divorced, others have remarried and are having problems with a child from the first marriage. Stress, maternal depression, marital discord, separation, and divorce are more common in the families of children with and besides problems with parenting STMSS, self-esteem and depression, writes Russell Barkley. Parents of children are more likely to report a significantly greater number of stress events not associated with parenting. He adds, children is in the of likely have we Thursday and of Alan Tim likely the thm of n. Children of their mu, of it could be argued, of that the child's behavior is what depresses the mothers and fault lines to widen in looking after an Eurohild san be very stressful. But how parents respond to that task depends very on what factors and eoping skills they savvy within themselves. Stresses and the quite often case adults in their midlife ot who not to of oj their despite qualities, intelligence potential. Listen to their find that of have of or may not be of it. Events may be but the emotions that would naturally arise from those events are suppressed. If the emotions are their effects on the present state of mind are not. Stefan is a 30-year-old who at his first visit said, I'm not getting envier except older and grayer. He spoke with a sardonic wit, which I felt was a way of distancing himself from some deeply distressing feelings. Here's a bunch of things I want to do, he stated, but I can't think of them right now. I doily even start anything anymore because I'll never get finished with anything envy. Despite his evidently high intelligence, he had not when completed high school. He had done well in subjects that he could immediately and instinctively grasp. but he wed completely incapable of studying. He was now working in a warehouse. Askigza about his child Kua, Stefan said it had been fine and dandy, I guess. He did say, on being further questioned, that my mother laid dmvn a lot of the law, and occasionally got out the spun. Askigza what that meant, he replied in the same offhand, sardonic fashion that the wo Eurocane was applied liberally to our backsides as a disciplinary measure. He exulted his father being distant absent. Of his parents' relationship Stefan said that his mother married his father. She felt sorry for him, but she felt that he about one of the disappointments of my life, he said, is that she had thsse sons like my father. What if Stefan had not to his of and language as protection? He have that there was little love in his, that his was contact, that his beat him not fine but very, in fact. Understood that his did arise some defect of his as ir was, he everything what he biology. My thermometer is set at blue, that's a high I'm to depression, dissatisfaction, hopelessness. My is, said David. A 37-year-old unemployed man. I'm a motor mouth. He was very critical of himself. He had tested for intelligence, which confirmed his estimate of himself as quite smart. He believed his intelligence have able to prevent him from making careless mistakes, from being so forgetful and disorganized. I'll feel, he said, as if my impulsiveness and hyperactivity run the SHMV, I can't trust myself for decisions. David has a LMV frustration tolerance. Often, he relucted, he made the wrong decision simply to get through a situation. He told of having bought an inappropriate set of tires for his car just cause he was impatient to look the right set. David's parents divorced when he was 4 years old. Following that, he rarely saw his father, while his mother went through many unsatisfactory relationships. Both parents drank. David said they were jaquil under the influence of alcohol, only sometimes moderately angry, nothing really to. When asked what happened when his parents were moderately angry, David recalled being hit hard with an orange-colored belt by his mother, when he was 6 or 7 years old. He did not iss all why his mother did this. But he did remember feeling bewildered and humiliated, he also having once to grab a stick from his father's hand and experiencing total fear, that he as nothing to. Almost all the adults minimize the of the they had expahian_ed. Have pushed out of the end of a child assaulted the people he on and protection, ot they see such life events. One in the asked if their violence in of origin. It that to be whipped by father as of asked what she meant by her original see it, that mention it, she replied, but thought of word thought you meant something much worse. When first mention violence they in the family home, it is not unusual them to do so with a smile. They use dismissive they would employ if they were the same events happening to someone else, particularly to any small child they knmv. I feel they brought their punishments on themselves. Just kid stuff, said a 36-year-old woman whose father used to hit her with a stick. I was not an easy kid, said one man, L warranted discipline. L didn't get what I didn't do so, said another. I asked them whether they would smile or call it just kid stuff if they were to witness a child being subjected to such discipline. IHE answer is always a somber no. Among the recurrent themes blighting the childo Eurocast of adults I have seen with severe cases of our family strife and divorce, adoption, depression essentially in the mother, violence especially from the father, alcoholism, and sexual abuse. A 1994 study found that in a group of sexually abused girls 2% met the criteria attention deficit disorder, compaxed with 4% of the non-abused group. 2 What is the connection? Although the trauma of sexual abuse reinforces traits as tuning out, the association between and abuse goes deeper, it predates the abuse, families in which is likely to families that's psychologically stressful to up in from the moment of birth, so it's not that abuse in childhood but that the atmosphere that present in something in relationships in have negative on development in childhood. It has suggested that, in kids the likely to get even if that's so, the inclination of the patent is by the child's on the with sexual is more likely to arise in Emily is a possibility. Whether expressed or only latent. Atmosphere in will have been disturbed prior to the birth, the parents themselves the psychic of abuse. Only people abused in their youth will go on to abuse their MVN children, and they will do so almost unless they have the facts of their own childhood histories and have taken up the task of healing. Many people said that their families hadn't quite a lot in their child cues, which may very well reflect some tendencies in their parents. Some say they attend EXA schools in different TMVNs almost every year. There was no stability of domicile, school, or friendships. I could describe to you the inside of the principal's office at 6 different high schools, said a woman who told of being punished frequently for not paying attention, being late and other AR-related behaviors. A perhaps non-violent but forbiddingly stern, angry father is often mentioned. We felt like we were walking on eggshells around him is a common phrase. When I read the material on there is very little that doesn't describe me, says Anthony, a 29-year-old salesman. He seems depressed and reports a lack of enthusiasm or sense of deep engagement with aspects of his life, including his relationship with his common law partner. Like many adults with ado, Anthony has very few of childhood OCNTS before the of 8 or 9. Although a number of relatives have told him that he had been psychology jai in the family home, his father, it seems, was of at his expense. My tuan, says Tuma_New York these his is VVF he old. His a yelling with his in which he logi left him in effect his father him and odd him the only I am doing the great guy hole me full like are two possibilities why your memories of childhood are so hazy I say just to people. Either nothing happened worth remembering, or much happened that may hurtful for you to recall. As we shall in a later chapter, human beings can tune out entire periods of their lives that were characterized by emotional pain. Before I was even old enough to go to school, I had to look after my mother whenever she was in a drunken stupor, one young woman recalled. Sin a child cannot possibly up to the task of taking care of a self-destructive adult, one given such responsibility inevitably develops profound sense of inadequacy. 14 to 25% of children have experienced parental alcoholism. Customarily, when if their drinking does not reach levels that may be called alcohol abuse, the parents of children with still consume more alcohol than the parents of their non-peers. The significance is that these patients are probably using alcohol as a relaxant, as self-medication for STSSED, depressed or agitated mind states. Children are far more likely than other children to have parents who have suffered major depression, about percent compared with 6% EHATGOR would be when higher, I early have, were it to include the many people whose depression never reaches a diagnosed clinical state but who live their lives in the grip of low moods and irritability that normal to them, Unratzi and Kath Ellen Johnson have states shadow in their book of the same name. I have often patients who do not know how down their moods had OJ some other of therapy lifts the weight of depression when took an antidepressant was at the it was as if a fog evaporated saw that had only periodic glimpses of a life not by negative feelings. And depression contribute to the child's problems not just of their negative on attunement brain development. Or depressed mothers are to be short-tempered. Angry with their children. Particularly in the also evokes an aggressive from many a young child, quite probably due to the child's rage at what she unconsciously interprets as the emotional withdrawal of the mother. One mother of an child told me that when she had depressed her daughter, then a 2 Adler, became inexplicably aggressive toward playmates or children she did not know. If we are to make sense of all the stressed lives, the depressions, the increased prevalence of alcoholism, the violence some of these adults with attention deficit disorder experienced in their childhood, the recognized or unrecognized of the parents themselves who bring in their children for assessment, we have to go back farther into the family histories. Marilyn, a 27-year-old teacher, has AUI, and both her brothers have been treated for depression. She says, "I always have an underlying feeling of something being wrong. His feeling is accompanied by a physical sense of heaviness, which she feels paralyzes her at times." She finally discovered that she could understand her own childhood only if she recognized the evil circumstances that shaped her mother's life. "My mother lived through a terrible childhood," Molly Jyn said. "She didn't show it to us, but underlying things I picked it is a telling bit of evidence that deserves attention. Then it has parcents of FSWVR contacts with extended, and when such contacts OCC_TU, to be less of in other to be alienated thereof, see their mothers and fathers as often as tend to. They see there the interaction tends not to be less likely to have the comfort and that loving grandparents can give. Something had already gone wrong at least generation these children were in the eye of their parents." Lance Morrow, writer, succinctly expressed the multigenerational nature of suffering in his book Heart, a wrenching and beautiful of his with mortality. Thrust upon him by near fatal heart disease, generations are boxes within boxes. Inside my mother's violence you find another box, which contains my grandfather and violence, and inside that box suspect but do not you would find another box with some such black secret within stories. Recedi ng in time, my children, IKNNV. Suffered because of the distortions in my personality imposed by my first years. Had is not an excuse, only a fiction. They can avoid passing my infant suffering, and their own, onto their children, but they will have to work at understanding themselves and the influences that help to shalks them. The family as an institution has been put under enormous strain by vastly powerful forces in our society and culture. If we want to find the sources of AM, that is where we need to look, a task we will take up in the next chapter. But the family is the most immediate environment to act on. We all part of a multigenerational family system that dogs not begin or end with our parents, when as onside our childhoods, we in many ways insidering the if.vt that grandparents' attitudes and behaviors had on our parents during the latter v formative to understand to the within in which p_e at the point and the resting point, until we have was right. Were sown she was in childhood, was we bequeath to what we in parents, generation also passes much of its own negative on to the next. Quite without wishing to so. We need not be helpless in deciding how the story of families will continue in the future, but first to the themes that have shaped our present. Blame becomes a meaningless concept if one understands family history stretches back through the generations. Of this quickly dispels any disposition to see the parent as villain, wrote John Bowlby, the British psychiatrist who showed the decisive importance of attachment in infancy and childhood. Who should we end up pointing the accusing finger at? At Adam and Eve, or perhaps at some poor anthropoid ancestor digging at the earth, a crudely sharpened stick held between palm and prehensile thumb. 13 This most frenetic of cultures, i.e. v% chale roots of to in manner that mind and human it is take in ma.vrovo navisvs, vphr. Tunton nnclt misox are found in higher proportions of the population in North America than overseas. Even if we accept that it may be overdiagnosed on this side of the Atlantic. In Driven RO doctors Hallmull and Rady speculate that North America may have a different gene to account for the difference, any who at tf of who might any did like Sid ill may willing and risk in a ship that they're whamming away the ways in RNNT do I. His theory is psychologically attractive and may account for some of the prevalence of in the Nov world, but it not anti-isli. With history, overwhelming majority of immigrants. VCRs not adventurers but solid MERS Hans, farmers, and economy Euro hardship, political oppression, or as the Irish potato famine nor this theory apply to brought as slaves, ot to native north by guile and it failed to the incidence of in Britain. A related theory that today's the hunters, fast their feet restless individualistic, in contrast to the who's farming patient, hard-working traditionalists. Beautiful metaphor, Q genetics. It is not always or at least to me how incapacity to keep still. A tendency to be clumsy, and absent-minded, having a sense of direction would combine to make someone great hunter. Greater prevalence of in north is in something more prosaic and more disturbing than genes from adventure some forebears, the gradual destruction of the family by economic and social pressures in the past several decades. This process is more advanced in North America than elsewhere in the industrialist world. We have seen that the individual's brain circuits are decisively influenced by the emotional states of the parents, in the context of the multigenerational family history. Families also live in a social and economic context determined by forces beyond their control. If what happens in families affects society, to a far greater extent society shapes the nature of families, its smallest functioning units. Human brain is a product of society and culture just as it is a product of nature. John B. MVLBY wrote that the behavioral equivalent of a slow size may be beautifully suited to life within one environment and lead only to sterility and death in another. Each species has what calls its environment of adaptedness, the circumstances to which its anatomy, physiology, and psychological capacities best suited to in any other environment. The organism, or not be to do so will, and may exhibit behavior that is at unusual and at worst positively unfavorable to survival. How? Poorly North American way of life. The NSSDS of the be gauged by the high of, say, heart disease, diabetes and obesity on this continent. Situation of the circuits of the prefrontal cortex as the effect of unhealthful as the H. Erickson devoted in his book, to his The Identity Dynamic Country, he wrote, its inhabitants to more extreme contrasts and abrupt changes a generation than is normally the with great nations. Such have only accelerated since Erickson made that observation in effects of rapid social and economic shifts on the parenting environment are well knmv and to need detailing here. The erosion of community, the breakdown of the extended family. The pressures on marriage relationships, the harried lives of nuclear families still intact and the grabbing sense of insecurity even in the midst of relative health have all combined to create an emotional milieu in which calm, attuned parenting is becoming alarmingly difficult. The result in successive generations of children is seen in alienation, drug use, and violence, what Robert Bly has astutely described as the rage of the unparented. Bly notes in the Sibling Society that in 1935 the average working man had 40 hours a week free, including Saturday. By 1990, it was down to 17 hours. The 23 lost hours of free time since 1935 are the very hours in which the father could be a nurturing father, and find some center in himself, and the very hours in which the mother could feel she actually has a husband. These patterns characterize not only the early of parenting, but entire childhoods, family meals. Talks, reading together no longer take place. Bly, what the young need plus stability, plus attention, goods of he food, stories is exactly what the siblings so Euroiety want them. Although society has pressure on women to participate the workforce when very it has little provision the satisfaction of neither the has public support the care of parents come to adequate. Because is in society, daycare is politically recent insights of developmental psychology and direct research indicate that even with all the goodwill in world, it is difficult for a non-relative to meet an individual young child's attunement needs, if other infants or toddlers are vying for that caregiver's attention. Although many daycares are well run and staffed by dedicated, albeit paid workers. Standards are from, for example, the state of demands that no more than squen toddlers can be under the care of any one worker. Regulation prescribing this hopelessly unwieldy ration is reluctantly one of the stringent in the United States. There is no getting away from the fact that 1:1, attuned parenting is the ideal situation for child development in the early years, but this is not a call for women to resume their traditional roles in the home. Denied an opportunity for work and career. Natural agenda would so aim to put the birth mother in the role of primary caregiver during the second 9 months of enlarge the breastfeeding. It does not follow that women have to be restricted to that role or men excluded from it. A physiological inability to breastfeed does not disqualify one from changing diapers or emotionally nurturing an infant, and their end biologically based when it comes to presenting Gons breastfeeding no longer the main of infant's nutrition. If women have more tingly honed instinctuality for mothering, it is not an instinctuality rooted in the biology of their, as many men have proven, mothering the sensitive of the one needs to it, ot when to so. Not in foj equality of the sexes and an sharing of responsibilities. Have noted in the previous chapter that the of is a cause of depression in and an important negative on the developing of the child, as Dinnerstein points out in this female monopoly of early child is of distortions in the psychology of males and in their relationships with each other. Answer to the of the young child for close parental contact is not the ghettoization of women in the home. It is the recognition by society at large that there is no more important task in the world than the nurturing of the young during the earliest years. From the strict financial point of view alone, the benefits to society would be enormous if this were accepted, so costly social dysfunction would be prevented. So many productive and creative forces to unfold. Her would be much less Amy, and much less of other disorders of development as well, if fathers as well as mothers were encouraged to consider the child's interests paramount in the formative years, and were not denied the required social and economic support. Quite the opposite is true NMV. Far from being helped, working women are actively penalized if they wish to extend the time they are at home caring for their children. For men, it is not when considered reasonable to think of interrupting their careers in order to share in that. Society does little to establish expert and compassionate day care for those children during whose early years the parent, for one reason or another cannot avoid the necessity of working outside the home. Poor women, especially in the economically terrorized by the welfare system into entrusting their infants to appallingly situations, and then must daily traveling to laws paying IOBS that allow effects of on by and rat observe, tends to symptoms in of we live in an OGNC identify what they pseudo people living lives in conformity with the society and them but not impaired in their functioning by the attributes of it can 100k like from the outside. But it is not from within. Wit are of that typical of faggle he short quick 1v click it high no for the it the ran track whatever fads cultural manifestations such as television cannot in themselves create, if by that we mean the neurophysiological MI's wiring of self-regulation and attention, and arises in the infant and toddler because of stresses in the family environment. These stresses are by society. But before the child is directly exposed to popular culture. However, as Holmvel and Rady point out, culture can fxda.rn and reinforce it. Current social trends make it more daunting for people with attention deficit disorder to overcome their problems. It makes some driven behaviors seem when desirable and are vardiv 3 decades ago. The television program Sesame Sneer was developed to teach the basics of reading and counting to inner-city children in the eastern United States. These children, mostly of racial minorities living under conditions of deprivation and in families stressed even beyond the general norm, would be CPR Eurosally the ones we would predict to have program of ISDA warm, friendly environment and rapidly alternating vignettes. sket euro.hcs and edu euro ati at naj sound bites of very short duration, purpose not to the brief attention spans of the intended and to hold their incred, which otherwise would quickly wane, in ot not the it in these terms, a to the of then, we have into a culture that attention span. If we're to watch a oj dating the time still people speaking in full sentences, beginning and climpulting a thought. Camera with them in its today, news items are shorter give information. Byte is 10 seconds camera jumps like a rabbit. If our teenagers do not have they would have it were it possible to develop it at their age from watching the dazzling, hyperkinetic music videos in which camera angles are maintained no longer than the blink of an eye. Programmers may no longer have the benign educational goals of Sesame Street, but they seem to take for granted that the entire population's ability to pay attention has become impaired. In his final dispatch, Martin Walker, for 9 years Washington correspondent of the British newspaper The Guardian, referred to U.S. society as this most frenetic of cultures. A well-chosen phrase. One docs not need prophetic louvre to foretell that the first decades of the next millennium will foretell more and than even our present time. Part 4:14 Severed thoughts and flibbertigibbets, distractibility and tuning out. King is mad, how stiffies my canned feeling of my huge, so should my from my griefs. Shakespeare *SC7 on the continuum of normal human traits. As are all other manifestations of AD, it is one of the psychological byproducts of living in a complex society. Few can maintain an absolute mindfulness, an unhindered awareness of the present. Life would hardly be lucible without an ability to shut out a large proportion of the stimuli received by our brains at every moment: sights, sounds, physical sensations, reports about the internal functions of the body. With attention deficit disorder, the question is not we develop capacity to shut out certain aspects of reality, but HMV this normal capacity becomes distorted into a mind dysfunction severe enough to interfere with daily experience of the world. In the language of psychology, mental tuning out is an example of a mind state known. It is employed in clinica psychiatry to syndromes as multiple but I in its general sense, dissociation, including the tuning out of a defensive is of to be. Distract, in the act of close to the of it way of with hurt. Purpose of dissociation is to separate emotional pain we to one the other. We think of dissociation as a psychological anesthetic. What does a human a psychological to free him from awareness of pain? Is not as obvious as it may seem, because pain itself a crucial function in we would not survive without pain. Physical pain warns us of physical danger, such as the heat of a fire or the cutting edge of a blade. Emotional pain warns us that a situation threatens our psychic well-being. Dissociation is a nature-given emergency survival technique. TT is not meant for everyday use but is to employed in the rare circumstance when to feel pain threatens survival more than not to feel pain. Since tuning out can even as it protects. Only under certain dire conditions will nature allow us to use it as defense. First condition is severe distress. One does not have to tune out the hurt of a stubbed eye. Second condition is helplessness. If help is available, it is safer to feel the pain and scream assistance than to tune it out. In her book Betrayal, Jennifer J. Freyd, professor of psychology at the University of Oregon, gives an illuminating analogy. A leg is curve while with an in is woo likely to at all, is mainly up walk she waves while h to on the if a similu while is aiken that she will the leg fain get up try hobble in first the is Thursday by in the of nin is lowing Beverly the of eving in the bs vetly pain mush but only is likely the of pain. A person with tuning out is an automatic activity that the of development in infancy there hurt with helplessness. At 1 OT infant OV young child feels frustration psychological pain. Episodic of a distressing nature not induced dissociation. But chronic distress does the distress of the sensitive infant with for example. Infant has to dissociate chronic emotional pain from consciousness for two. First, it is too whelming for his fragile system. He simply cannot exist in what we might call a state of chronic negative with adrenaline and other stress hormones pumping through his veins all the time. It is physiologically toxic. He has to block it out. Second, if the parent's anxiety is the source of the infant's distress, the infant unconsciously senses that fully expressing his own emotional turmoil will only heighten that anxiety. His distress will then be aggravated, a vicious cycle he can escape by tuning out. I.e. survival value of all psychological defenses is relatively short-lived. Sooner or later dissociation here comes a hindrance. Interferes with life and SLMVS cycle Euro at Cal GMWTH. I.e. tuned out individual has difficulty learning from experience and is hampered in making contact with others. He inner retreat from psychological reality means that he may never learn to cope with emotional setbacks in a creative and positive way. We may compare any psychological defense to a heavy fur coat a man in a cold northern climate puts on to keep from freezing. Wearing the fur coat saves his life. Imagine that he is suddenly transported to the equator. Still on, he would soon tin that the clothing that helped him survive in the north makes him most un Euro OMF01 tab JE or even ill in his new circumstances. Of our traveler is to his coat. Problem with psychological is that they cannot be shed at were without will in the place. Indeed we any at in a such as tuning takes on life of its little ot nothing of a be in the it to happen. It were, setting in apparatus of unless some other special switch is tuned out will be the state that the brain automatically do. Because tuning is deeply entrenched responses. Their later activation requires very little stimulus. A circuit is established, signals will travel along it much more easily than along alternative routes, in a manner analogous to the ease of walking along a path rather than through grass or bush on either side of it, or water hoving in a channel instead of across hat ground. If we want the stream to in we will have to create COHSCS for given their automatic tuning out, children forever find themselves being told to pay demand that completely misunderstands both the nature of the child and the nature of attention. Obvious monetary connotation of pay is that attention is something the child owes the adult, that the child's attention belongs to the adult by right. Phrase takes for granted that being attentive is always a consciously chosen act, subject to one's will. Both of these assumptions are faulty. Nobody is born with attention, like language or locomotion. Being attentive is a skill we acquire. As with all other skills, the conditions necessary for the development of attention have to be present. It is not an isolated attribute of the child's but the product of a relationship between he child her environment. A skill is a chare Christi neither of person nor of context, but of a right. The brain Kurt and Samuel rose to understand what we inattention, we have to the child. The context and the relationship between the two. Can be no expectation of OJ paying attention. Attention is the result of activity with multiple deficit of attention in is not a of some to be set in action by admonishments OJOT simply to be by this OT that product. Level of is a factor in capacity to give attention, as the neuroscientist Joseph explains, memory, and without we fail what's the bad is good even if arc over and anxious and unproductive. Right of activation because of insufficient self-regulation. Children with are often under-aroused or in the first state. They cannot get going on a task, in the second, they cannot focus on it. Arousal locks you into the emotional state you are in. Ledoux points out. This can be very useful, you don't want to get distracted when you are in danger, but can also be an annoyance. Once the fear system is turned on, it's hard to turn it off. This is the nature of anxiety. Arousal reflects such obvious factors as rest or fatigue, but are also deeply affected by the emotional context. Many people with ARNH notice that a strange drowsiness may come over them in the midst of some emotionally charged situations. As, for example, during a conflict with a spouse. All of a sudden, They start yawning and their eyelids heavy. Here partners naturally believe that the DRGV sinks is a sign of boredom and a lack of caring, or the emotionally child may suddenly and genuinely Euromplan off being only to regain energy a few minutes later if the of anxiety, which may be see some homework feels beyond her capacities to do, removed parent may that the is malingering. What is happening is that the prefrontal is a network of the stem. Known the part of the two threatening formation sends to that the two information. In turn, to the and can inhibit its function. In the case of drowsy individual the tired child, the person in emotional drifting off to sleep would permit at least a temporary escape and unconscious connected with tuning out. I have experienced this not only during emotional conflict, but, the may also tried in past years to read the diary my mother kept during my infancy. Another reaction to fear or anxiety can be overarousal, due to the activity of the brain where those emotions generated. Once the amygdala is activated, it magnifies arousal and neurocasts the cells in the cortex with messages of danger. The cortex now becomes hyperfused on the perceived source of the anxiety, initiating a cycle, anxiety more arousal, in the midst of which all other information is cooked out. A person in this state cannot concentrate on much else, as anyone who has you or anxious can verify. An example in the classroom may be a young pupil with AM, in whom the gruff commands of a IX well-meaning but authoritarian teacher trigger anxiety. Child will become over-aroused and will not pay attention, which raises the teacher's ire. His disapproval, in turn, will further lock the child into his anxious state. Marty would do much better if he would only learn to concentrate. The teacher will write in his report card. In another with a teacher whose PURL.only style he finds instead of intimidating, Marty well, he may have but his attention skills not set according to some inflexible gauge. He is a in problem for I and this s.angst is not attention as such, but his regulating his internal it is too by the his system picks up in teacher tone of his one aspect of attention. Other such interest, the emotional priorities contribute. So the body's internal as a highly sensitive child be by sensations. States, levels at either the high-low ends of the normal range. Notoriously powerful negative the ability to concentrate or to remain emotionally all these separate together into the composite mind activity we call attention, although we think of attention as a function of the intellect. Its deepest are in the subsoil of emotion. From the evolutionary point of view, this could not have been otherwise. Imagine a nutritionally challenged saber-toothed tiger charging to motivate us in that situation. We don't need intellect but raw fear. Better to scoot first and ask questions later. Emotion divorced from thought is hazardous, but human life is equally impossible when thought rules without emotion. Emotionless Vulcan space traveler in Star Trek, Mr. SPCWK, may be the television ideal of rationality, but as a human being he couldn't think his way out of a PFT. What is true for humankind as a species is also true for the individual human. In infancy, emotional precedes intellectual grmvth because the brain centers that produce emotion and motivation mature before those that serve thinking and logic. Emotion bessere intellect, right brain before left brain. Attention first develops as an activity of the emotion processing parts of the brain. Emotions remain the basis of attention, after the intel T to dominate thought, newborn FO us his attention then his vision. In fact, there is a between the and attentional systems, the development of the I-emotional relationship with the adult. As we have seen, the in the COJX that tracks the object that adult also helps to select what in the attention. Direct interest of the interest in the and helps to his attention. Ecstatic IOE exchanged between them during mutual interactions motivates the infant to the environment. First stage in the building of the architecture of the mind is what Stanley Greenspan calls making sense of sensations, within a baby a world of FNM within and an early life, a child the of that unbidden her FIMU over her she remain while events herself ne infant okina on the her bun skill of attention that begins during the initial stages of brain GMWTH and mental development. Goes through several important phases. But the central buttress of them all is the secure attachment/attunement relationship with the primary caregiver. Without that, the infant will not foals. Without it, the child will be hesitant or unregulated about HMV. He explores the environment. Happy interactions between caregiver and infant generate motivation and arousal by triggering the release of the reward brain neurochemicals, endorphins and dopamine. In a positive interaction with mother lasting only TSNS ons. And toddler energized, his attention transformed into attention, 6 attention and emotional severity intertwined throughout childhood. What looks like a of may be ca with to the child but to the child's of to give a is said to be disruptive. Seem to have in interacting with their then in the teacher have them stud which simply that they obsessed with trying to get relationship needs met. If they tend not to this very successfully, they it all the more desperately. Brain's attentional system cannot switch into schoolwork when it is by anxieties about the child's emotional connection with the world. For people deeply hurt, the internal world may offer more meaning than the one. A woman in 30s whose was never noticed because she was not hyperactive, only a daydreamer, told me that she spent entire school days staring out the window, lost in fanciful adventures with imaginary friends. From the outside, one might have described her as distracted. The Latin root of is draw her away from the inside was her hidden most emotional longing. Her brain unconsciously assigned greater value to a self-created internal universe than to anything or anyone in the classroom. The nagging hunger for emotional contact explains the observed paradox that many children with Allen are capable of focused work in the presence of an adult who is keeping them company and paying attention to them. This is no paradox at all, if we see the opposing roles of anxiety and attachment in influencing attention. Attachment promotes attention, anxiety undermines it. When the child is not concerned with seeking emotional contact, his prefrontal cortex is freed to allocate attention to thetask at hand, illustrating that what we attention deficit disorder is not an unalterable physiological state. Its physiological state, yes, but not an unalterable, warmth and satisfaction of positive contact with the adult is often as a in the Euro-HJTV prefrontal with security less anxiety-focused attention. That constant in situations is the attachment. Dating back to the first of life. This need is begin to distractedness due to emotional thought storms in the mind blight memory. Anyone with experienced, times a day, going into running up or only to sta there what she see me to 100k in the first place, or of returning with something quite useless that she had absent-mindedly picked up. IHE key phrase here is the notoriously poor short term is in large part due to the tuned out, semi-dissociated, internally preoccupied state of an Ulley's kind of amnesia. Attention is to form memories, writes the psychologist Daniel Shatter, and when our attentional resources are consumed by internal thoughts and feelings, there are few left over for dealing with the world outside. 7. I once asked a 43-year-old writer to describe herself as a child. Pepperpot, flibbertigibbet and high-strung, she shot back. I'll quade that account, with its spirited, hyper-energetic, all-you're-the-place scatter-mindedness. For the record, though, I did ask her what exactly she meant. Unpredictably explosive. Intense. Unfocused and always trying to engage other children in chatter, she explained. See. You were focused, I countered. Bulletin were focused on what was important to your relationships in the world. But nobody 15 the pendulum swings. Hyperactivity, lethargy, and shame not if have noticed that moment there is of nervous me alert, and there is fear alone. FM walk alone, being by AA the feet of the with mind ve always high, feeling like getting up and doing something else, says Andrew, an 18-year-old with attention deficit disorder. Many a time he obeys that feeling without a thought, leaving in the middle of a conversation, while the other person is slow socking. Other times he talks so much that his friends can stand being with him for only an hour or so. He is always on the go but seldom active. Hyperactivity is eselecranced in a number of ways. The person with feels discomfort at having to keep still for even short periods of time. There may be al inability to refrain from movements for more than few always, one is in a mental whirlwind. A man, a geologist, it news real thinking, by whi he meant the RPID shifting of his thoughts from to another. He had originally trained as engineer but not abide the of and he switched to geology the to be outdoors, on the another sign of the that frustrates other people. It is to be with an who seems to always look out something. Hyperactivity, like other traits associated with an, is a stage in the maturation of a child. In attention deficit disorder, stages become states, the individual's psychological development remains static. Behaviors and emotional patterns at a level characteristic of the toddler. Hyperactivity and its counterpart, the lethargy of many children adults with both of states first experienced during from about the end of the 9 months of gestation to about the age of 18 months. Each represent the activity of the autonomic nervous system, which, in N, is poorly controlled. TT is helpful to 100K closer at HMV that works. The nervous system, with the brain and spinal cord at its center, has two major parts. IHE moves the muscles of the trunk, limbs, and head, in deliberate actions such as speech or changes of position. IHE, ANS, is autonomous from, independent of, our conscious will, as its name implies. It controls what are called the smooth muscles, which line the walls of organs such as the gut, blood vessels, glands and invase in the lungs. It governs body states such as the release of hormones, blood how to internal organs and to the skin and the contraction of the muscles in the intestines. Autonomic nerves also set the baseline tension level of voluntary muscles, as well as skin temperature and the relaxation of hair follicles. In general, they provide for a stable internal chemi-neural and physiological body environment. Body's physiology stacks dirtly influenced by emotions, the part of that emotions of the child by autonomic signals, triggered by unconscious fears and tensions. Gut express the effect of on the ANS that stood tight in why things sick to the stomach. OT give pain in the has two opposing divisions, the which energy, and the which conserves energy. When we are in a sympathetically state, muscles tense, rate increases. Blood to limbs is through our bodies. Firing of sympathetic creates a climate of high arousal, important in survival because it enables us to quickly in either escape or self-defense. IBIS is the well KNMVNFVHT or height in daily wheat as the state associated with excitem. There are also times when the BI needs to down, and times when being absolutely still is a matter of life and death. If height or fight are impossible, not being no DD may be our ticket to survival. When parasympathetic nerves dominate, the body slumps, the head hangs DMVN, the arms go limp, the eyes are averted, the facial muscles go slack. As the smooth muscle fibers encircling the arterioles in the face lose their tone, these small blood vessels dilate and the facial skin is suffused with blood. We blush. LMV arousal state is experienced in the common feeling of shame. In a chronic form, it is a characteristic of depression. Hyperactivity is unregulated high arousal, appropriate in the young toddler. Toward the end of the first 9 months of life the infant begins an enthusiastic exploration of her universe, no longer having to rely on adults for mobility. She tirelessly examines every nook and cranny of her surroundings. Every OBT. She tests, tastes, plays and desires, learning the purpose and of many things. During this phase of prolonged excitement, established that the cortex to inhibit the sympathetic system if the present stress. These circuits do not properly, hyperactivity meant to last only a few that the child stuck in is to hyperactivity. Throughout life, it continues to be human response during times of high anxiety. We're told that in the next week, at some unpredictable moment, some unnamed would strike you one close to and that you were helpless to do anything to it. Your response would quite probably resemble the habitual and physical behaviors of the hyperactive child or adult would have difficulty focusing thoughts, and mind might feel like a squirrel on a treadmill, racing but not going anywhere. Sitting still would a cliched image of helpless anxiety in an adult is the heather pacing nervously outside the delivery where his wife is giving birth. I believe hyperactivity in is fed by a current of permanent, subterranean anxiety. Derek is 42 old. He has always had an inability to complete tasks and to continue with any particular activity for any length of time. His problems were evident right from elementary school. Despite his high intelligence, he has a very poor school record, failing or having to drop out of classes and chronically underachieving. On the odd occasion that he was in a situation congenial to his type of personality, he was capable of doing very well. In grade S he excelled, making the honor roll. In grade C, his patterns Ivy cured. Derek is restless, constantly on the go and has had many traffic violations. 1b as if I'm always trying to cat something that they're said at initial interview trying to eat something that isn't there is a neural memory of the way, as an anxious infant, his looking for comfort, and with his parents had when he was of after that. He saw he has felt quite in the mithy of with attention deficit sweep ac_vos faces meet as if of their volition, seeking eyes. Looking signs of strangers will suddenly catch me staring at them intently. Automatic scanning happens. I am engaged in conversation with someone, perhaps creating the impression that I am not interested in the interaction with that particular individual, know it for what it is, the activation of the circuitry created when my mother's withdrawn or depressed features constantly, seeking contact, and even more. When I sought her very presence during the period of our separation, the end of my first year of life. It's an expression of anxiety. A triggered memory of it. Vancouver psychologist Gordon Neufeld calls anxiety an attachment alarm. Its role in the survival of the human infant and child is to signal when our attachment relationships, which we are absolutely dependent on, are threatened. It is useful, unless it becomes a chronic state. Just as inattention diminishes in the presence of a warmly supportive adult, so does the hyperactivity. Son W. Children are very clear about this. An 8-year-old patient of mine insisted that one of his parents accompany him to the bathroom every evening when he brushed his teeth. I get hyper when you're not with me, he told his father. If hyperactivity expresses anxiety, lethargy, and underarousal express shame, like anxiety, is an attachment emotion. Whence versameion significant to us, whenever enough else or valuing matters, the possibility for generating shame emerges, writes the psychohologist Gershon Kaufman. Origin of shame is the feeling of having from the palismt, of having lost the if only it cannot be helped, it part of hyperactive a few months after they end. A of is the of limits, of boundaries. Of these physical, such as the street, some like the pain another being might feel having his hair child does not learn boundaries is in limits not to be the of this is the attachment relationship. We do not find out about the of acceptable by reading a manual of even by being told. i.e. setting of limits has to begin before we why those limits must be respected, we find out by the reactions of our parents. The most important of which are nonverbal. The word no by itself would mean nothing to the toddler unless it was said in a stern voice and with a disapproving along with other evidence of disapproval, such as shaking the head. Throughout life, the nonverbal messages we read the lines of verbal communication far more than the words themselves define our relationships with others, either inviting us in or keeping us out. Even the most benign parenting, writes Alan Score, the seminal psychological researcher and therapist, involves some use of mild shaming procedures to enhance behavior. 3 At the beginning of the stage of mobile restless exploration, pertent of maternal Xavier consists of affection, play and caregiving, with only 5% involved in prohibiting the junior toddler from ongoing activity, according to one study. In the following months, there is a radical shift. The aroused toddler's curiosity and impulsiveness lead him into many situations where the parent must express disapproval. Between the ages of 11 and 16 months, the toddler prohibition cry 9 minutes, and responds to the words. Tone and body of disapproval, the toddler goes into the state. Activity to inactivity, expending to a state. Achieves exactly what nature intends stopping a activity, at the phase of circuits will so that the COJX can inhibit the other part of the Nejvali's system, its parasympathetic division. As the environment has to write for the pathways of inhibition to mature. Shame becomes excessive if the parents of disapproval is overly or if the parent not moved to re-establish warm emotional contact with the child. Kaufman calls restoring the interpersonal bridge. Chronic stress experienced by the parent has the effect of breaking that bridge. Small child dares not have large store of insight for interpreting the macuas and facial expressions, they either invite contact or it, when the parent is distracted or withdrawn. The older infant or toddler experiences shame. Shame postures are observed in infants in response to nothing more than the parent breaking eye contact. The demeanor of the infants of depressed mothers is one of inactivity and the averted gaze. Past the toddler phase, there will be many times the child's behavior may trigger an angry response from the parent, the AM child more than the average. Some parents are able to express anger without making the child feel cut off emotionally. They convey disapproval without rejection. Other parents, especially THCVSE with self-regulation problems of their own, may react with open or choked rage, punishing coldness, or dejected withdrawal that signals defeat and disappointment. These the anger roponskas mikoldrin from me. Each time this happens, shame is evoked in the child, as the pallies usually believes and makes the child believe that what Viroj, the parent's, reaction is. The child is responsible for it. Deep feelings of with attention deficit, the fact that the gets things on the face of it, this sense. Adult OT child with attention frequently people OV promise OT be late given his inattentiveness a difficulties he treads both sense s of that he carries memories of having at many tasks, of being criticized so he many shortcomings. Such events, can only reinforce shame of provoke it they it. Its origins have nothing to do with failures or hurting like its opposite number, hyperactivity. Shame began as a normal physiological state that regulation by the cortex. It becomes wound tightly into the self-identity of the individual. John Ratey has aptly observed that I'm sorry is the most common phrase in the vocabulary of attention deficit disorder. What strikes me immediately when I meet NOVN patients is HMV often they eludigize. Tie eludigize * can I ask them to speak louder, when they cannot easily answer a question, when I interrupt their HMV of sluek to ask for more information, when tell them that we will wind up the session in a 5 minutes as time is running out. People ask forgiveness for being in my off-comma in the first place. Ilu ir01 words may be an apology. I am sorry to be taking up your time. I am sure there are many Ixable waiting to you who need help a lot more than I do. Of course, they also apologize if they think they have too serious a problem. I'm sorry, IKNMV, it's difficult to help me, couldn't have imagined you would be dealing with such a basket ease. These expressions of remorse, VHCIS, no offense, was commits. Communicate a desp sense of shame. If the words did not betray shame, it still be see in the averted in Amy, hyperdotativity and low arousal state have enter a neuro head. In a pranasi to the individual's age to in the immediate PIO Euro NT, too easily, they tend to go out of is not to either of the system. Physiologically, the OV adult with and between over the top, purposeless excitement and a vegetative state in which the emotion is tend to get stuck at OJ, the other of these opposite poles. Two states may present at the same time, resulting in agitated, like so much about attention deficit disorder, hyperactivity, lethargy, shame are closely connected with the neurological memories of the distant. Stressed of distracted will be a sense of discomfort as the mind becomes aware of itself, because such awareness immediately triggers responses equate with the infant's distress at feeling emotionally alone. IHE mind then lapses into helpless lethargy, or races away, looking for something to attach to, some idea, some fantasy, some memory, conversation, music, readings, anything. When it cannot do so, there is intense unease or the aversion to one's own mind, which we call boredom. A requirement of healing, becoming whole, is circuitry in the brain that can carry different messages and a different, non-helpless image of the self. There is strong evidence that such circuits can develop at any time in life, as can neural pathways to help the cortex to do its job of inhibition and regulation. Part 5:16 It over its over unconditional positive regard we the of that do with of environment. It is that the brain is far from ci.eves asx if one grmv out of attention deficit disorder. A question for healing is a matter of, and the answer is yes. It is not curing that children nixie, they need to be helped to grow. What is required is not a change in parenting techniques but a change in parenting attitudes, based on a deeper understanding of the child. IHE adult with attention deficit disorder needs also to gain a deeper understanding of herself, to undertake the task we will later describe as self-parenting. The outlook is positive for the healing in attention deficit disorder. This kind of optimism is typified by Yogi Berra remark, much beloved by sportscasters, it rner till its invader. Is this more true than in the life history of the human brain and the human personality? We have that experience has great influence on the EIR euroatry of the brain, and also that beto or by the environment. If the wiry and chemistry of the brain not rigidly set by H Urals deity, they unalterably fixed in early Eurohildhood. Challenge of healing in is to looking at in infancy. What development? What the with beings have opened up of possibilities. To the capacity to enrichment into age, writes Diamond, a noted researcher at the of California's of Anatomy Physiology in her laboratory, ranging from newborns to elderly were kept in varying degrees of social isolation, stimulation, and environmental nutritional enrichment. Autopsies shmved that the layers of the cortex in the brains of the environmentally favored rats thicken, their cells larger, their branching elaborate, their blood supply richer. Enriched rats past midlife could still grmv connecting branches almost twice as long as their standard cousins, after only 30 days of differential treatment. Dr. Diamond reports these results in her book in Rickberg Heredity, The Impact of RHE of the Brain. Perhaps the single most valuable piece of information learned from all our studies, she writes, is that structural differences can be detected in the cerebral cortices of animals exposed at any age to different levels of stimulation in the environment at any age studied. We have shown anatomical effects due to enrichment or impoverishment. Most encouraging was Dr. Diamond's finding that even the brains of animals deprived before birth, or deliberately damaged in infancy, able to compensate by structural changes in Ropansk to enriched living conditions. Ahoy! She writes, we must not give up on people who begin life under unfavorable conditions. Environmental enrichment has the potential to enhance their brain development too. On the or of the into, we expect even the adult to be by the not has been known to be almost any other OTRT of the atrophy, but in strength if supply to the heart is improved by exercise and healthy diet, capacity increases with training. People who physically intellectually active much less decline in their mental functioning than their passive contemporaries. In life, the responsiveness of brain to changing conditions is so great that infants who damage to side of their brain about the time of birth, if they an hemisphere, may compensate for the deficit. 2 ihe other half develops that these children grow up to have nearly symmetrical facial movements and only a mild or mquarate limp. With age, plasticity declines. But it is new or completely lost. Neurological adaptability even in adultho Euroca may be seen in the recovery many people make from a stroke. In a cerebrovascular accident, or stroke, brain tissue is destroyed, usually because of bleeding. Although nerve cells that have died will not come back to life, often the patient will, in weeks or months, be able to use again a limb that is paralyzed by the stroke. Circuits have taken nerve connections have been made. Under normal conditions GRUVTH may be a characteristic of the brain throughout life, writes the physician and neuroscientist Francine Benes. 3. One-way neurological circuits change is by the strengthening weakening of synapses, the connections between nerve cells. Since different experiences synapti strengths to vary within and many neural systems. Experience shapes the design of circuits, observes the neurologist and neuroscientist Antonio Damasio. As a J-ult, the design of italics strength of synapses is the of their OJOT, the of situation to the next. OT by other circuits that interfere with functions OT assist them. We see this in attention deficit disorder when the same child is able to attend to a subject in type of environment but is to concentrate the same topic in another. Situationality of reflects the input of emotions, which play a powerful in attention. As we in the cortex not exercise firm enough over the arousal and emotion generating in the lumbar brain areas. Points out that important between the cortex and these emotional to mature as late as the sixth suggests that human behavior may involve, at least in part, a progressive integration of cognition with emotion. Integration of cognition with emotion, the melding of what we know with what we feel, is the very integration the healing process in AM requires. Tack of it underlies the fragmentation of the mind. As a child psychiatrist, Stanley Greenspan has had a special interest in the treatment of autism, a form of neurophysiological and psychological distinction far more disabling than attention deficit disorder. Dr. Greenspan reports that some children with autism have been helped to become intelligent and emotionally healthy, with cognitive, emotional and social skills in the normal or even superior range. He asks a pertinent question: if large numbers of children who showed such core physiology URL symptoms that they diagnosed as autistic or RCT could be brought into interaction patterns that allowed them enormous growth, what of lesser challenges? We should view this question as a to for parents, Eurotours, and psychologists with attention deficit, and for adults who themselves with the of traits. It is no challenge to promote the and development of a OTN with, but it is impossible, we shall see. To the healing process untrustworthiness of it is a false belief that the child is an egotistical to be tamed. Infants through phase of narcissism, when they have sense of any experience or point of view other than their own, see the world only in of their own needs. This is a natural stage, a part of development, reflecting only the wants of the helpless young human being. It is a phase we out TMV, of become stuck in, depending child will attain maturity, compassion, and the capacity for focused effort if the conditions for development are prerequisited. Many times, dealing with an N child seems utterly impossible. The understandable desire of parents is for advice. What do I do in this situation? HMV, do I handle that? Important as such questions are, they are secondary. The answers to them depend on HMV. One interprets the child's behaviors and on what the long-term objectives are. What we want to promote is not a mere change of behavior but a transformation of inner experience leading to the development of self-regulation. Every child with has been wounded by a disruption in the relationship between the caregiver and the sensitive infant. All the behaviors and mental patterns of attention deficit disorder are external signs of the wound, or inefficient defenses against healing the pain of it. If development is to take place, energy has to be liberated for grgwth thought no. V is consumed in the self from further hurt. Key factor is something the ATA Euro HMCNT relationship science TSLLS us that not in rodents the link between emotions and mental organization ignored. In Berkeley Laboratory, DRI the problem solving of bats treated with the of connections in their cortex. It is to stimulate the of the that initiates diamond mites. Satisfying is essential at any in human brains, the circuitry of and emotion connected, which is why relationships lead directly to difficulties in brain processing, not the only of thinking, but they are by far the commonest cause. Restoring relationships on a healthy basis promotes mental organization. New ways of processing emotions, neural circuits. And the wiring of new circuits requires new experiences in a favorable emotional milieu. IHE relationship with the parents is the earth, the rain, the sun, and the shade in which the child's mental development must blossom. First and foremost, it is in the context of the family that children will have transforming experiences that nourish GMWTH. In his book on Becoming Person, Carl Rogers described a warm, caring attitude, for which he adopted the phrase positive because, he said, it has no conditions of worth attached to it. This is a caring, wrote Rogers, which is not possessive, which demands no personal gratification. It is an atmosphere which simply demonstrates I care, not I care for you if you or have thus and so. So the first thing is to create some space in the child's heart of hearts for the certainty that she is precisely the person the parents want and love. She does not have to do anything, or be any different, to earn that love and fausti. She don't nothing. The love cannot be won and cannot be lost. It is not conditional, it is completely independent of the behavior. It is just them of which side the ahild acting from, good or bad, child be ornery, unpleasant, whiny, and plain rude. And parent lets feel ways have to be to let the child that without the child feel not accepted. She has to be able to lease to the parent without that it threaten the that is possible, absolute security is established. We can expect growth to patents need to keep asking themselves goal think is more important, a desired short-term long-term development. It's nice that question not have to be but often the two are even choosing means. That moment at least. Giving up on the other. If the child is to be freed to go through the necessary developmental stages, the attachment relationship with the parent has to made paramount. Our immediate objective of getting the child to obey or to perform this or that task may need to be sacrificed. On the other tactics needed to achieve short-term behavior goals may have to involve the weakening of the attachment. Especially in the beginning, the parent will be confronting those options regularly. IHE unfortunate timeout technique of disciplining is an archetypical example of how opting for the short-term goal can harm attachment and therefore be ruinous to the long-term objective. In timeout the small child is sent to his room or otherwise banished from contact with the parent for varying periods of time, and is supposed thereby to learn the difference between and bad behavior. Ihat is not what they learn. Time out requires raising as a threat, the worst nightmare a young child can have, being cut off from the parent. Whatever the parent intends. The message by the child is not to ms I do, it's especially with a young child anxious about his attachment with the parent. Thus to, however, is to the child's anxiety deep down, the as will diminish the to develop self-regulation. 2. The that eventually, when he so dependent on the parent in adolescence, child will detach the relationship. Justifiable. This method is to help a who out of control to collect himself, pursuing further interaction with the child. In this case, the child is not being or threatened, a daily illustration of the between the short-term long-term objectives with the child who is slmv as a sloth getting up and ready in the morning. IHE parent dutifully wakes her at 7:30, giving her a generous it's time to leave for school. After several reminders, the child finally moves out of and, with a lot of cajoling from the parent, dresses for breakfast. She eats slmvly, playing with her food. In the bathroom to wash hands and face, she becomes distracted by the nail clippers. She appears 10 minutes later, nails haphazardly trimmed, hair unbrushed and jam around her mouth from breakfast. Her slurs are not on. She has to search for her school bag, misplaced the previous night. The school bell will ring in less than a quarter of an hour. The parent NSE of urgency and anger are by now rising exponentially. IHE more insistent his tone, the less cooperative the child. He finally yells at her to get ready or else. The child's face darkens, she hurriedly pulls her shoes on and they silently leave the house. During the drive to school the atmosphere is funereal. When he bends TC vaxed her to kiss her goodbye before she leaves the car, she pulls away. Tomorrow some version of this will be acted out again. Parent has, just barely, the short-term goal of getting the child to school on time. But at what? At the cost of another disruption of his daughter's safety in the relationship. Child is not capable of understanding what outburst, at least not at that moment. She has POV self-insight to with. Owing to age as to the developmental that prevents being to view the person's perspective. The in the face atone support to hostility, she in them a threat OJ and she is by OT to what behavior on her part contributed to the tense situation. Secure attachment has been undermined. So, that has the term goal of development. As a parent, have found myself in this situation many times. Have felt the frustrated helplessness of being caught between the urgency to meet some deadline on the one hand and the recalcitrant immobility of a son or daughter on the other. Temptation is to scream, to take matters physically in hand without regard to the feelings and emotional reactions thus stirred up in the child. I have gone so far as to threaten to drag my child to school in pajamas. Or semi-dressed and barefoot. If necessary. One can get a child to school on time by such threats and desecration tactics on time, but frightened, angry and humiliated. Again, at what cost? Let's replay that scene with a slightly different emphasis. The parent decides that being at school on time is not a question of life or death. Are natural consequences for a child who is chronically late. So it's not a lesson he has to HOTM to her this very morning. Without that sense of urgency, the father no longer sees the situation as a power struggle to be won at all costs. Not allowing his frustration to get in the way, the parent maintain his empathy with the child. From this change of attitude a change of technique automatically follows. He firmly but gently reminds about the passing of time but does not allow himself to hooked and tilled with angst. It is. After all, the problem, he has let of the short-term goal, so is nothing to get angry about, his frustration not his loving he a higher attachment than his a child about a in the relationship with parent can of such as being on time she feels ae underscore sept with false underscore attachment is and has development. Eventually, the question of punctuality will resolve itself. World will teach her the if she is helped to open to learning. What they are teaching the child is that her well-being and security more important to them than behavioral that conflicts between people do not to in emotional estrangement. Also demonstrate their basic faith that the child is okay and has the capacity to deal with her problems. Nor do they need to fear that they facing years of agonizing tardiness a few weeks, perhaps longer, but once the attachment relationship DCUS become consistently fixed as the fundamental value. Parents will be amazed and gratified HMV rapidly their child responds with Kolk's rate of behavior. Even more surprising to them will be that their rigid rules and their expectations become less important as they learn to place their emotional bonds with their child aliawi everything else. It may be, of course, that a parent cannot avoid pressuring the child because his own work schedule simply does not allow for any lateness. In that he should his stake and at least make some emotional room for the child's reactions. It is often not our children's behavior but our inability to tolerate their negative responses that creates the greatest difficulties. We ourselves made to SGT to work on time booties no earthly why our anxious and sensitive Eurohild should take on that priority s Eurohul, in Fos T, may a separation from the Palisant that the Eurohijjd does not at all vain if Palisants learn to anticipate the impulsive expressions of negative emotion and not threatened by them. The cycle of can be parent but loving and in it not a he does not need to gain a ovo the but ovo anxiety and lack of wkning the child they sut they in the a with dult die in his the typical of disorganization. Attention span, easy distractibility, his moods fluctuate. He can work himself into a rage or a sulk from one moment to the next. Don't know what sets him off sometimes, his mother said. Tell him to stop, he just his ears with his hands. He won't listen father said that bedtimes were impossible. School mornings a nightmare, supper time a zoo. In his fits of anger, Brian could exclaim sharply insulting Tvard his parents, to the point of obscenity. At such they could barely recognize in him the lively and engaging child they can envy him to be. My advice to Brian's mother and father was that they not bring their son in for assessment just yet, but instead put the emphasis on the dynamics of their interaction with him. The kind of hostility Brian was exhibiting has one source, an unconscious sense of being cut off from the parents, of having Exon abandoned. He experienced his parents' frustrated criticisms and attempts at discipline as rejection. I felt that to deal with his behaviors as the problem would only evoke resistance in him and that, in any case, the behaviors were only an acting out of deep emotions of pain and insecurity. Brian's parents to a highly skilled developmental urologist for before they embark on any effort to help their son with his they needed to their relationship with him on a much safe, supportive and ground. To do that, this mother and father would have to understand in development stood into them, at the level of an anxiety-ridden we meet in 3 on their visit, the parents reported in the Brian's had stopped. When they did come, were then did not last long. Was significantly less resistance to getting ready to go to school in the mornings and much less of a to-do at bedtimes. Brian's attention problems continued. He still trouble being he was far more motivated resilient. However, did not nearly so easily. He was also less resistant to help from his parents and able to acknowledge that he was having some difficulties, that he wasn't being criticized because everyone was against him. I suggested that medications might be beneficial. Heather was in favor of trying them. But the mother was not. She preferred to continue to build the relationship and Brian's self-esteem, and to see HCW. Things went over the next half year. His couple was helped by their son's sensitivity, the same characteristic that in the past gave rise to so many difficulties. Children with may be highly susceptible to the negative aspects of their environment, but the other side of the coin is that they are equally responsive to positive changes. The very sensitivity that makes them vulnerable is also an asset that gives them tremendous potential, for just as this boy was highly reactive to his parents' anxiety-driven behaviors toward him, he was able to thrive as he felt greater security in his relationship with them. By nature a warm and affectionate child, as most children with N are, he soaked up the waxmth his parsons ncy.v asterisk no vacinely able to give him. Mother and father surprised and delight by how QUI after only a few months of changing their approach, their son began to achieve important milestones of emotional growth, whether ot not I in case s tell the that what they themselves to them in the June. With autistic children, Stanley, this it is the everything we try to the child, techniques. Other strategies if the attachment relationship is maintained. Otherwise, they rest on principles help to restore solidify the parent-child attachment. Of patterns in a child begins with them, have successfully employed by of parents have worked with, and can attest to their efficacy as well. Value is not restricted to the child, they are the fundamentals of working with any child, and particularly with any troubled child, or not. The long-term project of promoting healthy development in a child with attention deficit disorder comes next to hopeless without a consistent attempt to apply these principles. Takes the parents enthusiastically and genuinely invite the child into relationship. They do not issue declarations of lieu, they demonstrate day by day that they want the child's company. They think of things to do together, or they out with the child, with an attitude of active attention. When they are with the child, they are fully Thor, not just being dutiful, putting in time. They have active energy that radiates toward the child, make they have space in their lives for the Eurohild. Being wanted and enjoyed is the greatest gift. It is the basis of self-osptan, without harbor about themselves. It is essential to such a child that his is appreciated. Put out this message, but if she not the buy of time the at best possible, the does the inviting. A highly child can of time attention, the parent may long for respite, not more engagement. Is that attention given at the request of the child is never satisfactory, it leaves an uncertainty that the parent is only responding to demands, not voluntarily giving of himself, or herself, to the child. Demands only escalate. Without the emotional them ever being filled, is to seize invite contact exactly when the is it. Or, if responding to the request, the parent can take the initiative, expressing more interest and enthusiasm than the child herself anticipates. Oh, that's a great idea. I was wondering HMV we could spend time together. I'm so glad you thought of it. This will take the child by surprise and make her ill that she is the one receiving the invitation. Ukvo the child, as one would woo anyone with whom one wanted a relationship. Does shame, as we have seen, is the physiological emotional state resulting from the sense of being isolated, off. I.e. child mired in shame, she will express it in many ways. Maybe self-abusive statements as I'm stupid may also be see their opposite, a complete denial of the child's v.vn negative contributions to her interactions with others. So is mean, she is always starting tights when someone's shame he defend by the slightest suggestion of doing his part. Is with the OT the self-protective attitude of the child. Not in the left hemisphere of the it not be by left one not feeding it, by not to the child feel isolated OT deficient. Criticism the parent is devastating to a sensitive child with as patents, we sometimes do not hear the critical tone in words. Child, on other only the tone, not the words. Emotion processing centers on right side of the brain interpret the tone as rejection and invalidation. If the parent wants to help the child impair a skill or an attitude, it's best to do it warmly, respecting the child's vulnerability. It should not be attempted if the relationship happens to be on shaky ground. When in doubt, it is best to bite the parental tongue rather than to utter a critical comment. At all times, the child NSE that the parent's acceptance of him does not depend on HMV well he does something. It is not threatened by poor performance. It is usual as a child develops a stronger self-concept, she becomes more and more open to help or collection in areas of difficulty. Acknowledging that she may have shortcomings is no longer so scary if she feels that these do not threaten her relationship with the parent. 3. Does overpraise child? Too much praise can be seen almost as harmful as too much opposite, but the underlying message is the same. The parent puts high not on who the child is, but on what is. Why many know how they attention with nature's agenda is when parents foster what the developmental Gordon that external we want to a child's self-esteem, how pretty they, how smart they, how good they and how well they in, he says, is a truer type of self-esteem we can provide children than something that just follows cultural trends and approximates cultural. We should avoid making believe that these things are how we feel about them. Parent warmly when the child does something well or a milestone, but makes his comments about deed rather than about the child, about the effort rather than about the result. And he refers to the child's emotions. You really weren't hard on that. Good for you. You stuck with it when though it was difficult. The child feels about what he does is far more important than what the parent thinks about it. A positive evaluation by the parent is still an evaluation. A judgment. It leaves a question, HMV would they feel about me if they could not judge me favorably? People do not need judgments, they need for. Does anger to I the shame bound into the personality of any child, or adult, with is easily activates, when the child is confronted by a parent be anger factite, harsh, words using he immediately experiences a loss of contact with the loving mother. 1 Father, he is thrown into the physiological shame state. Or into reactive and meant to keep shame at bay he keenly the which the parent may or not intend, that he, the child, is the parent's loss of the loving is an and child. He in his core belief that he not contact with he not show this directly. And with seeming dismissal. But the defiant is nothing than against more the child's psychological more the parent will find it to build the relationship. Avoiding feeling anger altogether is an impossible goal for any parent, and especially for the parent of an child. One should not set oneself up for failure by thinking that it is just a matter of resolutions and intentions. The behavior and impulsiveness of the child would try the patience of saints. Parents are bound to react. I.e. parent may himself have a volatile personality, it is unrealistic to be able to remain calm all the time. But when a parent feels the anger rising, he may disqualify himself from parenting for as long as it takes to cool down and regain some balance. I'm feeling upset right now. It's not your fault. VM not feeling in control. Can handle it, but need time out. Gordon Neufeld likens this to throwing the clutch into neutral when the motor starts racing fast. It is of great help if one is able to call on a spouse or some other trusted adult to take the steering at such moments. To teach a child any useful lessons when cold anger seizes hold is self-defeating. In the biochemical soup of stress and shame, no learning can take place. I.e. child's nervous system is simply not receptive, it is too with survival. At best, the child adopts techniques to avoid the parent's rags, is a type of that we may warm anger, which is not damaging, is anger under control, it the without at a Euroking the child, and it does not carry the this at of parental withdrawal. Child sn handle this type of and it, if and they feel in the relationship with the as we may accept that we will it at times. Equanimity is beyond temporary breaks in the relationship with the child are inevitable are not in themselves harmful, unless they are frequent and catastrophic. Harm is inflicted when the parent makes the child work at contact. As in forcing a child to apology 7c before granting forgiveness is neither genuine remorse nor genuine in such situations, only humiliation, since in principle nothing the child DCRS should threaten the relationship in the first, he should have to do no work to restore it. So, if the parent has LCVST it is his responsibility to restore interpersonal bridge. This should not take the form of abject apologies, and promises not to be means anymore. Assuredly, we will lose it again, no point pledging not to. Restoring the bridge simply means acknowledging that we see had has happened and understand HMV the child might feel about it, and hearing non-defensively what the child has to say. When she expresses her feelings about the negative interaction, and even if she does so in a form difficult for the parent to take, the parent does not explain himself or try to justify his behavior, he just listens with empathy. When they give priority to the attachment relationship, Palance Alv not only building the child's sense of security and self-acceptance, they themselves modeling the most important lesson for the Eurohild to learn, the importance of recommitting the future, putting the emphasis on development and healing, not on short-term and 18 like fish in the who face with the of children live develop living in close contact with each other. The behavior of individuals can under only in context of their relationship to the in an ant, for example, are hatched with essentially identical genetic makeups. Who becomes Quebn or worker or soldier is determined by the needs of the group, not by individual predisposition. IHE requirements of the community shape the physiology and functions of each ant. IHE human family is not an exception to this rule. It, too, forms a system that powerfully influences not just the early development of its young but also their behaviors and development later on. Understanding the family system can be turned to great advantage in promoting the healing prowess of the child within. At no time in life do behaviors reflect a relationship with significant others more closely than in childhood. At no time in life are people as emotionally and physically dependent on others. We think that children act, whereas what they mostly do is react. Parents who realize this acquire a powerful tool, by noticing their responses to the child, rather than fixating on the child's responses to them, they free up tremendous energy for growth. If Palesans shift their off the Eurohild BG Euromerloponsibles for their O.VN actions, the child will automati Euro ally, perhaps after toting whether the parents really mean it, responsibility for himself, writes Mihakelker, psychiatrist and dis-Eurotour of training at Georgetown University Family Center, if parsons on being themselves and to their the vow towards themselves. I taking of responsibility oneself is on the capacity as we have self-regulation is the goal of the lack of it is the impairment in one of regulation is to say that it is the ability to maintain the internal environment within a functional of external circumstance. On the emotional level, the self-regulation of moods means that neither despondency nor uncontrolled exuberance, neither passive submission nor rage, control the mind. A person experiences frustration, disappointment or sadness without being seized by despair. Happiness not need to be euphoria or anger hostility. Moods are not controlled by the vagaries of external or by the moods of others. Emotional self-regulation may liken to a thermostat ensuring that the temperature in a home remains constant despite extremes of weather conditions outside. When the environment becomes too cold, the heating system is switched on. If the air becomes core heated, the air conditioner begins to work. Or, to use an analogy from the animal kingdom, emotional self-regulation is like the capacity of the warm-blooded mature to exist in a greater range of environments. Its blood will neither chill nor core heat, no matter what the external temperature, i.e. cold-blooded animal can endure a far narrower range of habitats because it does not have the capacity to self-regulate the internal environment. People with AD, especially children, are like cold-blood XL animals, in this sense, Here internal balance is too easily upset by even relatively slight external variations. They are too often reacting automatically instead of acting purposefully. Many tind transitions stios fool they not enough to adjust emotionally to small changes, other with unconstant turmoil and also is of internal regulation that to take up new relationships of situations the interest and energy cannot be sustained without highly that there is chaos otness. An indispensable condition the evolution of in is its presence in the nurturing adults. In families where one child or the parents often this capacity. Moods not independent of the child. Almost parents with an child that their son-daughter has an uncanny power to dictate what the emotional atmosphere of the family will be, when he gets upset. One father said of his 7-year-old son, "The climate in our house go from fair to foul in a matter of seconds. When he is happy, it is sunshine and joy all around. Should the child become downcast, the parents feel despair. If the child is angry, they themselves hie into a rage. When the child acts out of control, they feel helpless. In some of the families I have seen, I've sensed an invisible umbilical cord that still connected a parent to the child." It is true, one mother said. "Alf, my son is happy, I am happy. If he is doing, I am devastated." Not only the parents but other siblings as well seem to revolve in emotional orbits around the child within. They naturally come to resent the control he or she applies to wield over the family. Parents of an child will often say that their son or daughter has a powerful personality. Far from being, the child is weak and vulnerable. It's not his power but the inefficiency of the parent's own emotional thermostat that enables the fluctuations in the child's moods to set the emotional tone of the whole household. A child in this situation is deeply he is made by his of emotional self-control. There's no adults around able to maintain a steady and fun eating environment. What RV.V and particular internal states maybe is no development amid of safety. It only appears that the in control, the parents of how profoundly states their lack of self the child. Its vicious parents need the child to be they but the parents not independently in themselves. The child lets the all too familiar closely. Child is a and therefore out of sorts. He may be slow coming to the table. Of may even refuse to so. The mother says testily, "We will just have to eat without you." Child now takes his place at the table, picks at his and utters of complaints about this or that aspect of the or he may stay out of the kitchen altogether. Another he yells protests and insults at his parents and siblings. The message being that no one about him, or that he wants no part of such a selfish and unlikable collection of people. Either way, his Euroka will infect the entire family. As the tension mounts, the mother casts an exasperated and defeated look at her husband. He, in turn, slams his fist on the table, leaps up and roars at his son, who is still defiantly complaining. It no longer matters who wins the ensuing yelling match, or whether it ends with the father trying to drag the boy to the table or to his. Everyone's Euroka is dark. The dinner is ruined and all the rest of the family is confirmed in their belief that there is something terribly wrong with this particular child. Son W version of this story is recounted by most parents of a child with at the very first visit to my office. Understandably, they are desperate for advice. They want to be given parenting techniques to help them be more effective in hdistirosing situations. What ares we suppose toys? One of the first questions, how do W handle it when our son is so completely out of on tropo? Many books and other aids that advise mothers and fathers of children with on of motivating the child. Helping him get his. We have to tape after tape given to by to do this that father nothing methods fail not they not but in themselves they do not the context, the emotional transaction that, unseen, takes the parent. The what matters is not the technique, but the of parental self-regulation. Fundamental issue is not but by this don't mean which parent, the mother of the father. but the state of mind of the adults as they to the child. Tension that arises in scenes as the supper time drama we have just witnessed is partly due to the child's it is fed and magnified out of all proportion by the anxiety the child's oppositionality provokes in the parents. Such anxiety has many roots, including the parents' fear of losing control, their exasperation at having yet another family scene ruined, their emotional pain at being so attacked by the child, and a deep-seated pessimism that unless it's nipped in the bud, their child's bad behavior will be only the harbinger of much worse as he gets older. In short, the child triggers the parent's anxiety. Anxious parents revert to behaviors characteristic of young children without self-regulation, impulsiveness, rage, physical acting out, or helplessness. Approached in this manner, the hyperreactive child will be propelled into yet greater anxiety, manifested in escalating and seemingly imperious hostility or in fearful clinginess. If we revisited this family, but with the parents having developed a little self-regulation, the outcomes would be quite different. Self-regulation in this context has nothing to do with controlling one's temper. Tempers is only an automatic anxiety response. It is the erosion of person who cannot tolerate the eggling of anxiety. Self is not the of anxiety, not in the very beginning, but the his, choreographed at the parents see that tense is one of a possible their part. Not then to suppress their anxiety trying to the child see him a child who has some growing to do. Parent who can tolerate anxiety not need to the child with anger, emotional pleading. Child is not pressure to change is immediately in for the parent to comfortable. If the parents do not react with their anxious manner and their voices do not convey anger or despair, the child himself will not feel further anxiety if the child that the parent is okay even if the child is not okay. He whatever his immediate response may be. It no longer has the power to escalate the conflict. He can a little. When he does not have to put up defenses against parental hostility, the child can more easily get in touch with his deep-seated wish to be part of the family circle or with his sadness at feeling secluded from it. When the child shmvs even a hint of his vulnerability, in place of his defenses, the parent can immediately mqin and establish contact. Child can fcvl secure with a parent whom he cannot reduce to his own NL of functioning. When safety is established, growth takes place. The parents of children with have to strive for self-knowledge. That is the first prerequisite for nurturing the of the child. Even with the best of goodwill, no one can long escalex her unconscious the passing on of psyurohology al burdens from one generation to the next around those that the palisants are least of in themselves. And it oesurs previous easily when the pushes the parents' emotional buttons. Many parents have had the frustrating of going into a situation with optimism and to themselves soon yelling at the child completely their best of patenting techniques. Intellectual and learning, is of cognitive left side of the brain, while the parent is what face she the child is at any given by emotional in the right hemisphere. A struggle between hemispheres is an unequal battle. One's deepest emotions stirred as they so easily in interactions with children intellect understanding quickly literature on talks of maintenance factors that reinforce or trigger traits. No maintenance factor is more powerful than the emotional states of the parents. Unresolved psychological conflicts between the parents, and within each parent individually, are a major source of unrest for the hypersensitive child. This anxiety absorbed by sensitive children will lead to hyperactivity or other AM-related behaviors. Parents who put the attention on their own psychological functioning soon notice this highly interdependent relationship their moods and the IOL of the AM, child's reactivity. Much of what the parent interprets as problematic or disturbed behavior represents the child's automatic right brain responses to the parent's emotional messages. Only superficially are dysfunctional responses the results of disorder. They do not originate purely from within herself. The child is manifesting what the noted family and author David Freeman calls the parent's unfinished business. Too, that she does so is a sign of her immature self-regulation, but what she expresses by her acting out says as much about her environment as about herself. Dr. Freeman defines unfinished business as a prompt emotional shaped by a past. It is a reactive response guided by strong emotional feelings based on past experiences of anxiety, behavior on the of spouse oj that appear distant, ov anxiety in and block ability to arise in their parents like fish in the succinct phrase of the psychotherapist to safety need to devote commitment to processing their business. This they can do much more to the development of their child than by any approaches aimed at motivating the child at making him more. Self-regulation is intimately connected with the process developmental psychology has or individuation, becoming a self-motivating, self-accepting person. An individual is the ultimate goal of development. As individuation unfolds, children are able to move more and more independently into the world, impelled by their own interests, and less do they require that another person exactly what they see in order to feel validated, that another person feel exactly what they feel. They may have needs and desire for closeness, warmth, and mutual support with another human being, but they do not need to be emotionally fused with the other person. They can function on their MVN, if need. If parents are to foster individuation in their children, they must also fork on their own maturation. Try as they might, individuated parents cannot successfully foster individuation in their children. They are likely to have unsatisfactory relationships with their partners, especially after children have been arriving to upset the fragile emotional balance between them. They are also likely to fuss emotionally with one or another of their children, maybe see the semblance of a slationship between parent and child, but inevitably the child's individuation hinds CIVD, as up feeling automatically responsible for the parent's feckling states later the will harbor of for the whole world even what can be seen as selfish represent nothing then and desperate to off that sense of began with the birth of son, the of a with told things to fall neither in this was highly individuated when they got neither function without anxiety unless they felt by another person. They avoid feeling their anxiety. Their closeness compensated for their lack of emotional in themselves as individuals. When their son was born, the mother naturally had to direct much of her nurturing energy toward the baby. Her needs emotional bonding were also satisfied, in part, by the close contact with the infant. She could feel intense joy, for example, when she was breastfeeding. For the father, it arose a different story. Without knowing, he began to exhibit behavior that betrayed mounting anxiety. Increasingly he resented what he interpreted as his wife's reduced sexual interest in him, tired as she was from nights interrupted by the baby's feeding needs. He did not realize that what he imagined was sheer sexual frustration was in reality his dissatisfaction at finding himself psychologically on his own more than he could handle. He made demands, and when they were frustrated, 1K began to withdraw emotionally. He threw himself into his work, which helped to alleviate his need for emotional contact and therefore his anxiety, but, in turn, led to anxiety in the mother, who now felt quite alone in the relationship, i.e. emotional balance in the home. Increasingly tenuous, was easily upset. Neither parent being sufficiently differentiated, ESH strongly to the other and to the AM, patterns their son was showing and more as he approached age WHE of anxiety was continually kept in motion. If these parents had had the opportunity in their CV.VN families of origin to independent individuals, the anxiety would not begun. Not so his wife's the father to tolerate nurturing attention to the child. No, she have interpreted abandonment the therapy helped this to their and interlocking dependencies. No, so time their partner seemed a little aloof or unavailable, they were to tolerate a little bit more emotional space themselves without feeling learned to see their son as a separate individual rather than as an extension of themselves, no longer feeling personally devastated when he experienced distress or acted out in some immature, having a stronger identity each of them to put less stock on what other people thought of them, which meant that they had less to control their son's behavior, simply to spare themselves embarrassment. The result was that their son felt more accepted by his parents, which gave a boost to his self-confidence and self-acceptance. He now demanded less affirmation from his peers, who no longer had to keep him at arm's length because they could not handle his neediness. Taken up with social anxiety, he became more calm and more attentive in the classroom. These changes did not take place overnight. IHE couple experienced failures and setbacks before they could feel sure that they were on a path. They had to keep in mind the long-term goal, to avoid reacting with self-defeating behavior whenever their anxiety was triggered either by their partner or by their child. At no point could they definitively say that their son had left all his problems behind. But as they developed, so did their son, as long as persons willing to look into themselves. They will stay on a learning and their child will have the safety that development, if this Eurochallenge taken up, the diagnosis of attention BC the of for the child and for the it a trap. Fixated on treatments which can contribute to the deeply in psyche. That is something wrong with no is but at the entire family system. If the child is to heal, the family system to compassion, their parents have to be compassionate toward themselves, well spare themselves their harsh self-judgments. Inevitably there will mistakes, many times when they will blow it. It's right. Although sensitive, children are not made of and do not break that easily. They are, highly resilient. As normal human beings, we are bound to have our emotional ups and moments of lesser emotional balance. I'll feel like I always have to be on, one mother complained. If I am even slightly off, everything goes to pieces. No one can be always on. But a giant stride forward is made when parents recognize the need to monitor their own emotional states and the level of tension in the entire household. If children swim in their parents' unconscious, it is to make sure that the water stays clear. At least as clear as possible. Point 19 Jews looking for attention is of unhappy effect that gets he is he that he this. No of will him. CHII_DRFN, Ikes even after they have diagnosed, suffer the notions judgments of the adult world. Common to all these is the assumption that the child's actions, and in particular HMV the parent responds to them, are the responsibility of the child and that he could change them at will. In this chapter, we look at 5 of the most damaging misconceptions applied to the child. Is just looking for. There is no more common disparagement of the child than that she is just looking for attention, a phrase one hears from many an exasperated parent and teacher. Yes, say. Ahas absolutely right. IHE child is looking for attention. Only there is no just about it. Attention of the right kind is the child's central need, the lack of it her central anxiety. Recognizing that transforms the meaning of the very name, as politicians intent on further cutbacks in public such as healthcare and education forever reminding us, a DDT is incurred when one pays out more than one child with has had to pay out more's attention than she has received, which is precisely how she has an attention deficit. It may be perfectly true, as many Palestinians point out, that their child monopolizes attention to that other in the to feel neglected. By the time present, the is then attention, which gets WOTSE as she it seem but go attention then attention at not do this but they it. Child acts out. Partly to gain attention. Adult with a punishing 100k. Act, OT statement that the child's brain interprets as rejection. Her anxiety about cut off from the adult is magnified, as is desperation attention, only the adult this to the he is he needs, Do not mistake a child for his symptom, writes the psychotherapist. Attitude adults are best to adopt when it to dealing with the distressing behaviors of the child is one of compassionate curiosity. The compassion is for the child who, beneath the surface of what so often is seen only as obnoxious behaviors, is anxious and is hurting emotionally. I.e. curiosity, if genuine and open-minded, leads us to consider exactly what message the child may be trying to communicate to us by a particular behavior, even more unbeknownst to herself than to compassionate curiosity can help us break the coded language of attention seeking. When the child is in one of his insatiable attention-hungry modes, the parent may become resentful and frustrated. She may feel trapped. She has already spent hours playing with the child, helping him clean his reading to him, being the audience for the child's sermons. She feels she has nothing left to give at that moment, yet still the child demands more. The parent points out to the Euro. Just how much attention been devoted to him, child, and the pallies tries harder to convince him, you want to play with me, the ahild, hurt and angry. How we understand this? I worried that you don't want me, the child is saying. And I do not how to cannot this feeling by showing how mistaken he tried to convince him, the he be in yet of his beliefs, which is that him that perhaps one wants to, of the is insatiable self-defeating. It represents a voracious appetite that can not be even if it achieves its immediate objective. Whatever the child receives in the emotional relationship with parent only after demanding it has, by definition, no capacity to satisfy. Just as with unconditional acceptance, the child should not have to work attention either by destructive acts of by look at me behaviors, or by good boy, good girl compliance. Hunger is eased by the parent seizing very possible opportunity to devote positive attention to the child precisely as have to satiate the child with attention, stuff her of it until it's coming her ears, says the developmental psychologist Gordon Neufeld. Once the attention hunger is alleviated, the just looking for attention behaviors will lessen. As the child develops greater security in the relationship and greater confidence in herself, the motive driving these behaviors gradually weakens. The parent has to be able to say a kind but firm no whenever he is unable to meet the child's insistent demands for attention. "Am just not up to doing that NMV," he may tell the child. Or, "Aha, DCRS not work for me right now." The statement is about the parent and does not express a judgment either about the child or about the particular activity in question. The operative word hers is envers. The problem is often not the person's legitimate refusal but the punishing irritability with the message delivered, demand for attention, all the demands, is a compensation for an emotional hunger, pal.nt may some of the attention, oj any other such the at the there is no that the be expected to that ot to like it. Child is struck by a though no such ejection is intended by the if the patent is to the child's to punishing, the child's anxiety will have turned into self-fulfilling prophecy. In many situations it is fit proper for the parent not to give in to the main is to refuse without or humiliating the child for the attention seeking or for the demanding if we anticipate the reactions. Understand there and do not shame the child them, the child will eventually learn to tolerate refusal. When we endure children's anger or frustration with compassion, they will often on to the sadness of not having what they wish for, of having to give up what they think they just then. At such moments, a parent can move in and witness that sadness with an empathy that will make the child feel understood and supplurut, despite the refusal. Finally, as we consider the child's ask for attention, the parent's lifestyle has to be carefully examined. In an earlier chapter, mentioned my own workaholism and breakneck pace of living at the time my children were small. I observe similar patterns almost universally in the families see for assessment. One of, and often both, the parents may work long hours. Morning is rush, 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 and the evening is no different. IHE parent comes home depleted and must put full energy into meeting the physical and emotional needs of a child who, for a whole day, may have been deprived of parental contact, and parents have often taken up other commitments, school committees, church bazaars, of various sorts and such activities magnify the parent's level of and stress, patience with the child, even during time she to the parent's mind may be spinning with the events of the day, the yet to be shows that no then minutes, if that, contact with their child each if that snippet of time is to vow, parents need to create some space themselves, into so they have to reconsider their lifestyle. Socioeconomic greatly the attention of children. According to the economic policy in the average work year is now hours than it was 3 ago. Extra month has to what in was a full-time job, writes the DESI. Extraordinary, in such a society, it is only to be expected that many children would be for it, but not finding it. Parents may need to change their lifestyles, sacrificing whatever activities can be eliminated if these diminish their availability to their child. This could mean saying no and disappointing friends or colleagues, and it might mean giving up projects and involvements close to one's heart. There is a lot to gain, however, for their child has already incurred a deficit of attention. TCU, a self-regulated child can hardly learn to be calm in a hyperactive atmosphere. Narrowing the range of activities is wrenching for many of us. But in terms of our children's development, the rewards far outweigh the cost. It may be a non-negotiable condition for the healing of the child with attention deficit disorder. Is deliberately to he is out to get a rise out of me. I to God, a father asserted of his 10-year-old son. Many parents find such motives to be a Euroinge explanation for their Eurohild's distressing behavior. On the face of it, this is a seemingly Euro-illusion to arrive at, given the of many children and the Euro are of times they have told not to do this or that, it may like they $, having knowingly and on purpose, fortunately. The assumption is these so malevolent. It is of in relationships with whether OT to that we know the intentions the of others. Psychologists to this misbelief thinking family therapist a public on intimacy and relationships by saying that if there was anything he hoped his audience would remember from his talk, it was that does not know his her spouse, his or her we may believe we have a perfect idea of why they act as they do, when in reality are reflect no more than anxieties. Ascribe a motive to the other person, as in doing this discard curiosity and immobilize compassion. Who knows has nothing to learn, has given up on learning. In the beginner's mind there are many possibilities, in the mind there are few, said the master Shunryu Suzuki. It is to be that we are beginners as we approach the end child. In our interactions with children, intentional thinking gets in the way of seeing the child for who he really is. Worse, the judgments we deliver on our children become the self-judgments they will carry into adult life. I was a bad kid, or was always trying to cause vom trouble frequently express the way adults with and recall themselves as children. The child sooner or later comes to see himself, as much as he may protest against it, through the negative opinion of the parent. A dysfunctional search for attention underlies some of the behaviors of the child, as we has just sn poor self-regulation, poor impulse control also responsible for many behaviors, as unconscious shame or rags or anxiety, and these expressions of vulnerability and pain, not of bad intent, and if, on a given occasion, this is harmful intent, WV to the of AW and to asked without is that can what happened to this to is happening in life to act it out. Is we can find out if we that we in the category of intentional thinking is the belief that the child is manipulative or controlling. It's worth 100k. It is another commonly held misperception that visits harsh judgment on children. No child is by nature manipulative. No child by nature. A child who does a propensity to manipulate or to control others is doing so out of weakness, not manipulation, and the drive to control are fear responses based on unconscious anxieties. A truly strong person need not be so afraid that she has to direct and control every aspect of her environment. Given that children are always the weaker party in the relationship with the adult, it is natural for them to want to control at times. Don't know why we hold it against our child, says Gordon Neufeld. Most ridiculous thing we can say is that my child is trying to manipulate me. It's like saying the rain is wet. Of course children want to get their own way, and often they can do that only if they get the adult to go along with them. Some children rely on manipulation and control more than others. If we can remain curious, we can explore why a child would need to manipulate. To manipulate is to subtly and covertly influence others, by dishonest means if necessary, to achieve goals that would be if we being honest. Powerful people may do this, but only when they in a morally weak position, as when a government hopes to induce a population to support an unjustifiable war. With children, the manipulation only the child has learned that openly his needs will not, and nurturing it no be able to articulate his needs. Lacking a completely sense of attachment. He to compensate by getting that the adult quite rightly, does not want to give for example, expensive toy at an inappropriate time. No healing come if the adult yielded to inappropriate demands, manipulative tactics, but no healing is possible, either, if the adult insists on seeing the child's behavior as the primary problem. Excessive manipulation, controlling, bossiness, simply the dysfunctional and self-defeating characteristics of a sensitive and anxious child, just as these qualities developed in interaction with the environment, so they can atrophy when the environment becomes understanding, nurturing, and myth causes the or anger, anxiety, despair, all normal human emotional states. They belong to each one of us, in proportions that reflect our individual life histories and temperaments. They are distressing states to experience. Temptation is to blame vomion, else we feel them. The parents of a child with N will often find themselves angry and upset. The parent tells the child to hurry. The child drags her feet and may even say something insolent. Parent flies into a rage, and he imagines that his rage has been caused by the child's behavior. The child is chastised not for what she has done but for the unpleasant feelings experienced by the parent. In reality, the child cannot be rage. She may have inadvertently triggered it, but she is responsible neither for the capacity for rags in the pallies nor for the of the trigger. Them the child was born. Unso of Krodiv's behavior may to the child, but the belongs to the parent. It is ways the parent responded to the child's fact, when he later thinks it, he that is quite out of tune he slept he responded quite impatience, with annoyance. With parents need to be of the wide range of their emotional responses, the to what may be the then much less likely to insist that the child take responsibility for they regardless of what child may or may not have done. An enormous emotional burden is lifted off the child's shoulders once parent learns to within himself the of his reactions to the other people do not cause reactions is a difficult so automatically have we come to _iate our feelings with what someone else is doing. Confusion is only natural. When we were very small children, other people did, in fact, cause us to feel this way that, depending on HMV they treated us. To the extent that this still remains true for someone as an adult, it reflects the failure of self-regulation to develop. A simple example is the way I might react if vomion accidentally stepped on my foot, say, on a cremated bus. Might address the offender lightly or in a fit of rage, or, if I felt intimidated, I might not even say anything. Although the stimulus in each case is the same, the reaction depends not on the stimulus but on my particular state of mind. even the same person will react differently to the same stimulus from one moment to the next, so the stimulus cannot be said to any one particular reaction. We cannot blame the trigger for the shotgun blast. A person can the trigger all, but if there is an bullet, the gun will not tire. Palisant who learns to observe herself will soon revisit that greatly complicating. Many not what the Eurohijt doing as such, but the of anxiety that the set off in the parent. The with and attempt to exactly what is acted out, which a parental when, we as parents by anxiety, we immediately to the which is to say, to the child. The of the so-called law 7 in us children often berated for is emotional pain. When we consider the word we really 7 see that it does not explain anything. It is only a negative judgment made about another person who is unwilling to do what we want them to do. IHES Eurohalid lazy individual will be a whirlwind of energy and activity when faced with a task that arouses interest and excitement, so the laziness and the procrastination are not immutable traits of a person but expressions of his relationship with the world. Beginning with the family of an exasperated couple related that their 12-year-old son rejected with outrage and indignation their demand that he contribute to the Huso fork, for example, by emptying the dishwasher. I'll always have to do everything, he complained. IHE reality, of course, was that when it came to household duties, the parents found it easier to wring water from a stone than any cooperation from their son. All they could do was to engage him in unwinnable verbal battles or give up. His child, too, was speaking in code language that could be by using the key of compassionate curiosity. From early on, I have had to work too hard on my relationship with you, he was saying. I am tired of doing that. I don't want to do any of the work that you should have doing alone. Solution same not from the parents trying to their son into doing his to bribe him, but their work on with him as they so, he why to help out. Eventually he needed any at what the parents to achieve this was their ability to the once their sons me suggest they supportive of his and less threatened by his to another aspect of what is seen as laziness is the automatic resistance. Probably the most frustrating dispiriting aspect of with children is their virtually routine negative and defiant of almost any demand, expectation, or suggestion the parent puts forward. Ibis resistance an important purpose and tells an important story. It, too, has meaning. Point 20 The defiant ones, oppositional ityn who is one's interests and one's wiki it may one. Fancy up at frenzy wit man is simply and wherever it may kid notes from a labor relations officer for a large company. Was referred to me for assessment. He was respected creative man who brought original and innovative thinking to his work. A skilled negotiator, he was able to approach any situation from new angles and unique perspectives that could break a when everyone else was stuck. I do things nobody else would dream of doing, but I could doing a lot more, he said. At times he would impulsively take on problems and responsibilities beyond his experience or control. This propensity risk-taking had brought him and his company near the precipice of disaster more than once. As wrote in my consult letter to his family deuter, it is a tribute to Stuan's daving, acumen, and creativity, and thanks to some goxa luck, that so far he has avoided catastrophic consequences to his original and idiosyncratic approach to his work. In this and in every other way, the diagnosis of N was self-evident. As he related his life story, Stephen expressed one Meyer he had been an extraordinarily gifted musician in his childhood and an international solo had bcn widely peers die Euro TCD. In his mid-SNS, however, he had given up instrument, the Klallen Euro T, and Euro Ompletkli his involvement with my consultation our sport noted, ins lined. N father musician. Stephen Heimelfa Pumli of S. Hild on the Ire with Eurodian to ply with the he time he quit the TFM what toward high father. Who him into and would him when he made for a day he ind with studies. Stephen has for a long time considered his abandonment of a musical career as it was the stupidest thing have ever done. he was surprised to that did not agree with him, was of the most necessary things you have ever done, told him. Have continued under those circumstances would bend to your soul to your father. Psychologically, you might not have that mistake, if we could speak of it as a conscious act, was not committed by the son but by the ether. The force he had exerted on his son produced its counterforce, resulting in the impulse that finally sent Stoen in the direction exactly opposite what his father had wished. Sadly, it also went against interests and contrary to the choice he probably would have made, had he truly free to make a choice. He did not have that freedom. Stoen had not acted, which would have meant autonomy, but yielded, which reflected psychological subjection not to his father but to the unconscious differences he had built up against his father. Quitting music was not an act of will, it was an expression of what the Vancouver developmental psychologist Gordon Neufeld calls distinguishing will from counter-will is important for any parenting. Understanding Euro-will is particularly crucial for the parenting of the Euro-hild and the self-understanding of the ultimate children with attention deficit disorder, often as stubborn, oppositional, insolent, spoiled, description almost to them. Parents that the is in deeply trait in that will impede future in life. Truth is then that, it leaves optimism. Arise its by definition, it has to develop in espouse to something. It is not isolated trait of the but an aspect of the relationship with the adult. Adults can change the relationship by changing their own in it. Children can be said to will at if by that is meant a capacity that enables a person to what he wants to hold to that goal regardless of setbacks, difficulties, or distractions. But my child is strong-willed, many parents insist. He decides that he wants something, he just keeps at it until I cannot say no, or until I get very angry. What is legally being described here is not will but a rigid, obsessive clinging to this or that desire. An obsession may resemble will in its persistence but has nothing in common with it. Its power comes from the unconscious, and it rules the individual, whereas a person with true will is in command of his intentions. The child's oppositionality is not an expression of will. What it denotes is the absence of will, which, like abandonment of music, only allows a person to remember but not to act from a free and conscious process of decision-making. Counter-will is an automatic resistance put up by a human being with an incompletely developed sense of self, a reflexive and unthinking opposition to the will of the other. It is a natural but immature resistance arising from the fear of being controlled. Counter-will arises in anyone who has not developed a mature conscious will of her, v.vn. Although it can remain active throughout life, normally it makes its most dramatic during the toddler phase and again in many people. And in the vast majority of with it entrenched as an ever-present and into adulthood. It relationships, _ses. Has patent of a with attention deficit disorder will be familiar with them. Most obviously, it is in resistance I have to. You can't the constant arguing and countering whatever the parent proposes, ubiquitous you not the boss of me. Like a psychological immune system. To keep out anything that not originate within the child herself. It is present when the 4-year-old puts both hands his ears to keep out the voice, or when the older child pins up an angry keep out sign on her door. It is visible in the body language of the adolescent and teenager, the sullen look and the shrugged shoulder. Its signs drive some adults around the bend, as in the futile "I'll wipe that smirk off your fa" of many a parent or teacher. Counter-will is also expressed through passivity. Every parent of an child has had the experience of feeling intense frustration when, being pressured for tinv, they have tried to hurry their son or daughter along. The greater the parent's anxiety and the greater the pressure he puts on the child, the more slothfully slow the child seems to. Passivity begins to look like almost second nature to some of these children, although when she is highly motivated, the child will perform many tasks with alacrity. This passivity, what Eichsipel may call laziness, can signal a strong internal counterwill is a natural inclination and does not mean there is anything intrinsically wrong with the Euro.Hild. It is not as if the individuality, it happens to the child rather than being instigated by him. It may take the child as much by surprise as the Palisnt, it really is simply a counterforce, says Dr. Neufeld. Euro-Ruil dynamic is simply a manifestation of universal principle, same principle is in it is fundamental to keeping the together, there to be a like all and stages in the child's has purpose. It first appears in the to help in the task of individuating, of beginning to the child of knows. Behind this the child can gradually her likes and dislikes, aversions or without being overwhelmed by the far more powerful force generated by the parent's will. Maybe to the small fence one places a tender young shoot to protect it from being eaten. Vulnerable little plant is child's will. Without that protective fence, it cannot survive. Adolescence. The same goal, helping the young person loosen his psychological dependence on the family, it comes at a time when the sense of self is having to emerge out of the family. It is a defense NW chanism to protect this fragile, threatened NSE of self. By keeping out the parent's expectations and demands, Countenville helps to make room for the GRMVTH of the child's own self-generated motivations and preferences, figuring out what we has to begin with having the FREAM to not far from being depraved. Countenville is bequeathed by nature, to RVE the ultimate purpose of becoming a separate being, says Dr. Neufeld. Countenville, the dynamic, should not be identified with the child's self. IBIS is really important. It is not the person that we are getting to KNWV when we get to know the resistance. Nature designed the child that way. It is Leoli nature that has a purpose, not the child. Great importance of understanding Euro will in attention deficit stems from the sensitivity of the child who in this, as in many other things, is by environmental stimuli than the average, any force, or of whichever sort, know how the intention, be by the too highly degree, and will generate of heightened tendency of the is to behave in ways that disapproval and attempts at disapproval the child feel acting out, and the parent's eye espouses. Deepen the child's automatic resistance. Emotional hypersensitivity in is with psychological weaker the child or, for that matter, adult is psychologically. The more automatic rigid the response becomes. A strong unconscious indicates a weak, undeveloped will, which is what is reflected in the oppositionality that seems intrinsic but only seems that way to the Allen personality. A strong defense is there only because there is threat, and the child is threatened only because a strong sense of his own self has not developed sufficiently. So the problem is that rather than being powerful, the inner core of self, the true will, is stunted. This is why the various epithets such as stubborn, and so on indicate not a strong will but the lace of one. An emotionally self-confident Luxerson DCRS not have to adopt an emotional stance automatically. She may resist others' attempts to control her, but she will not do so rigidly and defensively. If she applaudisses something, it is from a strong sense of what her true preferences are, not a knee-jerk reflex. A child not driven by counter-will does not automatically experience any advice, any expression of the parent opinion, as an attempt at control. Registering deep in her psyche is a NSE of solidity about this inner core, this nucleus of the self, so there is no necessity to defend the will against being overwhelmed. I will be able to hang on to myself, an inner voice. Her, even if I listen to what somebody else thinks, or do what someone wants me to do, I won't my identity, so I don't have to protest myself through resistance, I afford to cooperate, I can afford to. In contrast, the with an underdeveloped self itself a parent suggests that the child to do to get the automatic telling what to the child. Of the child with attention deficit disaggregate is to disengage action. His automatic negative responses expressed mediately and dramatically in the adult world ally in simply deliberate rudeness. The outbursts of oppositionality is feature of underdevelopment. The one-dimensionality of the am emotional a characteristic of infants and children with attention deficit disorder are unable to hold simultaneously in their minds two different images of themselves or of others. For the preverbal child, the me is either happy or miserably upset. Mommy is either goody or bad. When a 12 to 14-month-old gets angry at someone, he may have no sense that just moments ago he was playing happily with that Luxerson, writes Stanley Greenspan. If he had a gun, one suspects, he'd without remorse. By 15 months or so. However, a awareness that a relationship of trust and security can coexist with anger has often begun to moderate his temper. For children, and for adults, it's all or nothing. When anger arises, all feelings of attachment and we are banished. Sin comes as attachment weakens. The child who is upset and angry may, in that moment, resist the parent with the emotional fury one would feel toward a despised enemy. In the literature of child caring, counter-will is sadly neglected because so much of the emphasis has been placed on behaviors. If specific behaviors are the goal, then threats, punishments, promises, swords may work very well for a while. He had, unfortunately, characteristics of the advice palisance of children with counter-will as with cry other aspect of parenting, it is to put the emphasis on long-term development. Long-term objective here is the of healthy, and as it does in when adults not it and try to it by some sort of pressure, be it physical be it inducement threat. Is the child's sense that the wants him to do something then she, the wants to do it? It arises not just when the child absolutely does not wish to that something but also when she does wish it, but just not much as the parent. Many parents find out to their chagrin that is better way to kill a child's interest in music than to force him to practice, if by methods much than the brutality Stephen's father employed. All one ends up with is the child's resistance. Use of might called positive coercion does not work in the long run any better than threat and punishment, or negative in the reward. The child senses the parent desire to control no less than in the punishment. The issue is the child's sense of being forced, not the manner in which the fora is applied. This was well illustrated in a classic study using magic markers. To a number of children were screened to select some who shmved a natural interest and inclination for playing with magic markers. Those who did were then divided into 3 different groups. For one group, there was no reward involved and no indication what to do with the markers. Another group was a small reward to use the markers. And the third was promised a substantial reward. When retested some time later, the group that had been most rewarded showed the least interest in playing with the magic markers, while the children who had left uninstructed shmved by far the greatest motivation to them. Simple behaviorist principles would it ought to have been the other way around. Another illustration that behavioral approaches have no more than short TCRM at work of was into positive eversion. In similar experiment, the of T.VO groups of students vis a 6S game they intrigued by. Group was to a each time a was the other was no once the payments stopped. The paid likely to the than their unpaid counterparts. The likelihood of Deci remarks, only so as the keep coming stop the pay. Stop the play. We have seen that the first step in helping the child is to strengthen the security of relationship with the parents. Of making the child feel safer, more secure in the relationship, becomes much smoother and less frustrating if they understand and do what they can to its chronic hold on the child. By the rank description of the in this is by Neufeld and is, by his FWS 21 diffusing counter will even try to pat it. Way people is will in give sheep large. Is the way, so it is with them what they want. Watch them, is to them, is the isl he is them, without trying them. Svi 7 vx1 Rosh, Zn unaware ot how works may see oppositionality as originating in the child, as a deliberate challenge to their authority or a testing of limits. A power struggle ensues. When such conflicts are frequent, countenville becomes established as the child's automatic response to any sort of parental expectation. Chronic counterwill will complicate and negate many of his relationships with other people, as will the rebellious stance against all authority and all rules reported by many adults with a me. Are ways of the Gordon Neufeld's phrase of drawing the sting out of the counterwill dynamic. Keep importance of the attachment relationship has been the underlying theme of this book. Counterwill is greatly when the child's atta hmcnt to the parcent diminishes, and as the attachment bond improves, Ehild is likely to oppose someone whose proximity contact she greatly cherishes than someone she is at odds with. We create the of attachment by threatening the child ot treating but what is that the child to the parent of rejection punishment. Will royal to later. Compliance does not necessarily mean effective wise parenting. In cases of divorce or separation, for example, a mother may complain that child acts out with her but is well behaved with father. One report in a case was asked to even concluded that the father the better parent because the young child, a 5-year-old with clear signs of hyperactivity, seemed neiter mannered in the psychologist offlow with the father than in the presence of the mother. IHE mother also reported that the child was especially uncontrollable in the day or two immediately following your night visits with the father, further PR of in the mind of her ineptitude as a parent. IHE psychologists seemed not to have understood that the child's supposed bad behavior with the mother really represented a sense of greater security. Since the mother did not torment the child as harshly as the father, who, as he proudly explained, would hit the child's fingers as a of discipline, the child's counterwill reactions were not suppressed in her presence. On the contrary, the suppressed counterwill built up when the child was with the father erupted with all the greater force in the safety of the mother. Children most at risk for problems later in life are those who fed so threatens that their counterwill j falls completely silent. Many a good little boy or good little girl up to BC and troubled do not take the as a personal to avoid the contests of that and not taking personally, as if it was against them. They will participate in the cycle of that the child justify behavior she herself has no way of understanding. Will not set themselves up for frustration blame _4. Sometimes opposition must just be anticipated, the parent simply has to exert more control and than usual. A reaction can be predicted. IHE parent can remain focused on what must be done without being surprised or shocked by the child's resistance This does not mean that the child must get her way, only that the parent does not react with rage or helplessness that add to the conflict. Here is for the child to express her resistance without the relationship being threatened. Have on numerous occasions engaged in pitched battles with one or another of my children over matters that, in retrospect, seem completely unimportant. Many disagreements between parents and children occur over minor issues such as which coat to wear, when to take out the garbage, whether an apple or a piece of toast will be the bedtime snack. When I thought about these I realized that they most libby my v.vn inflexibility su euro h set tos trivial differen euro ss do nothing but and undermine parental authority, automata euro opposition will magnified, and for no good purpose, instead of to the help find acceptable ways of say a child to a with instead of punishing the wise patent shows some empathy the you feel like today. It made you want to the opposite of what I said. Can see that. But next time, want you to tell me without using those insulting words. This way parents invite the child's expression of resistance in forms that are socially appropriate. They do so by helping the child feelings by putting them into words. Feelings that are expressed directly do not need to be acted out in destructive physical behaviors. As children start to use words, they become less victims of their own impulses. Ihe can NMV put the feeling out there, outside themselves, where they can see it. We, the parents, can come alongside. At least we can say, yeah, I know. It's understandable. I doyly expect you to it. It's a lot easier for a child to comply, Gordon Nuffield points out. When they KNMV, at least you understand what they experience. 7b It rhymes very often when my children have asked me for this or that small favor or privilege, my answer has been an automatic no. For many years now, I have had immediate second thoughts. Why exactly am I saying no, when there is nothing really wrong with what being asked of me? I see now that my own Ars action was engaged, sign that my own of self was not completely developed. When a parent feels revealed by a child, it's her c.vn automati I system she is instead of Ian's eus. Many parents respond irritably to a demanding child, which not at all the as making and loving not to give in to some st faced with a intractable child even, and there will come times when the child's like, then we blame, we frustrated, we attack. At such times, says Can is a thing as patching up relationships, mending fences, immunizing the child against the impact of reactions, in the past. This is much the same as what in chapter 17 was as the taking responsibility, restoring the interpersonal bridge. We can debrief, Dr. Neufeld advises. Even after situations. Even long after situations, but preferably right after, when things have cooled down, the parent can state what happened, draw out the child's fears. Show we understand HMV she would have felt. Saying what happened to us, acknowledging that it was we, the parent, who lost control. IHE message is that the child's impulsiveness and the param reactions are not the substance of the relationship, neither will cost a rupture. Don't have as much control queer myself as would like. The pa anti acknowledges implicitly I am not a IX defect parent, but that means we will build a stronger relationship, you and I. We will make it so strong that it will be able to take a lot of your resistance and a lot of my reactions. One fence-mending tactic I have is to promise my daughter as an absolute rule that no punishment I pronounce C in a state of anger will ever be C out. Counter will prung in is very important, not to do that, cautions D.L. Neufeld, leaves the JD with fear that he can blow this relationship apart by his impulsive outbursts and negative. That gets very confusing and him very. Two parents confuse OJ patenting with supported in this their relatives and OT by voices in the media, say that the only with the of is that parents too with discipline, to control their son. If that were true, children treated harshly should be the best behaved, grow up into the best citizens. As of the population of any foster home of prison would the contrary is true. Issue is not HMV to control the child but best to promote the child's development. By the time it becomes an urgent matter of control, as with aggressive or destructive behaviors, the relationship with the parents is usually in tatters and the Countenville dynamic has grown immense. One having to control by maintaining the relationship and defusing Countenville. In the end, of course, the resolution of Countenville-driven oppositionality comes from the development of the child's core self. As a sense of an independent self gains strength, the child is able to accept the advice of the parent without feeling controlled. The teenager can follow the directions of a teacher without feeling dirm on it if he does not automatically resist, and the adult can absorb the instructions of a foreman without a sense that he is being treated like an imbecile. They will also not be afraid to stand up for themselves when the demands on them truly are unreasonable and unfair. Unlike my patient Stephen who gave up music, they will make decisions out of a clear sense of their own values, and my marshmallow caught fire, motivation and autonomy truth I that there are no that will them motivation massed within, It comes from there they already take responsibility for and her for parents. The psychologist Natalie Rathbun describes the unmotivated child as slows given with nus give ding the of the chill, snings displays makes, ith very requires ordering age it is a pre.te. Unuing at description is, of textbook list of gat d with attention deficit although not unmotivated children have of motivation evident not it to of their but in approach to projects and plans that a lack of purpose also typifies of adults. Not of the asked questions by parents of with attention deficit how I motivate child, ANSWER, if we the dynamic of discussed in the previous chapter, is that more exactly, you may in activating the child temporarily with the threat of with the promise of immediate but at the expense of the self-motivation in the long run. IHE more help feel long-term goal is to evster the development of motivation that arises intrinsically from the child's own nature. Form of motivation reflects the genuine inclinations of the individual, not the values and expectations of significant figures in her life. Trying to motivate a child by coaxing or pressuring her to accept what the parents want of her is worlds away from promoting the growth of her natural, self-generated motivation. The first is done to the child. Second happens within the child and is a process she actively participates in. There are, as Edward Deci points out, universal human nexus for self-determination, to feel competent and to be genuinely connected with others. These nexus and the drive to satisfy them do not to be instilled in people, they exist, even if in undulapudi form. To unfold, they will motivate. IHE problem is not that parents and other important adults, such as teachers, do not KN-VH to motivate children. The problem is that our parenting styles and TVA Eurohing methods in many fail to support the child's natural drive for disovkri mastery. Encouraging development to unfold is based on the knowledge that nature at CM.VN positive agenda for the child, it has given the child, EuroHJD, the potential and for full maturation, attempting to motivate the lack of faith the child and in nature. It the anxiety of the parent, not the of the child. It's but true that while we not be to transplant genuine into we altogether too successful when it comes to in the seeds of a child who expectations will likely a chronic sense of incompetence as she and over again to up to them. She may well enough as viewed from the outside but will have to pay a price internally. She will be unable to experience the joy and satisfaction of acting from her free choice may not what her own genuine self-esteem will hinge on she not on she is. Even if succeeds in the of others, she will be critical. True motivation is knowing that I do what I do not because someone else wants me to do it, or exhaust I believe someone will respect OT like me for doing it. Not because some inner voice tells me I should do it, and not because I am asserting my independence by defying someone who forbade me to do it. What I do satisfies me, regardless of what others may think. As long as am not deliberately injuring someone else, knowingly causing them harm, will honor my preferences and inclinations, even if others will feel dissent in me. As with every aspect of the development of the child, the growth of true internal motivation requires a secure relationship with the parent. Without the safety of the attachment relationship, the small child will be too anxious to focus his attention on a meaningful exploration of the world around him. By Eurohul he will automatically be guided by what he to be the values and opinions of others. How can this be? Parents of the youngster may protest when my child is completely defiant and refuses to any or opinion me. Child has transferred his striving for his parents to his recalcitrant at home, he is desperate of his playmates. A desperation often then not met with weakness of his self relative to his playmates. A target parents often by the apparent of seeing their rebellious and child submit to humiliations in 01 the continuing to seek with his tormentors. It is not a paradox. At home his is being while with peers he openly displays his lack of esteem and need for inclusion at any cost, behaviors bespeak an underdeveloped autonomous will. He cannot develop his true motivation when he is busy fending off the pressures coming from his parents and simultaneously working overtime to gain the to-know of his PCVRS. Along with attachment, the other necessary condition the development of motivation is autonomy. People need to feel that their behavior is truly chosen by them rather than imposed by some external source, writes Edward Deci, that the locus of initiation of their behavior is within themselves rather than in some external control. Rooting the child's autonomy, Dr. Deci points out, means being able to take the other person's perspective and work from there. It means actively encouraging self-initiation, experimentation and influenceability, and it may very well require setting limits. But autonomy support functions through encouragement, not pressure. It is worth recalling here that the injudicious use of rewards and praise can be pressure tactics no less than verbal or physical coercion. As we have seen, there are three with motivating by means of reward and praise. First, they feed the anxiety that not the person but the achievement is what valued by the parent. Lhadils stgi reinforce the insecurity of the ALO child, and signs ihildren can sense the parents will pushing them, if benign gifts or be strengthened. And will themselves the goal, at the expense of the interest in the actual process of what he is thus motivated will ot to get by with least of to the praise oj the cuts cheating often accepting the point, the parent as choice possible. Without some choice, autonomy is not possible. You don't feel like doing homework now. When would be a better time? Choices have to be on par with the child's maturity, within boundaries the child handle. It is unrealistic to expect, example, that the child will sit for a time by herself, in mathematics problems. If she is free to decide when to begin her homework. Recognizing this, parents need to structure their time so that they can be present when homework is being done. This does not mean hovering over the child and correcting her every mistake, but simply being around so that the child's attachment anxiety not interfere with her motivation to do the work. As attachment security and competent in handling the work, the child will have an ability to function independently. One family has approached this problem by having the child do his in the kitchen, with one of the parents always around, engaged in kitchen work, available to help when the child asks for it. True autonomy allows the child to make choices the parent may not like. With the middle grade child, and especially with teenagers, the option must be left open, for example, not to complete homework. It is for the school to decide what the of homework left undone will be, not for the parsons to impose arbitrary outcomes. If the parents put the emphasis on attachment and autonomy, the child will eventually be able to learn FLVM the natural of his actions. Eurohules on Oasian will trying to them to the child, as parents that productive, they the of their to the child as an autonomy that the is structure. It is futile to expect a child to do self-motivated and wojk if the parents' lives express a near desperate to keep up with their responsibilities. Which is what I often see in the families of AM children. Without that involves the whole family is not the child, there cannot be autonomy. The child's choices to mean anything, he has to that the atmosphere in the family will be and supportive, that meals and other group activities will be at regular times so that schedules can be adhered to, and that the parents will be available and present both in body and spirit. A supportive structure must include the setting of limits, boundaries demarcating where the autonomy of one person ends and that of another begins. Supplurooting autonomy, therefore, is not the same as permissiveness, which, by definition, allows children to infringe on the rights of others or leaves in their hands decisions and choices they are not equiplexed to handle. The latter is very much an issue of age. It is unwise to leave it to a 5-year-old to decide how many hours he can spend in front of the television each day, but regardless of the parent's own views on the matter, an older child who is highly aware of control issues and who vxs that his peers are not under strict control needs to be almed greater latitude. The setting of limits works much better if the boundaries are defined as generously as possible, allowing maximum reasonable scope for individual hoik. The rationale for the rule needs to be clearly articulated, so that the rule itself rather than the parent's will is as authoritative. As always, attachment needs to be attended to, when we have to impose the will not like and may resist. Keep in mind that rapport go hand in hand, Stanley advises. Setting. To which is to say all need empathy into the and limit setting. Go hand in hand to be effective in promoting development. Without empathy, the child shuts and hides behind the of emotional defenses. Without structure, he lost, and anxious. Key is to empathize with the child's feeling even if it is a feeling you don't. Writes often parents think that if they empathize 7c with they will encourage that feeling in the child's mind of intensify it. But recognizing what a child is feeling will help her recognize 7c and label that feeling rather than experience it as a vague sensation. For helping the child to label her feelings in words is what was referred to as when we discussed it is also an important step in promoting autonomy. Words are symbols. They stand for feelings and actions. Without the capacity to put things into symbols, children are driven to act out every strong feeling and urge. It is the only way they can express themselves. They are thus unable to take charge of themselves, impelled as they are to act by emotions they cannot identify. Without learning to symbolize emotions, they are also likely to experience everything in terms of simple and opposing categories. Simple are alternately mean or nice. Or bad. It's either I'll quit you, mommy, or I hate you. The child has greater autonomy, a greater choice of loosable responses. When she can say, I didn't like what Mrs. Skvan so said to main class today's than when she to MRS, is mean. Language supports FRDOM, including freedom from one's QN.VN impulses. Finally, in supporting autonomy, address the child, not the dict. A palliesn't get angry at a 4-year-old who spills milk or were to do it great, but this bottle is too heavy, with not few of whom have problems with avoid seen as if they to respect the I of the actions have there in the to see_ready them. Instance, if a is late day a week, his teacher may him to stay school, the parent not to some arbitrary sanction, such for example, of permission for the child to play with his friend on the weekend. Is no connection there, many so-called taught in parenting courses in fact. Arbitrary punishments that undermine the child's security and autonomy. Punishments are designed to control behavior rather than to encourage learning and development in the child. Many are, according to all the relevant research, bound to backfire. They sabotage learning from consequences and hinder the ability to take responsibility. Punishment substitute the parent's feelings and judgments for the lessons taught by reality. In a Gary T_Arson Far Side cartoon, 4 Old West boy types are ranged around a campfire by their wagon, roasting marshmallows. One of them is lying in the classic cowboy death PSE boots stiffly raised toward the heavens. A second man, smoking gun in hand, addresses the other two in a tone evidently dripping with righteous indignation. Are my witnesses, he says. He laughed when my marshmallow v caught tire. There is quite often not much more natural connection than that between the consequences we as parents impose on a miscreant child and it is the child may have done to pergwoke our ire. Rd Hegel devised by parents intensify resist angs and the already negative view of $L$LF, is especially true for the underprodu Eurotifk, and although punishment is in making the child try harder, writes Natalie, it highly in view of others unhelpful. If treatment by punishment it is to motivate to act out image of and by in school ot at oj by will is like muscle, says Gordon. Patents cannot anything directly to develop the child's will, any more than they can make the grow. What they do is to provide the nurturing, the right conditions of the proper direction. Like will needs exercise too, parents provide lots of exercise, says. Exercise is basically making choices, that is exercise. Our parents may worry that if they support the child's autonomy, she may grow up to be selfish, unmindful of others. It is a common fear, but unfounded. It is based on the completely erroneous view that children are wild creatures needing to be tamed by any means necessary. The process of becoming connected with other people and learning appropriate human interactions, into a social creature, is called children don't have to be trained into socialization. Because it is a fundamental human drive, we naturally develop connectedness and compassion if our own basic needs have been respected. Socialization is at the apex of a pyramid. The base is formed by sewer attachment and autonomy. We often make the mistake with our children of putting socialization, the rules of seul conduct, what is called good behavior, ahead of attachment and individuation. We try to make our kids act as truly seully responsible people at the expense of their emotional security, and their autonomous sense of self may result in compliance, but not in the internal, organic growth of true morality and responsibility. We stand no more foster genuine this way than we balance a pyramid on its upside down, is of an euro high hshmxld. My only with is that she seems the should the that I and in d euro sit 23 trusting. The child, trusting oneself, in the classroom it mean and frankly, it on the kid somk and venran v volen d do and arca of in its hard tell Alison Golden. Any brain, a built-in contradiction in North American education that particularly affects students with attention deficit disorder, the tendency to teach everyone as if their brains all work the same way, when the reality is that they do not. The social crisis of the Gramving Numelekra of children educational needs the present school system simply does not meet is translated into a medical problem at best. Even worse is when the child is reduced to a problem of discipline and behavior control. The goal is to teach children to take responsibility for their own learning in a positive way. In attempting to do so, teachers have no easy task. With hyperactive children especially, teachers almost disruption of the classroom order, up against the attention difficulties. Low self-esteem, ingrained oppositionality, and deck anxieties, LHY may be see up against their O.Vn of preparedness. To taught high school 3 my teaching style was by traits, was a gifted but to plan units, outlines, results methods. Students were inspired by the inquisitive and in my classes, others who more structure a direction felt quite lost. I certainly did not ask myself how my teaching adjust to the various needs of the students under my charge at all. See me from it was teacher. I believe this to be a weakness of schooling North America, though in most classrooms the problem may present itself from the opposite angle than in mine. Too much imposed structure and discipline. Not enough freedom for individuality and self-expression. Lesson plans are based on what the teacher has told to teach, not necessarily on who the students are and what, at any given stage of their lives, they need to learn. Teaching methods do not take into account the emotional and cognitive realities of the student. Many children are left out of the LKP, the AM, child is almost guaranteed to be. I did have experience with an entire classroom full of N pupils as a student teacher at West Vancouver Secondary in 1969. Although Nobxi then had identified them as such, in retrospect it is clear to me who most of these teenagers were, and it is clear to me, too, why I felt such a special affinity for them. Early in my first practicum during my teacher training year, I was thrown into the lion's den of a classroom of students. Everyone had quite given up on the school. Rejects was HMV. They spoke of themselves, All other student teasers had broken their teeth trying to bite on this particular apple, and the regular two had been defanged. I had to teach this grade map making, on a complete whim. I brought a cry instrument within my to the very first morning I was to my guitar, castanets, and I but decent in I then the class out to the shed, the lit the all immediately joined in. To that can't you either play an instrument, or leave. He left. A hole the went by the end, they were dancing top of the shed, we hooped and shouted. Not a word was when the bell went, the instruments. Next day, began the unit on map making, lapped it my could not it. See that instinctively resonated with the energy of these kids, recognized that it naked expression. Morks were, I liked them, enjoyed them, and did not feel threatened by them. Following general principles will help all teachers who have children or teenagers in their classrooms. The distinction between principles and techniques and DS to kept in mind here. I have no expertise to offer teachers techniques. I do believe these principles, however, are essential, no matter what technical approach one may choose. They are distilled from what has been said about the nature of attention deficit disorder in the rest of this book. Foremost among the Hippocratic injunctions regarding the practice of medicine is nocere. First, do no harm. IHE same ought to be the primary rule in teaching, as WSLL. Teachers sometimes forget their immense PGVCR to wound, how decked classroom inflicted emotional hurts can go, how ions lasting their sting potentially may be. See from the histories ALO adults of their many they the of their the punishments they not initiate they did not know how to need to that the child, by definition, has the pain of feeling cut off, has a profound of and defiant weak and self-esteem. Odds he some degree of rejection. Children their mistakes, inattention, slowness at grasping instructions, sloppy handwriting, only their negative self-image undermines their emotional and intellectual. Class will wait until returns to earth is a relatively mild comment a grade 3 teacher made about an inattentive child in my practice. Child came home that night. Sobbing, Mrs. N hates me, she said. All the kids laughed at me. Painful for any child. An experience of that sort is devastating. The sensitive, insecure child. His glass. The Canadian writer poignantly the private despair of a young student struggling to keep focus in an intimidating school environment. Perhaps it ought to be required reading in faculties of education. WLXN did my was always filed with TLTHNH explained it him. Shay Oak tickets simply rip the P.SCS with a single eark, and I Thursday leam if I didn't my mind sist to talk ID slipping the way DNM of Wakefield, IMLF to in so me times RCV.VN Ropons Euro to an individual may give us important about the other person. Whenever a teacher notices in himself a tendency to speak irritably and in a blaming way to any child on a repeated basis, he would be will advise to what of the invokes those responses. Unless he is so that irritability style, within which case he helped to vow OT to leave the profession. The might whether the child his irritability might have teacher neglected a systematic study of attention deficit disorder. Just as medical training is in the classroom parallels its fate in the medical system in unevenness, here, with incomprehension there. And yet the classroom teacher is in a front-line position to identify the and to initiate the task of organizing help for IL. It is not up to teachers or school psychologists to confront parents with the diagnosis as a given, as in percent or child has, but they can bring the behaviors and the study difficulties to the parents' attention as a mutual challenge calling for the partnership of school and family. IHE parent should SCVN neither as the villain who causes the problem nor as a gendarme to enforce the school's dictates. Less to say, I think it entirely inappropriate for schools to pressure parents to have their children medicated. If the question is to raised at all, it should be done only as a suggestion so that the parents may consider exploring the issue with competent NW personnel. Medications must never be a precondition for a child's right to attend Schkval. Are as a fundamental consideration. Teaching methods must reflect the first of those questions at least as mgsh as the second. If the student population is to include sizable number of children as is increasingly bevomens the throughout North Me and D working in addition to apply themselves not to trying to fit the students into the but to fashion the around the of the Euro high JDJ Euro and not OT can be up attention deficit although at least be to it and not to mistake it something else. It be to ask that proficiently familiar with the condition. Outside the ledgers of bottom-lining politicians. However, there is districts not employing people teachers, psychologists, special education, and teachers are trained to assess the needs of the child and to assist their colleagues. There have to be people in the schools who can support the classroom teacher, for example. By working on it and one with and children when hyperactive children often settle down when given attention, and may need to be gradually integrated into the classroom. Immediate financial costs will be more than compensated in the long term, not to mention the avoidance of years of emotional stress for school personnel, parents, and far from least for the children. 4. Keep needs IEIHE teacher who can maintain warm, non-threatening contact with the child will override with less disruption and longer attention spans, except in the most severely affected cases. Just as at home. The relationship with the child, not any cognitive goals, has to be kept sremist. Of necessity, the teacher's ability to provide for any one child's attachment needs is going to be limited. No teacher will cure a child of but each properly informed and motivated, san make. Tulsumdus differen euro c encasing the path in of any eurohild iest by paying attention to the relationship. Difficult as it is for the OV Euroluvert in the hubbub of the busy classroom, RCA Eurohing out to the child day, for brief moment. Will go then any number of sternly it be superfluous to out the of play in childhood. Except a frightening in education to forget the of play. A article in that some new in the being built without playgrounds, on the theory that play are a waste of time that divert the student's attention and energy from important learning tasks. Point 2 We intent impair Eurowing academic performance, the superintendent of schools in Atlanta, Georgia, told the Do that by having kids hanging on the monkey bars. This MIND set ignores decades of research in education and in developmental psychology. Specifically in managing the problem is to introduce more play, more physically unstructured time, more freely having creative expression into the class curriculum, not less. As my experience with the grade 9 class of Schkval rejects demonstrate, students have a volcanic amount of pent-up kinetic energy. Some creative outlet, even if at first without a specific outcome in mind. Much of this energy can be channeled constructively. The problem, again, is not so much HMV to motivate the child as to find the way to his intrinsic motivation. To foster creativity, the main thing is to honor the intention and the effort rather than to evaluate the result. IHE student encouraged in slowing her own creative inclination and secure in her relationship with the teacher will, sooner or later, want direction and correction, will want to learn how to improve her work by means of disciplined effort. In these days of resist our approaches to education funding, the first sub-ETS to BC dropped after AIDS, psychologists other essential personnel redundant are the ART, AOC Radiophonic program in Columbia RCNTLY and to the of the expendable. These as a matter of is on the times, close to the heart aesthetic expression how they in people's lives how important they to healthy psychological development. On the social level, the denial of arts education simply helps a culture of self-expression, especially for child, impoverishing arts programs means blocking an essential channel for emotional and creative home, and student being examined under time pressure is not necessarily being tested on knowledge as much as on his ability to write examinations. A poor mark may reflect not a lack of knowledge, only a prefrontal cortex malfunction under conditions of examination stress. A failure under such conditions predicts nothing about the student's ability to apply his knowledge in real life. IHE exam situation may therefore need to be rendered hexable for him. He may NCVD more time. Or he may next to write the test under single supervision, away from the distraction of the classroom or examination hall. In this way, what he really can will be tested. In many jurisdictions in the United States, such conditions are already mandatory for students, up to university LEL. The Canadian system is far behind in this regard, and seems stubbornly intent on staying that way with homework too. The needs of the must-be kept in mind. Ian's term goal of fostering her ability to do applied, Euro-consistent work not BC, but if this child must plessy assignments way who not tuned out she will be in a perhaps of an expectations is little to that this do the long-term development of any of the parents in structuring a supportive and environment is without that, the will. Facing a constantly uphill battle, on the other hand, the wait for the parents to resolve all their home problems before embarking on its efforts to help the child. 7. Trusting your book has helped me see more clearly what schools can and cannot do. Mary Watson, a specialized early childhood Euroca educator from San Francisco, wrote to me after reading the manuscript. A teacher cannot really replace a parent in her ability to give unconditional positive regard. The classroom situation just doesn't work that way. Teachers have to judge, to encourage, and they the need to criticize. I do think that understanding the student is itself transformative. Sometimes just the attentive attention to the student is help feel. First, have to have trust in the children to do what they need to do. But also, we need to trust ourselves and our own experience. I don't think we can be with others, really, without that. I think somehow this is also the basis of what you are saying. It takes tremendous thrust to let go the shoulds or the wanting to be or the wanting to others of all the troubles in life. A teacher who understands san best help students by supporting them to tin their way. Natures has its positive agenda, which is at work in all of us. Point in education. In is not in knowing how to CJC with nature, but most to it without interference, to help it unfold. Foucault the Prefk NT Elshinen, down pressure. 2524 Always on my case, teenagers of especially this guy they keeps asking if apply in I do what until do no? Opit Senkfartner 10 and deficit disorder make for a volatile mix. As the teenager begins to loosen his ties with his family, he drifts more and more toward his PCVRS for understanding, validation, and values to identify with. Because his needs for attached WNT are NMV partly satisfied by the peer group, he can afford to take a more rebellious stance toward the parents. Countenville asserts itself with a vengeance. The exaggerated oppositionality that has become second nature to many children receives a powerful boost. Parents find themselves disobeyed and their opinions rejected with disdain. Exactly at this time parents tend to become more and more ed up with their offspring's patterns. They begin to higher expectations, to LCVSE all patience with the uncooperativeness, seeming indifference, and disorderliness of their children. It is frustrating enough having to pick up after a smaller child, but it feels intolerable to have to play valet and chambermaid to a next adult human being, with only 5 short years. Their son or daughter graduates into the world of work, study, and responsibility. The Palese feels an urgency to mat Euro L+, what anxious about we try to control, and when can't control as may in the finding point. Stage is set confrontation, distrust is not too strong to parents with teenage who visit at their wits' end. Their day-to-day interaction with their teenage daughter or son, they feel that their wisdom is just as the demand for it is increasing. Grasp at the diagnosis as at a life raft. Having parented 2 sons with who now past their teens, the alarm parents know share it. Families face serious problems this time. But the solutions are well within the capabilities of committed open-minded parents. As bad as things may, there are in families deep sources of healing ex-neath the strife and the pain. In this, as in all tasks, we find in nature a reliable ally, i.e. apparent rejection that teenagers exhibit toward their parents is deceptive. Underneath their defiant demeanor is a desire and need for and acceptance from their mothers and heathers. If this is offered with no strings attached, it is a far more lure-ful attraction than the siren song of the culture. Contrary to appearances, this is especially so for the emotionally sensitive teenager with a.m. i.e. young person willingly maintains his ties to the family and accepts the authority of the parents if he is not confronted by pressures to conform that he finds threatening to his sense of self. He will bridle at the authority of parents who are authoritarian. Issues of autonomy and control surface time and again as teenagers and their parents. Common complaint of Paxons is that their teenager doesn't listen to a thing we say. The reality is that what teenager here very often drives them in other than what the palisans would. Many teenagers wary of the diagnosis of attention DDGT disorder, do not want to be seen to as if something mentally with them. Very that the parents see the attention as the voot of the that erupt each just to pretend that the thing in the very first two as was a vivacious biological father had before, and had was brother from this marriage. Laura liked her stepfather but she complained that he is too much on my case. He is even my dad and he makes all the was constantly in arguments with her mother and stepfather. The parents found her impossible to while for part, felt that everyone was against when mother, it became that she deferred to husband's way of disciplining, which consisted of very strict rules and quick punishments. Tara was grounded for relatively minor infractions of these rules. When push came to at times it literally did, the mother found it easier to side with her husband than to support her daughter or to hear out her point of view. For fear of jeopardizing her relationship with her husband, she tried to make her daughter tone DMV and her personality and suppress natural resistance to feeling controlled. Mother and daughter fought a lot. Laura was depressed, felt quite isolated in the family and worried that her mother would choose her new family over her relationship with Laura. At the same time, Laura as too feisty to be fearfully compliant, which, as I lent out to the mom, was actually a tribute to the arm parenting she had given her daughter over the years. Laura clearly met for the diagnosis of ABD, since her earliest had difficulties concentrating, was impulsively disruptive and forgetful when it seemed to work and other and had poor study habits. She was not willing to that these amounted to in her life. With the lack of self-insight that people with she was to that her were in way with of in this she was only the attitudes of the adults her parents and teachers who, in did not to what extent their approach to her responses. Felt there were other issues far more important than how Laura did intend and whether she focus on her homework. To have simply delivered the verdict of would have made me appear in Laura's eyes as just another authority figure blaming her particular shortcomings for everything that was going wrong in her life and in her relationship with her parents. Explanations to the effect that it's not you, it's the circuits and chemicals in your brain do not mean very much to the insecure and defensive teenager who already worries that she is some different and craves all the more to be so and as normal, like everyone else. Told mother and daughter my opinion that Laura did INDDSHMV signs of and that dealing with these would potentially help. I also explained that the acrimony between Laura and her parents was not a result of her AM, but of troubled interactions in the family, which she was only in part responsible for. Said that the rules Laura was having to live under needed rethinking. were more a cause of her problems than a solution to them. The most urgent changes to be made were not to improve Lara's attention span or behavior but to improve understanding and communication in the family. When THCVSE issues had been addressed, we could revisit the question of diagnosis treatment. Subsequently I met with Lara's mother and stepfather. I urged them to have a greater appreciation of Lara's needs for autonomy. I also suggested that their relationship some work so that during moments of conflict the mother would not she having to choose and spouse. Parents open to this approach, to it's the time, she said, that has 2 months she was willing to talk about. Eventually she chose to medication to help concentrate act less. It happened. First with was not successful. Worsida and did not wish to continue trying, now. 2 later, is at the top of her class in a position she never had been even close to achieving. According to mother, in some still has difficulty concentrating, but she is much more motivated and is eagerly planning to go to college. The family is continuing with counseling on a regular basis. And the atmosphere at home has greatly improved. That has less to resist. She also that help is available whenever she feels she nixes it. For example, if she should experience problems with her studies in the future, or in her personal life. As I told parents, it doesn't matter when that time comes. Whether now, or 2 or 5 years from NMV. IHE point is that when she is ready to seek help, it will be on her own initiative. With a much greater likelihood of success than when she felt pushed into it. There are a number of lessons to be learned from Lara's case, confirmed time and again with Yuri. Other teenager referred to me for assessment. First and foremost, teenagers with have an immense need to be heard. Until they feel that their point of view has listened to and that the legitimacy of their feelings has been accepted, they will simply not move toward any examination of themselves. These young people have a deep sense of being misunderstood, deeper than they realize. Every criticism they hear, every blaming word, anything they interpret as a judgmental motivates in them feelings of whi they try to defend themselves against with all their might. It easy for parsons to fall into the trap of arguing with trying to be logical, pointing out to the they did try very to respect heatedly explaining that they, too, have that if doesn't know how to others of it is not them but he, the that things aiot if he to that he is not the person in the so on approach. Unfortunately, locks the 2 sides into fixed positions. Have in the past spoken to or my children with the bitterness of someone wronged by and parents similarly complain about their teenagers. Parents need to that it is not yet a matter of 50-50. Helpless, bewildered as they may feel, there is in the emotional relationship a power imbalance, and they hold the upper hand. Not only is the teenager dependent on them financially and in many practical ways, but he is also still yearning for their and acceptance, his off-putting behavior being only a mask behind which he hides his vulnerability from himself and from them. Having more power, the parents also have more responsibility. If anything is to shift, they have to make the first move, which means hearing not just the words their son or daughter throws at them but grasping their meaning, recognizing the mindset and the feelings behind them. If they can do that non-defensively, the emotional deadlock is broken. Parents need not fear that they are enabling or rewarding unacceptable behavior. To hear someone's point of view and to recognize the legitimacy of his feelings is not the same as necessarily agreeing with everything he says or approving of everything he does. My experience with teenagers is that they are quite open to looking at themselves more realistically and to reach out for help. Not they see that their pals are willing to and them for who they are, and to ropes their feelings and their autonomy. Has to be the first step, as saw with Lara, up Jofishanaj the stage of treating anything parents' first responsibility for v.vn in the interas. My with the parents of also teenagers with that they in the hope of better habits and in their child. It comes to less is until they the this seems to we give daughter privileges, they ask, she is showing such irresponsibility with the privileges granted? Is that we talking about privileges here? Issue is autonomy, which is not a matter of privileges but of rights. A teenager should have the right to decide when and if to clean her. If parents are appalled at the unsightly mess, they can shut the door to avoid seeing it. As long as she is not others, it is up to the older to decide long and with whom she talks on the phone, or what time she goes to bed. A distinction needs to be made between what is simply personal to affecting only her, and what affects others as well. Her own is strictly her business, but participation in housekeeping chores is a family affair, and a mess in the kitchen inconveniences your own. If we want the adolescente to see such distinctions, we as parents must be able to see them first. A person becomes open to respecting the boundaries of others when her MVN rights and boundaries are respected. We have to grant autonomy for the inescapable practical reason that without it, no psychological growth will take place and none of our long-term goals will be achieved. And schval work in general are points of daily conflict between the teenager and his parents. IHE concentration skills that characterize attention deficit disorder around activities of LMV interest, the procrastination and the difficulty getting motivated mean that many with underperform in Eurohul and that few of them working anywhere's their potential. He will hunk out if we do something, parsons say, or it's heartbreaking to bright kid doing so poorly. My is that parents back right the homework issue if they're important to be tackled. Dies of failing not a be true. Some parents have what about the blow to the teen's self-esteem that such a teen has self-esteem. If self-esteem is to in the term, the individual has to feel unconditionally. Has to be to his choices. Failing is not desired outcome, but the emotional ties within the family and the teen's sense of are more important than short-term academic setbacks. If school amily relationships can both be preserved, so much the better. If one would come at the cost of the other, the parent again has to choose long-term or short-term goals. It's essential to find a path that does not veer toward either control or permissiveness. A younger child can take more direction than an older one, but no child, teen or pre-teen, will take direction without when the attachment relationship with the parent is shaky. Younger children will simply resist, perhaps passively, while the teenager may find ways of rebelling actively and dramatically. Parents not abandon their concerns for their teenagers' progress in school, but any loosable intervention has to considered in the context of the relationship and of the child's emotional state. Repetition of injunctions and warnings that many of us as parents tend to deliver day after day in tones of criticism and exasperation become tiresome. And to ourselves they only frustrate and alienate the teenager when further, if all the pleading, cajoling, persuading, stressing, urging, arguing, convincing, or being due would lead your son or your daughter to perform one iota better in their studies than they otherwise would, there might be see for that sort of an approach. I point out to Palisans. Although then, the long-term harm would any temporary gain, in T, none of that works, in the short run, it doesn't. We trying to accomplish little bit, it is on the other hand, to with the teenager what goals school, what factors ability to achieve them they be when the relationship is trusting and the motivation is there. The input support of the parent unless the situation is drastic, care must also be taken that we don't intrude in areas we have granted autonomy, even when we of *hat the teenager is a whose failures the of decisions she makes freely is far more capable of from than someone whose actions and reactions come succumbing to the demands of others, or from resisting them. Eventually the young man and woman will have to find his or her individual path in the world. We can't save them from their own mistakes, nor would we be doing them any if we did. I advise parents of a teenager to practice biting their tongues until it hurts, and, I can attest, sometimes it hurts quite a bit. But how will I teach my son self-discipline if I don't make him do his homework? Asked the mother of a 17-year-old one said. Neither will you at this stage teach him self-discipline by pressuring him. May be able to force him to be disciplined, but only temporarily at best, and when that would not be self-discipline. Respecting his autonomy will at least clear some ground for the development of self-discipline within him. Lara's statement that her parents are always on her case is the predominant complaint of every adolescent and teenager I see. Sometimes we forget teenagers have their own take on life, they look at things differently. They many of our attitudes and concerns as irrelevant or, Holden Caulfield in the Rye, even absurd. Priorities not was evident in an illuminating conversation I had with a gifted in I known him his life, the at his saw vow up. Saw his parents as his father a very clever and accomplished juggler sank deeper and deeper into alcoholism. Angus has until he participated in this past also had a heavy duty. He was from no than 5 in the 2 between 9 and quote him at some length. He articulates very clearly the many teenagers have toward the of attention deficit parents are best to respect that not to try to force the issue. Angus also voices the teenagery demand to be accepted as he is. Elqui history and English, Angus said, but in my other subjects the teachers are always saying that Angus doesn't pay attention. Doesn't concentrate. Talks much. I don't take notes. Why don't you want to try medications? I asked. It's just the way I am. It might sound strange. Coming from an ex-drug addict, or you want to phrase it a clean addict NMV, a sober drunk but don't want to alter my mind with drugs as behavior control. Am the way am as a result of my upbringing, the inhn the world has had on me. What have seen, my experiences. I am not about to try to change because some people say I've got a problem. And maybe I do. If you don't think it's a problem for you, I said, there is no reason you should take medications. It's not that it's not a problem, Angus replied. I can see HMV it is, but I'm not going to change myself in that way for others. I may be extremely selfish in that arspst, but I'm not going to put my EURLF on pills so that I'm the word more's controllable manageable. I suggested that's it, so that I am for my I that's not if can't accept me, I think, then what asking I the a little, to be to better, to focused in of these subjects besides said Angus. Think in itself that bad. It's when put it on top of a broken home, alcoholic parents, or get in with you have getting out of. You put it on top of not a 10t of self-confidence, then you get a serious then Ritalin going to take away everything, just going to take the not relieve all these other problems you have. 6 Oppo Adult 25 Justifying existence, self-esteem if in impulses by a of spit a which only years of spit but in most if that will through dark like a madman you with no want in life have of my life said Andrea, a 50-year-old unemployed woman. Ha achieved nothing. I have no excuse for existence. I haven't justified my existence yet. Guilt, shame, and self-judgment are commonly heard in of adults with attention deficit disorder. While features of many other chronic and troubled psychological states, such as depression, for example low self-esteem and merciless self-criticism are so much part of the personality that it would difficult to KNMV where ends and LMV self-esteem begins. Many of the traits thought to be caused by attention deficit disorder acts, I am convinced, not the expressions of the specific neurophysiological impairments associated with but of low self-esteem. Workaholism, drivenness, and inability to say endemic in the adult population are some of the examples dis Euro-USD in this chapter. In the Euro-High JD, low self-esteem is manifested not just by the self-put-downs he may as I'm dumb, above all, it is apparent in the perfectionism in the and he when he at a task oj in a he except in the right and self-rejecting ego is to of its many with attention deficit that fragility into due self-judgment and of self-respect. Conventional view is that the IOW self-esteem of adults is a consequence of the many failures, lost opportunities and setbacks they have since childhood, owing to their neurophysiological deficits. Plausible as it sounds, this explanation accounts only in small measure for why people would think so little of themselves. Like so many others would judge anyone else as severely as she does herself. That people do judge themselves so harshly reflects IMV self-esteem, not low achievement. Self-esteem, we must realize, is the quality of self-respect that is evident in a person's emotional life and behavior. A superficially positive self-image and true self-esteem are by no means necessarily identical. In some cases, they are not incompatible. People who have a grandiose and inflated view of themselves on the conscious level are lacking true self-esteem at the core of their psyche. Their exaggerated self-valuation is a difference against their deepest feelings of worthlessness. The professionally successful workaholic suffers from LCWV self-esteem, no matter what his conscious and projected self-image may be. Some years ago a Toronto study purported to determine that men had higher self-esteem than women by asking people whether they ever felt despondent, vulnerable, or lonely. Male respondents tended to deny such feelings, hence the stud/con illusions. It appeals not to have thought that what they might have been was not, in fact, but the denial and of negative hallmarks of low. Some adults with attention DDGT who exhibit of functioning high achievers to others little to of IOW they gain self-esteem if there be eliminated and they better in eyes. The high tell wide that may yawn between CIUX and self-acceptance is illustrated by a diary fragment shown to me by a 43-year-old professional with attention deficit disorder who enjoys a high income, the good opinion of his clients and public recognition. Diary is typical of attention deficit disorder in its format, written on dog-eared scraps of paper filed in no particular order, months and years separating individual entries. It is typical, in the deep dissatisfaction with the self it reveals, ENNH in life my I fee I do more. My ambitions want I French, who want in more want don't want any want an end tickets of every want. Characteristically, what this man did not think to write was to what are some of the markers of low self-esteem, besides consciously harsh self-judgment. As mentioned above, an inflated, grandiose view of oneself frequently seen in politicians. For example, craving the opinion of others, frustration with failure, a tendency to blame oneself excessively when things go wrong, or, on the other hand, an insistence on blaming others, in other words, the propensity to blame someone mistreating those who weaker or subordinate. Or eating mistreatment without roystan c argumentativeness having to be in the right or, obversely, assuming that one is always in the wrong trying to impose opinion on OJ, on the contrary, being afraid to say what one of others to one's its opposite, what others have to about one's other of IOW self-esteem sense of responsibility people in end, we will discuss shortly, an inability to say no need to achieve in to feel good oneself. How to say ats one's and psyche speaks volumes about one's self-esteem, abusing body with harmful chemicals, work lack of time and space all denote poor self-regard. All of these behaviors attitudes reveal a fundamental stance the self that is and of true self-respect. Self-esteem based on achievement has called self-esteem or self-esteem. Unlike contingent self-esteem, Ryo self-esteem has nothing to do with a self-evaluation on the basis of achievement or the lack of it. A person truly comfortable in his MVN skin DCRSNT say, I am a worthy human being because I can do such and such, but says, I am a worthy human being whether or nor I can do such and such. Contingent self-esteem evaluates, true self-esteem accepts. Contingent self-esteem is fickle, going up and DCVN with Ulksreson's ability to pair cause results. True self-esteem is steadfast, not adventitious. Contingent self-esteem places great store in what others think. True self-esteem is independent of others' opinions. Acquired self-esteem is a false imitation of true self-esteem, where good it makes one feel in the moment, it does not esteem the self, it esteems only the akioiment, without which the self in its MVN right would be rejected. True self-esteem I who or is, contingent self-esteem is only war or does. Adults have low self-esteem, they poor achievers, but it is to their low self-esteem that they judge themselves and their achievements. It is also, in part, to low that people do not their full potential, do not to within themselves fonts of self-expression, not venture to a projects where su_s is doubt. Feel not ng, there is at the of much of people is to help them that in the is in what they have in life but in they view themselves. Live afflicted with debilitating impairments who not necessarily the opinion of the self-prevalent among deep shame of adults with attention deficit predates any recollections of poor achievement. Between LMV self-esteem and attention deficit disorder is not that the first arises from the second, but that they both arise from the same stress in parenting environment and disrupted attunement/attachment. Healthy development of self-esteem needs the atmosphere of what Carl Rogers called unconditional positive regard. It requires that the adult understand and accept as valid the child's feelings, from which kernel the core self will grow. A child taught to disregard or mistrust her innermost feelings and thoughts assumes automatically that there is something shameful about them, and therefore about her very self. Absolutely universal in the stories of all adults with is the memory of never being comfortable about exposing their emotions. When asked whom they confided in when as children they were lonely or in psychic pain, almost none recall feeling invited or safe enough to bare their souls to their patients. They kept their deepest griefs to themselves. On the other hand, many recall being hyperaware of the parents' difficulties and struggles in the world, of not wanting to trouble them with their own petty and childish problems. Sensitive child, Ritz. The Swiss psychotherapist Ali Euro C. Miller has an amazing capacity to and respond intuitively, that to this of the mother, or of both parents. When I explore with their childhood histories, emerging most often patterns of relationships that the to take of the parent if by keeping inmost feelings to so as not to the parent. Adults that their IOW esteem is of how they have in life they do not that their very first failure their inability to win the full and unconditional acceptance of the adult their failure at although low self-esteem springs originally from the disrupted attunement/attachment relationship with the parent. The belief that it is exacerbated by poor achievement is not wrong. The link is not a direct. The majority of adults have it evident that the inability to accept themselves was heavily throughout childhood by their parents' expectations of better performance, and by their disappointment and disapproval at the absence of it. Superimposed on the parents' anxieties were the contemptuous judgments and shaming that, throughout their childhood, many of these adults had experienced in school. Not performance as such but the attitudes of the adult world toward performance defined how many children learn to value themselves. At our second session, I asked Andrea, the 50-year-old self-confessed failure at the game of existence justification, if she had truly never done anything worthwhile in her life. She was silent for a while. I have tried to be kind to people. She finally replied. I have tried not to hurt people. I am creative in crafts. I teach people. I do a bit of gardening. But to me those things come easily. That's just who I am. I didn't have to work at them much. I mean, I'm not an or a lawyer. Would you want to be an or a lawyer? It's not that I like doing those things. Andrea said, again after a moment's pause, one be that I think I should feel like doing them. I am still trying to get my father's approval. Of her talents within had little respectability to it, to example, capacity relatively inflated the of some pretty thin essays, but had little it felt it to l. Don't come it to me that possessing a vein of talent not mean that not work diligently at mining it. If had a facility with something, or if enjoyed it, it not be worth much. Unless it was pure sweat and tears, it could not value. Much the same has said to me by many adults with a have butted there against the wall trying to become accountants, which, in my estimation, must be the profession least suited for anyone with attention deficit disorder. As could see, they were working to convince themselves of their own self-worth by striving to achieve something to their nature. Deborah, a woman in her early 30s with a Bachelor of Science degree in, wanted help with her difficulties remembering and concentrating. One feels so dumb," she said. "I can never keep up with discussions. People talk about politics and current affairs and have no head for those things. Try hard to remember HCTS and names and dates from the newspaper, but at DCUSNT stick. Tune out. What Deborah DCUS have a mind for is seeking the emotional truth in people's lives, what their existence is like underneath the surface of social niceties." Her desire to be adept at social conversation was not an unreasonable goal. It struck me, though, that she seemed to place value on a facile awareness of facts which she did not have, above insight. Empathy and understanding of which was sifts with, one of the barriers by adults with attention deficit disorder in their quest for is that they do not know who exactly that self to be esteemed is. Asks what a student in his I have no what lucky if out what feelings oj after something but what they a strong caught self relies acceptance of feely being out of touch with the emotional puts a person out of touch with what then to esteemed. Only a false self, of what we like to imagine ourselves to and what we have divined others want is to sooner or later, people come to that this false what they think they should want, feeling what they think they should does not work for them. When they 100k inside themselves, they a frightening emptiness, a vacuum, an absence of a true self or of intrinsic motivation. Many a time I have heard adults say, "L don't knmv who I am," or, "L don't know what I want to do in my life." Women with are especially prone to give a higher priority to protecting the needs of others than to respecting their MVN. L don't know to say no. "I'm always so worried about what the other person is feeling," said Diane, a 43-year-old high school teacher. "L don't know why. Guess it's my second nature." As always, language is revelatory. Diane was uttering a deep truth when she spoke those words. Suppressing her feelings in preference to those of others was second nature to her. It had never been her nature. It was acquired. Human infants are born with no capability to hide or suppress any feeling, be it hunger, fear, discomfort or pain. Healthy newborns are skilled at communicating anger and a sulks rbly articulate talent for saying no, as anyone can attest who has witnessed the rage of a frustrated infant or who has tried to some unwanted substance to a baby. She shouts out her to the world. Loud and given the survival value of emotional expression, nature would not have us give up that sapacity. The suppression of emotion was by the environment. We forget to si we adult with is of which not true at only knows he not say. Life is one long in to tunnel out frustrating task keeps to the faster than can take it. Was it impossible to ask to become my patient? My addiction to serving the world got so out of hand that in month 13 ago, very time we were to move to New Up, delivering 15 of these were first pregnancies, which meant that tended to long and almost inevitably took up at least part of the night. I became more and by the day, precisely when Ray needed the most help with packing, organizing and parenting. With the addict's typical shiftiness, I had not told her what I had taken on. She just noticed me disappearing day in, day out. I was dutiful when at home, as dutiful as a person could be. Vhcvse mind was buzzing with the duties and responsibilities that kept me endlessly busy. I could feel myself becoming more and more halv, a non-presence for my family. Behind the image of the empathetic physician, a true reflection of some essential aspects of myself was also Vomion, who, in his desperation to need it, was willing to sacrifice his personal life. And a ixt son who felt so alienated from his own self that he had to keep running away from any awareness of it. IHE need to be nevded at all costs comes from one's earliest experiences. If the child does not accept it unconditionally, he learns to for acceptance and attention. When he is not doing this work, he feels anxious, owing to an unconscious of being cut off from the polisnet. Later as an adult, when not doing something, he has a vague the feeling that he jmog somehow bc working, the MDLR he has of and an insatiable need to have his and by others wanted. A self-esteem is by its shadow, contingent self-esteem. What does what others think of it take ovo who is to himself that he be very important, so people his frenetic activity him to emotional pain keeps his sense of inadequacy out of sight, out of mind. A psychotherapy session a few years ago. I one of the say that a truly important person is one who considers himself worthy enough to grant himself at least hour each day that he call his had to. I had worked so and made myself so important that bore euro v or steal a minute for myself. There is one major respect in which the specific impairments of AM do hinder the development of a core sense of self and the attainment of self-esteem. It is appropriate here to speak of a sense of self. Because from the neurophysiological point of view the self simply does not exist. There is no neurobiological self circuit in the brain, no little gnome pulling all the what we see as the self is really a construct, akin to the optical illusion that makes us believe that a series of photographic images projected onto a screen in rapid progression are people and objects in the real world. IHE seal we experience is an unimaginably rapid series of firings of countless neurological circuits. At each moment the state of self is constructed, from the ground up, writes Antonio Damascene. It is an evanescent reference state. So continuously and consistently reconstructed that the owner never can euro vs it is being remade unless something goes along with the remaking. 2. It is the relative consistency of the repetitious activities of the brain that convinces us there is solid self. We might say that in this consistence y consistent ey and rapid than most people it is less to hold on to, self-este a degree of which the of oj adult into ext gems of and does not the that self-esteem it is but despite pooj the adult has persistently throttled impulses. To submerged beneath the surface rippling with superficial and childish impulses, truer impulses, meaningful activity, the assertion of her autonomy, the pursuit of own truth. Human these sunk, the less one knows who she is or in which direction her path lies. Attaining self-esteem begins with finding our true impulses and raising them to the light of day. Entry the man he had by 26 memories are made of this reliability will satisfy orally only when we in what language. In alphabet they what surface. With what said Elsa. A 27-year-old distraught an incident on bus on way to my she witnessed a group of teenage girls ridiculing and taunting a very overweight man, giggling among but speaking in voices loud enough to be easily overheard by the other passengers. Something came queer me. Elsa related. As I was getting off I heard myself screaming at them. Girls are sick, yelled. You're immature and mean and sick. You shouldn't be almd on this bus. Some other ixable got off at the same stop. When the bus left, I just stood there, still in a rage. Ihe looked at me as if was crazy and I felt that was crazy. To David, a 40-year-old artisan, told a similar story. He was walking DMV in his street when he saw two policemen handcuffing an elderly Italian woman who had, apparently, yelling at the neighbors and threatening them for some incident. Ah, we were so rough with her, David said. Here was no gentleness, no understanding roving on their faces. She was just a problem to them. When they pushed her into the van, I wanted to at them to stop, but I felt paralyzed, my mouth was dry, and I have said a thing. I felt ashamed later of being a coward. I could have made phone at least when I got home to complain to somebody about it, but I was too upset even to do that. Both Elsa and David have attention deficit, and the they told and feelings I have others with the of accompanied by rage ov by time. Adults with relate they at someone ot humiliated bow they, and how helpless they feel at the there is a nauseating in the pit of the stomach the spins. In some of the popular and on some of the internet websites, there is a celebration of attention deficit as a condition that bestows a special kind of empathy on individuals by it. World us with a speaker declare at a major conference, to enthusiastic applause. There is some truth in that way of seeing attention deficit disorder, but not enough insight. Stories of Elsa and David speak of something more painful than empathy and something less effective. They speak empathize, he can understand another's feelings and even share them, but he is conscious of himself as a separate individual, capable of taking intelligent and useful action. When he becomes identified, that boundary disappears. He reacts as if he was himself the victim. He feels the victim's humiliation, his helpless rage, his shanv. This is not a state of adult human fellow feeling from which he can act effectively. Is stare of he is gripped by the past. As the Harvard psychiatrist Judith I_Ovis Herman has pointed, some desire everyone is a prisoner of the past without proving it. We often relieve the past. What we take for present-day reality represents, in many situations, reactivate the early memories stored in the vast infallibly of past experiences. Implicit memory happens. According to the psychologist and memory Daniel Shatter, when people influenced by past without any that they unconscious emotions and shifts and changes in the of it known that not like a video the and on a previously tape. Retrieving is not like a file to some item, not there to the and reactivation of memory, but scientists and psychologists who study the speak these days of then type of memory process. Brain has multiple memory systems, each devoted to different kinds of memory functions, writes the neuroscientist Joseph. Ability to bring consciously to mind specific events, feelings, or ideas is only one form of memory, named explicit. Explicit memory is recall, facts, images, and impressions of the past that we can call back more or less at will and for short-term memories to fix in the brain for storage in long-term memory. They have to be encoded. There are many components to any experience, Daniel Shatter points out: physical and emotional, sights, sounds, words, actions, feelings. Each of these is analyzed by different sets of circuits in the brain. Inksuane cookers as the connections between the various circuits involved in the experience are strengthened. We can recall here the principle that neurons that fire together. These circuits are located in many separate parts of the brain, which is why there is no single neurological tiling cabinet for memory storage. Each new memory is a new pattern of strengthened connections between widely distributed brain circuits. A memory happens when the circuits that participate in the original CNS coding are simultaneously leased by some stimulus in the pro-ent. Connections between these S and BC strengthened or weakens D with time, very much too emotional that san either reinforce sabotage them. Memory the of infants y and of childhood in them is the of those but not the of the themselves that to the at least three this. As we saw in the development, the interactions with feelings then unconscious of the structures that explicit memory, or develop later than those involved in implicit memory. Emotions may have been disassociated or even as the events that first them. No conscious awareness is necessary for the encoding of implicit memory, or for its being triggered. A tone of voice or a 100k in another's eyes can activate powerful implicit memories. The person experiencing this type of memory may believe that he is just reacting to something in the present, remaining completely in the dark about what the rush of feelings that his mind NQI really represents. Implicit memory is responsible for much of human behavior, its workings all the more influential because unconscious whenever we experience ourselves caught up in feelings that seem to overwhelm us, we are likely in the realm of implicit memory as we also are when we find ourselves quite cut off from feelings. XIHEJ implicit effects of past experience shape our emotional reactions, preferences, and dispositions, key elements of what we call personality, writes Daniel Shatter. While our sense of self and identity is highly dependent on explicit memory for episodes and autobiographical facts, our personalities may be more closely tied to implicit memory PRSs. The episodes involving Elsa and David are implicit memories. Their emotional and physical reactions to witnessing the humiliation, rough handling of another human being are the reactivation of sensations first encoded during a mug-age time of their when they themselves were helpless and felt shame and humiliation. David, I already KNSW, up in a home with father who had an unpredictable and bent the youngest child. He ISO the target of his sisters, though traumatic, was emotionally wrenching. She was the eldest of outside the was critical of saw in the sensitive and highly reactive nature. Elsa was hit but she her mother's inability to connect with emotionally and from cutting words. Understand how up with a daughter like you, her mother told emotions that in Elsa and David in response to the injustices they witnessed recently were those of small children, impotent rage, helpless shame. Because in order to maintain their relationships with their parents they had to dissociate their emotional reactions from conscious awareness, these emotions did not come up as they recalled these facts of their childhood, only when some event in the present triggered them. IHEA when stayed in explicit memory, the emotions survived as implicit memories. In other cases, only the implicit memory may endure, the physical events themselves completely lost to recall. Of course, not in every case of attention deficit disorder is there parental dysfunction to the degree that Elsa and David had to live with. 7 Here does be severe to be encoded of exclusion. It can happen in families, if a sensitive child has unconscious or pre-verbal experience of feeling alone and cut off, misunderstood and shamed. From that arises a close identification with the worless, with the underdog. The Ixapel Dostoevsky called the insulted and the injured. The goal for the adult is to from the helplessness of identification to the empowerised state of empathy. Other well known of attention deficit disorder BC understood when in the light of implicit memory, notably the with authority by adults. Trouble present itself in 3 fear, otia of both. Is always at least an of authority, a perhaps sense that people with this is simply the implicit of the adult who, as a child, through the pretensions and of the adult authority figures as employers, teachers, and policemen, the adult will experience a lack of confidence that cannot be by the power relationship that exists in the present. As influential as any of the personages under normal circumstances of them have the P.ver to evoke nearly so much fear. In the interaction with authority, the implicit memory system becomes activated. One is again a child, facing powerful adults. Like a child is precisely HMV. Many Aeon adults describe their sense of themselves in relationship to authority, and reactions to authority are not due to implicit memory. Sometimes they come from Countenville, which, as we have seen, is a sign of an underdiv 101xd of self. I was always rebellious, said Mary Lynn, a 36-year-old mother of 2. Any sign of authority, and I just want to stick it in their fa. Such automatic resistance to rules, regulations and authority simply means that the adult is not yet an adult. It does not smooth one's way in the world. I have always felt, in almost any situation, impulsive urge to expose the of clay, the chink in the armor, the haws of those in charge. It is only true that often authority does totter along on feet of clay. But one always has much to gain from an open mind, much to learn if one packs automati oppositionality at the door. Count will coupled with implicit memory san deeply after someone no relationship to so iad and as student radical during the Vietnam in the late IY60s. I used to be infuriated at psychologists and psy-Eurohiatunsts who explained away the anti-war activism and of the as a wet behind the ears. Parents. Now when I can see what truth there was in that view and what obtuse as style tone of the student to adolescent acting out and to inchoate that not originate with the wall critics fight, the sometimes unthinking lashing out at authority the hallmarks of unconscious implicit memory, and I'm mature to the degree this was so. It was also less effective than it might have, more likely to alienate others, where the experts were wrong, however, was in there for the reality of the issues raised by the anti-war opposition. He identified, correctly enough, the psychological mistake was to believe that thereby they had discredited the clear-sightedness that outrage had granted to anti-war youth. It is the same with attention deficit disorder. Sharing the perspective of the downtrodden may originate in implicit memory, but to say so is not to invalidate the truth thereby vxn. In this sense, the conference speaker was right, humanity does need people capable of seeing past the official line. Unwilling or unable to obliterate their conscious awareness of what is wrong in the world. Implicit memory tends to be much less forgetful than explicit memory, especially of emotional conditioning. Conditioned fear learning is particularly resilient, Joseph Lelha suggests, and in fact may represent an indelible FRRM of learning. The implicit memory of early fear conditioning probably contributes to the specific neurophysiological impairments of an example would be the loss of mental darity, to the appointment of mental paralysis, during situations of emotional stress. It would account for the WCLJ known examination amnesia of many students with attention DDGT disorder, while explicit being we appears to be rho to the of the by have shown in some slowed activity and rho to this part of the B implicit circuits imprinted. With explicit student enters the examination having studied knowing his subject full to find himself completely to answer questions put in front of him. I believe what happens is that the experience of having to prove worthiness, the fear of give a strong emotional to the ability to activate memory. Circuits are sabotaged by the neurophysiological and effects of anxiety. A massive shutdown having to herself in the examination setting, within a time, would trigger in the mind of the sensitive student, adult or child deep fears of rejection buried in the unconscious. Since what is being tested here is not just knowledge but also the ability to activate memory in the face of rejection anxiety, the student is at a great disadvantage. Implicit fear memory, acquired much earlier than intellectual memory, dominates. Others with may have the intellectual confidence to do well during examinations. Nevertheless, they can be reduced to the helpless inarticulateness of a semi-verbal toddler in other situations, superficially trivial, if anxieties imprinted in their implicit memory system long ago are triggered. To give a personal example. My voice quickly falters when someone as much as averts his eyes from me while I am speaking with him. My words lose connection and dry up, like water trickling into sand. For the rest of our lives, writes Stanley Greenspan, the Eurosmingly trivial gestures * first understood in late infamy to anchor both our human relationships our thought should someone at us blankly off into spag, or remain mute. We begin to feel confused, perhaps unloved. Very individuals may tend their thinking sense of in 27 remembering what didn't happen. Relations hip child who is life ro *ertw fires ovf. V confused our VY relationships with women, said Trevor, a 36-year-old stockbroker, diagnosed with in his early 30s. It's sick that you want someone so bad when they are cold to you, then when they warm up you start finding things that are wrong with them. Trevor's one marriage indexa when his wife divorced him after 5 years, following which he lived with another woman for 4 years. He had cheated on both of them. He has dated and slept with dozens of women but has not had any other relationships lasting longer than a 5 months. At the time of our discussion, he was in 3 women, keeping each in the dark about the others. He ended many of these liaisons soon after they began, quickly tired of them. By the same token, he feels devastated if ever a woman begins to withdraw from him. I just hate being left, he said. I can't even stand it when a woman wants to end a telephone conversation. I deliberately start prolonging things, bringing up nev topi euros I'm not even in. I used to keep her on the phone, a year ago, spent the with a young woman another s.ount a sudden it was she told she oj that she miss when she went in the end was it. Did feel that you so have accept the fact that she was going the end. I was getting pretty to feel it. She was very nice to me. I what was with ironically, in the midst of his jumping from one brief ring to another, Trevor yearns for a monogamous. He hopes someday to have a family and is distressed by his inability to deeply committed to any one of his female partners. As his 40s approach, he worries that time is running out. Is it that I haven't met the right one, or he asked. Or am I just incapable of settling DMVN? My guess was that he'd probably marry at least half a dozen right ones. He agreed. My wife wonderful, and Melanie LTHE 4-year partner was a very person too. It's sick, isn't it? I mean, I was brought up in a Christian home and in the Jude and Christian tradition. Here are some real solid values there. VM just weak to live up to them. Sick, and we are not useful entries in the dictionary of self-understanding. I suggested that a little compassionate curiosity about what might be driving Trevor's feel of intimacy and commitment would yield us more insight than his self-accusations. Fear of intimacy is universal among adults. It coexists with what superficially would SCXM to be its opposites, a deslu R8 craving for affection and a dread of being the RCH of shrinking away from intimacy undermines the ability of the adult to tend what he would tend most healing, mutually Euro-omit.d loving contest he with another human being. Trevor may be an example of the relationship nomad, but that him to one or another, present relationship in either OJ both of partners have attention deficit has there in the past. Ended after a few spent trying to the events that led to his confused and conflicting emotions was that he not anything no one him. Neither of his parents were alcoholics and there was no violence in the family home as he was growing. It's not that memory him, it in fact, accurately telling him exactly what he needed to, but he not learned to the many vivid memories he was experiencing each and every day of his adult life. Her are memories, the psychiatrist Mark Epstein explains, that are not so much about something terrible happening, but, in the words of D.W. Winnicott, the great British children's psychoanalyst, about nothing happening when something might profitably have happened are more often record A in the soma, OTBI, than in the verbal memory, and they can integrate it only by subsequently excellencing and making NSE of them. When Trevor finally came to recognize and make sense of the memories enkeyed in his states and emotional reactions, he saw that his present-day troubles arose not from what had happened in his family, but from what had nor happened. He saw that he had been living a memory each time anxiety gripped him when a woman seemed to cool toward him, or Ewan when she tried to end a late-night telephone call. His fear of intimacy was itself a reliving of long-ago events, a precise what had never occurred. It was a Phoenician of implicit memory. We saw in the previous chapter that implicit memory is the imprinting of brain GRUITs with the emotional content of early circuits without the person's having any that what he in the present belongs to the past. This, Joseph U. the throes of an state that exists not quite aptly. To a so how we to his as implicit in chapter we saw a portion of the on the right side of the brain, the orbitofrontal cortex. Euro A underscore is dominant in processing emotions, interpreting emotional stimuli. It responds to tone and body language rather than to the specific meanings of words underscore. Its interpretation of the present is heavily by the past, by the traces of early childhood emotional interactions in its circuitry, what we have called the footprints of. Let assume that in Trevor's formative years there were stresses in his parents' lives that prevented his needs for attunement and attachment from being met. There is in fact plenty of evidence to support that from details that he is able to recall of his later childhood years. I.e. emotion a sensitive infant would experience when he feels cut off from his primary caregivers would be a deep anxiety of being abandoned, which is precisely what experiences at the slightest intimation that a woman V's attention he wants is withdrawing from him, if only on the telephone. Trevor's anxiety is not over the ending of the relationship, he is serially ending relationships, but over being the one who is left by the other. When mother and infant are rapturously gazing into each other's eyes, the infant at some point will look away, to avoid Xing or stimulated. He has no anxiety over doing so. Should the mother be the one to break eye contact, the infant is mortified and is immediately swept into the physiology Euro state of shame, desperation to avoid that status. Based on his implicit of it. It's whenever he fears being left, those with the emotions first experienced when, as a highly sensitive infant, did not the and undivided loving attention he and Euro raved. In this way he what happen of is not to the psychological feature of attention deficit is unique. It's in attention deficit the of temperament was with. In the adult, as in the child. This the impact of emotional stimulus. Fear of rejection is never far below the surface. People with are exquisitely sensitive to the merest hint of it, if the hint is only a figment of their fearful imagination. It is triggered by any stimulus that ever so vaguely rejection, even if no rejection is intended. Trigger can be a whiff for declining to have sexual intercourse with husband on a given night, but it can also be as minor as a glance, an inadvertent comment or an averted 100k. The adult does not know the difference between refusal and rejection. When he hears no from a friend, an employer, it's as if the universe is negating his right to exist. In the Abwi example, the wife may or may not have rejecting feelings toward her husband, but his implicit memories make it impossible for him to anything other than rejection. Poor self-regulation also disables him from ending like an adult, no matter whether his partner feels rejecting or only uninterested. Emotions associated with implicit memories of feeling rejected may be strong enough to bring up thoughts of life not worth living. My husband looks so lost when I say no to him, a woman reported during a family therapy session. He looks completely defeated and crushed. It makes me feel so guilty. The husband's response is that of the sensitive infant when the parent is emotionally unavailable. For the infant life truly impossible without entente with the nurturing parent, other, the one who did the is and thought of as powerful and the self is as and helpless, utterly to from pain. One man who felt unwelcome in the spoke bitterly of his wife the ice queen by he was the weak and that the orbitofrontal cortex is also thought to in self-regulation. It helps to the powerful like offspring, anxiety that in the and other centers the level of the as we seen. In the ability to inhibit powerful emotions is impaired. The connections of the with the lower centers did not develop optimally, deficient by to with this in mind, we understand what comes next. Response of the infant to the fathomless anxiety of physical or emotional separation from the parent is either rage or withdrawal, or a combination of both. In this is HMV. I have many times reacted in similar circumstances. Being activated, I am sure, was anxiety and rage from my first year of life when my mother was emotionally dissociated, and particularly from our separation just around my first birthday. In the second volume of his trilogy on attachment, John BMVLBY describes what was observed when 10 small children in residential nurseries were reunited with their mothers after separations lasting from 12 days to 21 weeks. Separations were in every case due to family emergencies and the absence of other caregivers, and in no case due to any intent on the parent's part to abandon the child. On meeting mother for the first time after the days or weeks away, every one of the 10 children showed some of detachment, 2 ss-mcd not tomo there, other 8 turns d away or even walked away from her, most of them either 0-1 close to tears, a number jkrnatspatvs ento fool and an expressionless face, 4 after periods. Of briefer separation the infant one of will exhibit out that the parent be present but absent due to stress, anxiety, preoccupation with other matters. The of view of the infant, it is the same, the issue is the parent's but withdrawal has by it has meaning. As a result, adults find it to trust in relationships, to make themselves truly open and vulnerable. Depending on the degree of early sorrow the idea of commitment may make them anxious. Especially men with will, entering deeper into a relationship. Keep half an eye on possible exits. Am always on the lookout for a parachute relationship, one 30-year-old man said. No matter who his current partner was, he felt safer if he could think of another woman to take her place should the NCXD arise. IHE criticalness toward his partners that trick were experienced once he felt they had armed UPS to him was really an expression of his fear of intima. The other aspect of Trevor's criticality arises from boredom. Many adults with AM report that they quickly excumborxa with relationships, as with much else in life. They imagine this boredom of theirs to mean that something is lacking in their partner. The reality is that they are with themselves. Ulxerson not in contact with internal sources of energy and interest in the world has to search for outside sources, believing that fulfillment san s only from someone else. This I the imply Euroite lie state of the infant hungry for emotional nourishment, la Euroking the Euro opacity to satisfy his CV.vn and having to look to the palisn't. Demand placed on the partner in the love relationship is that he or the other tills the within but nourishment is through so as I to what lacking in myself, to be disappointed. Temptation then is to 100k another partner, a new relationship in find what feel is missing. In the of development this quest is as the relationship keeps fear of intimacy is of the loss of self. Is the known paradox that the person with contact, and wishes to belong but at the same time is reclusive, often preferring his company to that of others. Paradox is to his oscillating and forth between two the anxiety of loneliness and abandonment, and opposing that, a parallel sense of danger that if he commits to a relationship, he will be overwhelmed, swalmed. It's when I am alone that I can really be myself, said Frank, a 50-year-old writer who came to see me in the immediate aftermath of yet another abortive. Such a person is presented with a choice between two alternatives, neither of which is satisfactory. One either shows the relationship and gives up the self, OT retains the sense of self but gives up on the relationships and, in some cases, on almost all social contact. IHE unsolved problem is how rob oneself in contact other people. People desperate for a relationship will surrender their VNSE of self, their true feelings, for fear of being rejected. Svayan they have gained the relationship they may pull back, as Trevor repeatedly has, in order to reconnect with that precarious sense of self. This dynamic is often seen after the most intimate act of all, sexual intercourse, when following deep attraction and union, there is an alienation and a drive to separate which men particularly may experience. One may be seen in a long-term relationship, lasting without feeling completely committed to it. Ambivalence is an intrinsic memory of emotions when had to be seen made between staying with oneself, with one's feelings. Thereby the relationship with one's parent, of going the at the cost of oneself. One gauge of problems with intimacy in an relationship, the couple's life, oj the lack of it. What two of the replies questioning this subject tends to lack of intimacy is in an sign of mutual emotional shutdown. Interestingly, see this not only in families where of the adult partners has but where ot more of the has it. Even if neither parent in the latter case, this marker of absent intimacy between the parents speaks volumes about the emotional alienation and tension in the midst of which the child exists. Also dampening sexual ardor is the propensity of the adult, the male especially, to behave like an irresponsible child. Ibis may lead his spouse to act like his mother, organizing his lie, taking care of his emotional ILXDS. Many a wife of an husband has complained to me of feeling as if has an extra child in the house, 5'10", perhaps, balding and with a graying beard. Along with that mother role, unfortunately, may come an ever-increasing component of scolding and nagging, which have heard many a man complain of. I.e. response to feeling that another person is trying to control if it's a spouse, and when if she has legitimate reasons to be anxious is to resist. Countenville, described in chapter 20, mostly in regard to children and teenagers, is also a major dynamic shaping the responses of the adult. It is a pivotal factor in the relationship. I.e. couple find themselves chronically caught in the dense shrubbery of anxiety, control, resistance, and oppositionality, one of the problems with a mother/son relationship is, of that no mother in her right mind rants to sleep with her son, nor do is a sonably healthy men fang going to bed with their mothers. I have frequently advised that if they truly want adult intimacy, they mutually need to up the parsent and hild 0th people gravitate. Michael, it is that people will relationships with others exactly at the of development of their people tend to SOJT themselves by levels of emotional development purposes, just Stanley those at different levels, practically speaking different languages, people widely separated developmentally, in fact very little to talk about. 6. What we might the law of development holds true even if the partners themselves buy into the mythology that of them is more emotionally mature than the other. Such an illusion may be created because one may seem to be functioning in the world more than the other. Is women with who tell me that their husbands are extif adjusted than they are. By certain criteria, it may seem so. Man may be working, be earning a income and have much more confidence than his wife when it comes to worldly affairs. When such a relationship is examined, it becomes apparent that though the financially rewarding work is being done by the husband, the invisible division of labor charges the wife with all the emotional responsibility. Not only is she the linchpin letting the family and emotional life together, but she also has the secret and mutually unconscious assignment of absorbing her husband's anxieties, protecting his fragile ego, enabling him to function in the belief that his strength is purely intrinsic to him. His anxiety can be noticed, as soon as she becomes unavailable, for whatever reason. Cause can be something as minor as a this day many wives report their husbands to be as undoubtedly tense and sullenly unhelpful whenever they are ill. The man's anxiety, his implicit memory of finding his mother, or perhaps father, an individual with a partner on the same plane of sense by intelligence. Any such relationship, by definition, will begin with two people who have both of development. Although, with other aspect of their will of variation, no relationship will avoid the problems arising. The lack of by maturity mean here the degree of individuation, the capacity of the person to sustain emotionally during times without having to be fathered by someone else. Interpose many people pretend to themselves and to others that they are taking care of themselves emotionally. But they do so only at the cost of their anxiety. The buried anxiety will not be denied but will assert itself in the form of psychological symptoms or direct physical illness. Another rule with almost no exceptions is that our choice of relationship partners is patterned on our interactions with our parental caregivers. This is so when if it may appear superficially that the differences far outweigh any possible resemblance. Many people have a hard time accepting the idea that they have searched for partners who resembled their caretakers, writes the family therapist and educator H. Ali Hendricks. On a conscious level, they were looking for people with only positive traits, people who were, among other things, kind, willing, cooking, intelligent, and creative, but, no matter what their conscious intentions, most people act attracted to mates who have their caretakers' positive negative traits, and, typically, the negative traits are more influential. 7 In neurophysiological terms, archetypes of mate RSHTS, the early relationship patterns stamped in the neural ears of the right parietal orcs, especially its orbitofrontal portion, will and hone in on someone who, on the level, activates its familiar after will most the whose loved one so desperately life. We to the who of potential the very likely to trigger in the painful of implicit as the happiest relationships have to if one is to the conditions growth. A Jennifer, a woman with attention deficit disorder to me. L must be, otherwise not have put up with what have had to in my her was well-meaning but domineering, emotionally absent, completely closed to getting any joint counseling or therapy. She felt very alone. I agreed that she had a lot of strength to carry on under such circumstances, holding down a job and taking the main responsibility of raising their children, one of whom has fairly marked N. She also exhibited emotional strength in recognizing, unlike her husband, that she needed help. There is, however, an important and difference between being strong and being powerful. Strength is an inner quality, power is a matter of relationship. I may have strength, yet at the same time I may be powerful in one relationship and utterly powerless in another. Which partner in a marriage has to put up with stuff EY said? Will he less or the more powerful one? Jennifer's willingness to accept an unfairly heavy share of the burden was, as always, a reenactment of her childo-Euroca status in her family of origin. As long as she continued to shoulder THCVSE burdens unquestioningly, she could make little headway toward her goal of development and the diminishing of her patterns. One of the most perplexing problems the partner is what John Raitt has solved: the ahistorical memory of the mind. In other words, the adult, and also of the Eurohild, functions at times as if previous events, even the most ones, had taken place. Partner may have insulted Ivo the night before, but this morning Ivo with warm smile. The of hug and the of contact. You know the wounds of the previous night fresh. In the to-feeling aspect of is its example, a person the good times in a relationship, it is as if nothing the is when is remembering the bad, the good may as well not have occurred. The feeling of the moment dominates memory. In this regard, the mind is much like a television screen. You can't have two channels on at the same time. When one has been selected, the other is inaccessible. Trait is characteristic of the all-or-nothing mind states of young children and is another marker of incomplete development in the adult. Of course, the neurological impairments of Aeon also impose some extra nuisance. It is difficult to live with a partner who may be messy and disorganized, does not remember promises, tunes out in the middle of conversations, forgets events and anniversaries, has a short rise and in moments of crisis may lack self-insight. But all that adds up to only a thimbleful of trouble when compared with the turmoil brought to the relationship by the anxiety and pain stored in the implicit memory circuits of the AIM brain. Me rage yrage always, of imp cit tis ylrf of in end up they to pid the minf /d it qf has mying to do with it. 28 Moses saved by the angel, self-parenting, L. To what the this of the of life there on that are from NIFR 7 SCHF. FCE hot no cove seeking treatment for their child, my main concern is to help them see that they are the ones best positioned and best equipped to guide and assist their son or daughter along the road of development. Principles and approaches by which they may do so were the subject of SCM RAL chapters. Similar principles apply to the adult. IHE question still is, what are the conditions necessary for the development of self-regulation, intrinsic motivation and self-esteem in this GRMVN up man or woman? IHE diff NCE of course, is that building these conditions is no longer the task of a caregiving parent. An adult faces the daunting responsibility of offering herself the very support and nurturing attention that has always prevented her from being able to summon up. The AM adult, like the child, nixes more than organizational tools and behavior modification. Although these do have their plague, they will not the fundamental problem, which not how the person this or that duty or self-appointee task but in what relationship he stands vis-a-vis his CV.vn still remains of but this parent and child be net in one and the same person. Of the self-parenting duties I suggest people engage in is the all-important one of self-understanding and others' issues of care, simple, and always neglected will in the chapter. This have the importance of understanding as the basis for any technique treatment approach we employ to promote healing in attention deficit disorder. Parental love is such a wise force of nature that when parents extend themselves in an effort to understand who they are, why they do what they the right words and actions will almost of their volition. An open mind, compassionate curiosity toward the child, letting go of the idea that what child thinks and feels and a striving to accept the child unconditionally will go a long way toward binding wounds inflicted by past mistakes, misjudgments, and the parent's own emotional blockages. Such attitudes are just as important when the adult embarks on the journey of self-healing. Developing a NNV toward oneself is no easy task, for it grs against the grain of a lifetime of conditioning. It is not a matter of so-called positive thinking or the naive affirmations exemplified by VMVS like today I will kinder to myself. It requires the shedding, gradually, of defenses constructed long ago out of sheer necessity, defenses maintained out of the anxieties embodied in implicit memory. Needed ARV both a desire to accept the self and the courage to look honestly. Beyond that, the AIM adult also has to the skills of self-understanding, the first of which is the capacity to notice time she makes a critical, judgmental omed against herself, to whenever she by anxiety to when behavior do not with her long-term goal. She has to ask their ahild what the what out, what the of is and to the but to accept the feelings that it lwojst. A person will complain. Why so what others think, something like that when I it in a tone of C_opposite curiosity questions can to illuminate much that murky too often they are not questions at our impatient self-condemnatory. Care so much what others think was in this a judgment, is something terribly wrong with me. Should then to be afraid of others' opinions. A so degree shift in tone and only a slight shift in words would make it into a fruitful inquiry. L would much like to understand why I feel so much anxiety about displeasing others. Always there is some valid reason, or WDs when the particular attitude or behavior was first adopted. We can let go of what we understand, we cling most ferociously to aspects of ourselves that remain hidden to us and WHCVSE we do not comprehend. AIXI son learns to become aware of the tone in which he addresses his inquiries to himself. Am I conducting inquisition against myself or a helpful, insight-oriented interview? This sort of work is not accomplished overnight. How long would you say it took you to develop your problems and to reach your present state? I ask the client who, typically, is in a hurry to tickets everything all at once. Preferably before leaving the office. 3, 4 decades comes the usual answer, can we accept that it may take at least some reasonable fraction of that time to turn things around, Z guilt self-esque neuro E is not a pi plus in the sky abstract con pt. There is no abstract self floating around, begging to be caeptcd. Self is as happy one moment, anxious the next, confident in the guilty in the afternoon, needy then. Is not that have these, and the problem is that take a very attitude toward them. We wish to hold to the others. This we perfectly the way, when we were the adults in WOJLD, to see only those aspects of personalities that did trigger discomfort FOJ them. So self-acceptance does not mean self-admiration, even self-liking at every moment of lives, but tolerance for emotions, including those that make us feel. Guilt is a prime example of an emotion would crawl through jungles to escape. It is sometimes difficult for people to understand that their psychological does not lie in avoiding the feeling of guilt at all costs, but in learning to live with it. I'm a people pleaser is the routine self-description of adults. I'm conscious of what the other person might need from me. I feel guilty if I can say no. Or, I am the kind of person whom your yon calls to tell their troubles to. I can't do that myself, though. Vold feel guilty, thinking of all the people in the world who have suffered much more than I can even imagine. I shouldn't help. To illustrate the inadvisability of striving to banish guilt, find it helpful to recall an ancient Jovish legend of the infant Moses, not found in scripture. According to the familiar biblical story of the Exodus, Moses was destined to lead the Hebrew slaves out of Egyptian bondage. In divine cookery of a cruel decree of the Pharaoh, the newborn Moses is adopted into the royal court by Pharaoh, daughter. According to the legend, the imperial soothsayers prophesy that the Eurohild will one day challenge loyal authority. It is deeded to put him to a fatal test, an onyx stone, emblematic of kingly ambition, is placed in hvnt of him, as is glowing of should he grasp the stone, he will be slain. Invisible to everyone, the angel Gabriel stands as behind him, Moses' fourth hand toward the attempted to it. But the guided his hand it and placed it live the coal the child's he lifted it up touched it to his part of lips part of tongue, and his life he slow of and slow of people see that the angel was to though he is to be maimed, under the circumstances Gabriel no alternative. Guilt plays the same, it is a guardian. When the even if inadvertently, that an infant or child parts of her true MVN desires, feelings, and has to develop some internal mechanisms that would automatically her to comply. IHE penalty of not doing is to suffer the anxiety of disappointing the parent, of feeling cut off from the parent. Guilt comes along as one of these internal mechanisms. It guides the child's hand away from the onyx stone, her own core impulses, and has bring to her mouth the coal of fire feelings acceptable to the parent. IHE child is hurt, but the indispensable relationship with the parent is presumed. Guilt is obsessively single-minded, needing only one stimulus and only one response. The stimulus is this. You, child adult, do else. A true misdeed, such as stealing, or a human desire to act in accordance with your core impulses, enwraps by expressing a genuine feeling the parent cannot tolerate in you. Guilt does not know the difference, it hurls at you the same epithet for both misdeed and self-expression, selfish. It also cannot discriminate between past and present. In place of your present-day friend, daughter, but HCR, baker, Ampukar maker it only your early PS with your guilt cannot grasp that it's no longer required. It just hangs around, making uncomfortable. Our problem is that we fear it, we want to get of it. We saw in guilt the it faithful, to a fault we it. We listen to its one-note song of but whether we need to its yes, you, if people learn to ac_sept the guilt but to judge it's themselves. It help being it the voice of intricately wired implicit memory circuits. A person cannot get rid of it, and only by its silence by obeying. she might as well welcome it as a sign of grasping self-nurturance. At least in the beginning of GRMVTH, if she does not feel guilt, she is probably ignoring her truest self. Anxiety around self-assertion operates similarly for people with AM. John, a gay man in his 40s who lives with his partner of nearly 20 years, has been taking medication in treatment of his for about 6 months. The psychological work John has done since being diagnosed is helping him more and more independent of his partner. El Noor Usksa to think about had wanted to do, he says. Was whatever George wanted. Now I have my own thoughts, but want to act on them or when just to express them, myself getting so anxious. My breathing gets shallow and my muscles tense. I congratulated him. In the relationship with he had not conscious of his anxiety for nearly 2 decades only exhaust he had never permitted himself to take so much as an independent breath. His anxiety, an automatic consequence of self-assertion, marked a giant stride forward in his efforts to discover himself. If he can endure being with his anxious feelings, welcoming them instead of fleeing them, John will continue to it may contradictory to acknowledge that in fact many people with do in particularly when it to compulsions of SOVTS. That square with what has about the effect of guilt anxiety? Can attest that in some aspects of life not all I have a people suppressing truest self. Also often with narcissistic the self the deepest the compulsive the attempts to compensate by satisfying superficial, infantile, instant gratification desires. If you want to go further in the direction of healing, you do not chastise yourself work where you happen to along the road. You don't berate yourself for not having got there fast and cannot believe how much time I have wasted in my life is a refrain often heard in the litany of self-judgments uttered by the adult. Here I am finding out in my 40s what I should have KNCWN as a teenager too, have gone through wishing I had KNMVN 10, 20, 30 years ago what I have learned since much of it relatively recently. But didn't. If I could have. Would have. It's that simple. I have no reason to myself a victim, but did not choose the circumstances that shaped my neurophysiology or my personality, which are one and the same thing. One can make choices when one becomes aware and awake, not before. The awakening is not sudden. It is gradual and occurs in stages. Someone may have meandered down side paths, sleepwalked into many dead-end corridors. He pays for each mistake and, unfortunately, so do others. None of that could have been avoided, all of it had to happen notably for him to tin the right direction. But to that he has found it, journey is not even then, and he may tind himself lost once more. To paraphrase Nietzsche, the wrong turns and side roads have an purpose, if only to teach us which way the path to oneself not lie. Person with whatever age it has lived with IOW self-esteem and emotional pain all life. Many of behave IOJS and not disguised attempts to kill the pain. But pain cannot be killed, it needs to be listened to. It has a story to tell and lessons to teach. In the project of self-parenting, this is essential. The adult cannot, without the greatest difficulty, for herself. A loving mother and father can make themselves available to time with their child, to hear her story, to help her express her feelings, to mirror her emotions, but the adult to find a parent substitute. People trained to do such work are counselors and psychotherapists. Adults who hope their related problems can addressed without psychological work under the guidance of a professional are, in most cases, setting themselves up for failure. The purpose of psychotherapy and counseling is not that the therapist either hauls the patient or advises him had to do with his life. The goal is to mature and to individuate. To become a self-respecting person in his own right. In other words, the goal is not to be Kirksa but to develop the role of the therapist is, in part, that of a talking mirror in which the individual can himself more clearly reflected, helping him to reflect on himself, until he acquires the necessary skills. Without a mirror he can no more his psyche than his eyes. The therapist must be able to extend to the client the attitude Carl Rogers called unconditional positive reset. When a person is encouraged to get in touch with and express his deepest feelings, writes the British psychiatrist and psychanalyst Anthony Stahl, in the knowledge that he will not be critiqued, nor to be rsnt, some kind of rearrangement or sorting out often within the mind whi brings with it of a sense that the of the well of truth have to one unfortunately. The of finding and compassionate is as acute throughout the as it is in the of it live to with. There is people's confusion about the psychologists and psychiatrists while they both with problems of mind, the education the two receive is markedly dissimilar. Training of psychologists is more likely but far from to include material on the development of the human mind onward, on the of its potential disorders, as well as practical experience of not being physicians. Psychologists cannot prescribe medications, and their services are not usually by medical plans, although some forms of insurance do include psychological services in their extended IHE. Financial side of therapy is complicated. It is perfectly true that the fees charged by psychotherapists may be high for many budgets, even prohibitively so. For many other people, it is a matter of choices and priorities. Know for myself that when was resistant to recognizing that I needed psychotherapy, the financial argument loomed much larger than when accepted the value of it. Resistance is compounded by denial that one has a problem, by not placing a high enough value on personal emotional needs and psychological growth, and by a pessimistic belief that therapy will not do any good. Except when dealing with squelched depressions needing hospitalization or other complex mental disorders, I am reluctant to refer my patients topsy-hiatos. It is not the abilities or intentions of individual psychiatrists that incuggestion, but the very natures of what psychiatry has and the type of training psychiatry Euro residency provides to futons practitioners. As a U.S. psychiatrist in a 1996 Nervi, many of graduates a clue about the in the C20 NTEXT of stresses emphasis instead of biology and of its. It is to Antonio that students about without being taught psychiatry tends to accept the medical model of disease and cure. Despite many visits to psychiatrists, people report that none of the very basic issues in their lives that have to their depression, attention deficit or anxiety or panic problems were touched on, or only in a superficial fashion. In the medical model, the patient presents the doctor with the symptoms. Having elicited the necessary, the doctor makes the diagnosis and prescribes, administers, or performs the cure. This approach works for a broken bone but not for a wounded psyche, for an inflamed appendix but not for inflamed emotions. For a complex developmental problem such as attention deficit disorder, the medical model is inadequate and inappropriate, except in the narrow area of pharmacological treatment. Does it follow, then, that no psychiatrist HW, to prescribe psychotherapy, or that all psychologists do? No such generalization can be made. Have myself been counseled by a psychiatrist whose approach I found helpful, and, on the other hand, know of psychologists whose competence I cannot respect. No formal training and no diploma can by itself inculcate the requisite qualities of a good psychotherapist: empathy, integrity, compassion, honesty, insight, and skill. Her some excellent psychotherapists nor psychologists, further compounding the problem for adults with is that among the commoner impairments of the brain and mind, attention DDT is probably the least understood and most often ignored. It is the one about which exists the least and it helps if the prospective therapist, a professional, is about important. Though, is that OT she people, and first of all, About OT well-accredited academic issued the mouths of mental health professionals who have not dealt with their own unfinished psychological yet if they deny to themselves that they have any. No, not have certainly who enters the mental health field as his chosen of work is free of emotional problems. Of all types of professional training, the one I consider most likely to be of benefit in is family therapy. Skilled family therapist is not fixated on people dysfunctions and their difficult feelings. She helps clients acknowledge painful emotions but also helps them to see their problems in the context of the multigenerational family system that they are a part of. She encourages people to take responsibility for their own feelings rather than imagining that these feelings arise from the failures or ill will of their partners, friends, or co-workers, a liberating perspective that allows a client to shed the garb of victimhood. Family therapy also helps individuals to the invisible wires that connect their emotional experience to those of the significant others with whom their lives are intertwined, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the entire family attends. In fact, it is usually not productive for parents to take their children along. Family therapy refers to the approach of the therapist, the training he had. A single adult can see a family therapist by himself. In the of couples, both would attend. Best guide to good psychotherapy, probably word of mouth in many finding professionals, is, by all difficult as tidy in haystacks, but there's as if one keeps looky in the it down to how one in the of the people with tend to have let respecting, their gut feelings. Yet, gut the guides. Have often seen clients who had stayed on with a psychiatrist. OJ other therapist OJ after they of feeling that they were not being OJ, that they were having a negative of those old guilt anxiety kept them there. Better to stayed with the guilt, the anxiety left the therapist. If am referring child, not me making it, if one were for ind pitiable it has of reality it. If it referring the imprendi with implicit memory, L referring here zy pank specific and lfnem asterisk vir signs 29. The physical and spiritual environment, self-parenting of alone is if the brain I at and if individual I fulfy his haman ali nard from their vvw and deepest feelings thinking, and with all by avrh New York he at revr 10 and deficit disorder who hopes to do more than control her symptoms with medication has to learn to take care of herself, as a parent would take care of a child. Caught up by the swirling currents of her brain, she has coasted on automatic pilot all life. Engaged in the details of daily existence, giving little thought to what her needs would be for a saner, more self-connected existence. Time is scattered like sunlight through a go Euroca parent does more than get her child through the day. She is mindful that the child is a life in development, with needs dictated by the future as much as by the present. Adults with cannot remember themselves in the future, as John Raitt has said, usually they haves not what conditions they to and develop in with their true natures. When I ask adults to rate themselves to simple gauging the parenting skills and attention they devote to the tend to that I of that if they truly were the unfortunate parented by them, have little but to alert the child protection, restraining was that first have had to the, as we saw in the previous chapter, the first responsibility of the adult who wants to foster his growth, which is know from what any parent owes a child. Other aspects of self-parenting parallel the care conscientious parents extend to their children. Adult with attention deficit disorder has not lost the inborn temperamental sensitivity he carried into this world. No less than for children. Conditions in his environment continue to have a direct and mirror impact on his emotions and thought processes if he has become adept at carrying on as if he were a creature liberated from reality, with no needs nurturing body and soul. Without the right conditions, the brain cannot develop new circuits or the mind new ways of relating to world and to self. A person cannot become sane in the midst of the chaos she perpetuates around herself. What, then, are the environmental conditions needed for development? Space first. Make a conscious choice about how to live. A man may look at the disaster zone in his room and decide cream ver, Usly to do nothing about her is no shouty here, nor should there be a should. Counter will, the automatic resistance to pressure, will arise in response to dictates from himself as readily as to the commands of others. He needs to himself at least the of autonomy he would grant to it I nota duo to some fissy euro al space, so that his mind is not oppressed by the clutter, but it is a sensible thing to do if the long-term goal is development. If he not to, it still helps to keep of the of adult with attention deficit to that the space she occupies can help to either oj, although adults that they function in the of the physical chaos them, the fact is that they too sensitive not to be by it. Neglecting to their physical is to neglect themselves if set herself incremental goals. It is discouraging to try to accomplish something that may present capacities. Is overwhelmed by a multi-partite task, she does not where to turn. The all or nothing mindset demands that everything be done at nothing needs to done at once. Best find, is not to insist that any task finished but to impose a strict time limit in which to work. When the appointed time is stop, will eventually lead to a better appreciation of what one actually does with time when carrying out strange and unnatural rituals like picking clothes off the hoe or sorting out dusty magazines in a corner. This task, like all others, requires learning to tolerate failure. The many setbacks of the adult have not necessarily taught him to endure failure but only to be permanently frustrated by it. Maintaining physical order may not be a difficult chore for other people, but the adult might as well accept from the beginning that he will keep failing at it for some time to come. That does not matter. IHE effort itself, in the long term, has an organizing effect on the mind. Too hygiene adult is often a night owl. Origin of the propensity to stay up late is not clear, but Ivan learned something observing children. A child with attention DDGT disorder may be C diffy euro ULT2 in the but in the there is no getting off to the is separation anxiety, have seen the same be cooperative bedtime. He feels noted that at the times when felt less tension and anxiety about relationship with wife, had less tendency to up late underscore something in the adult going to bed and turning the light off. Is of alone with one's urgent mind even a FRW short minutes. I too until the wood drop from my wood wake hours later, still my glasses and the lamp still burning. Many others with have described the same bedtime routine. Fear of being alone with the mind is, I believe, an implicit memory of finding oneself, in infancy, cut off from contact with the parent. An infant in that situation intense distress and would cast about some other mental or physical object to relate to so as not to feel that distress. This is why small children begin to hold on automatically to their body parts, such as hair or genitalia. The unconscious fear of reactivating that implicit memory is what leads to the adult's aversion to lying DMV and to sleep without any diversions. A contributing factor is that the distractible mind does find it easier to focus when the noises and intrusions of the day have abated, and everyone else has gone to bed. Many adults have told me this is when they get their best work done, or when they feel at peace enough to read. Or to the problem, of course, is that sleep is essential for the brain to IV generosity, the sensitive neurological apparatus of alertness and attention. During sleep also, the mind integrates events from the waking hours. Entering the mad world of dreams night probably promotes mental health in do not fully understand. Anthony store it that some kind of vanning or takes place in which has a beneficial effect mental is perhaps self-evident, but the adult tends to his sleep pattern as of the then at his state, his alertness and his capacity patent wishes to provide the child with nutritious and attractive in an atmosphere of tension meant to be consumed in a leisurely fashion. Challenged on this point of self-parenting, most adults thrmv up their hands in exasperation. Meals are not planned with nutrition in mind and tend to wolf rather than child or adult with is exquisitely sensitive not just to the external environment but also to the internal one. If we are concerned about the brain's biochemistry, so we ought to be concerned about the biochemistry of the body. To the health of both, Proper nutrition is indispensable. IHEAM, child completely falls apart when his blood sugar is 2 lmv, becomes hypxr when it is high, shmving HMV directly. Nutritional states affect the brain. Once more, it is a matter of what the goals acts. If the long-term development of mental balance is to supersede charging through the day as the objective, the internal environment cannot be IGN-ORed. 4. Exercise. Is your kid getting enough? I ask adults. Well-tongued and a healthy system essential for everyone. Of lack of leads to an inclinage sluggishness that undermines and attention, in that stability, attention in the apparatus that these that set a goal of to the muscle contracting effect of physical activity. Some time be devoted to stretching. The stretching is important for someone to exercise. With habituated lifelong to self-generated tension, tend to have tight muscles, stiff joints and ligaments. Simple exercises done a few minutes daily are tremendously freeing physically and psychologically. They are an excellent way to begin the day, and a good way to release accumulated tension. Going to IHE. Parent who never takes his child out into nature, away from the city, is depriving him not only of wonderful experiences but also of a powerfully harmonizing influence for the mind. There is matchless unity, harmony, and peace in nature. All that is lacking, in other words, in the mind. Many parents will note that the hyperkinetic brain or B-eye or mouth of their son or daughter will gradually slmvdmvn after a 5 short days a.v from the hurly-burly of everyday urban life. The adult, too, neglects an important nixah if she deprives herself of regularly experiencing the outdoors. Nature, writes the reclusive and hypersensitive author Marcel Proust, by 6-2 of all the feelings that it aroused in me, seemed to me the thing most diametrically opposed to the mechanical inventions of mankind. Their imprint. The more room it offered for the expansion of my heart, Andrea, the self-dealer's incompetent mentions in chapter 5, reglats a wonderful concentration taught to her by native practiced her techniques. She told to sit in a out with a patch of and nothing but at it and I got to blade of noted the textures of fallen leaves, of ants and the time went knew it. Was so exhilarated. At times no parent would want to overload a child with an impossible of tasks and responsibilities. Workaholism and of the word no leads her to overextend herself. A large proportion of the clients I have seen are juggling too many projects, commitments that leave them with nary a moment to finish a thought. We engulf ourselves in hubbub, chase our minds in 10 directions at once and then wonder why we cannot stand still long enough to notice anything. This symptom of Amy, too, is self-experpetuating. It creates itself. If a mind in a different relationship to itself is a goal, we need to clear some ground for its development or we may need to let some activities go. There is a difference between entertaining diversions and recreation. Watching television may entertaining but it is not a PRS that creates. One does not hick off the set feeling refreshed. Recreation needs activities that nourish the mind or liberate the body. What these may be will vary from to person, but universally adults deny themselves regularly Eurohejulk times for mental and physical narration. It is unusual for me to meet adult who does not have some longing for artistic explosion, and almost as unusual to find one actively doing something about it. Essential to finding meaning and in life is the avant chat lines about attention deficit can find lists of success. Individuals who, despite their great artists, geniuses, it is argued dubiously, in opinion that advantages as creativity of Einstein Edison of the tendency to creativity of the mind cannot denied. Even those without an artistic interest will show a creative streak. Being able to apply their fertile minds to difficult situations and to come up with solutions others would have. Would myself to believe that the neurophysiological impairments and psychological distinctions I have writing about in this book also have their positive side, granting me, like others, some powers of creative expression. Unfortunately, though, what gifts I may have blessed with have not been helped in their development by my disorganization, drivenness, distractibility, lack of persistence, forgetfulness, and of psychic lethargy. But for such traits, they would, I believe, have found their to whatever sunlight they merit much earlier in my life. I do not believe am leads to creativity any more than creativity causes ad. Rather, they both originate in the same inborn trait, sensitivity for creativity. A sensitivity is indispensable. Sensitive individual, as we have seen, draws into herself the unseen emotional and psychic communications of her environment. On some levels of the unconscious, she will, therefore, have a deeper awareness of the world. She may also be more attuned to particular sensory input, such as sound, color or musical tone. Thus the sensitivity provides her with the raw material her mind will rework, and sensitivity contributes to the of attention deficit disorder, as well as to irritability. 40-year-old I diagnosed T.vo years with had working as bartender for the past TWCNTY making good money, then he and himself not having alike his interest was in part of treatment is to with people there to them too. Some why this of the personality have if self-esteem esteeming the self, the individual's deepest self-parenting part of healing am convinced. Involve paying attention to one's need to create. Colin to see me recently. He has to work in thriving film he is it will take a plunge into economic insecurity by quitting his hotel job. Her is only one thing I feel bad about, he says. Am working with all these people who knew what they wanted. They are 20 years ahead of me. I have a lot of catching up to do. It's a loss, I agreed. But first you had to catch up to yourself. Not everyone would be able to earn a living in his chosen field of creative expression, but always urge people to the direction in which their creative energies would naturally HMV, and to alm them expression. Many adults don't have to search for anything new in following this advice, they just have to reconnect with something they had lost contact with ago. The problem of like any other problem facing people individually or can only be solved if we take a balanced view of our needs as human beings. We have seen how it is important to be attentive to the body and also to seek help in untying the psychological knots binding. Third pillar of a balanced human existence is spiritual work. Oujd take place in a contact. But not spiritual work is the cultivation of a mindful solitude. All traditional meditative and contemplative types of have as their purpose to at time coos with people, objects, thoughts, and to actively between the of beneficial to spiritual is essential in the self-treatment of wisdom of traditions continents and tells us that reality has aspects more universal than we tend to imagine in harried and isolated workaday lives. Person who that he is not being himself recognizes this implicitly. Without being able to explain why. He senses is a truer self he does not experience directly but which exists nonetheless otherwise HMV would he knmv that he is not being that intimations of the true self, a vague awareness. Into consciousness, if only in the form of the dissatisfaction we feel at not being able to contact it. We sense somehow that in many of our pursuits we are chasing shadows, but the very existence of shadows implies the existence also of the real objects, beings, or entities represented by them. When a human being says that she does not know who she is communicating her conviction that what she knmv of herself is only a partial reflection of the completeness which is her true self. The quintessential of Western civilization, the scientific method, has come to be interpreted so that it has used to exclude essential knowledge human beings have worked and studied and struggled over hundreds of generations to gain, the knmwdge that we not just the molecules that accidentally have come together to form our molecules, the thoughts that temporarily engage our minds, the feelings that agitate or soothe us from one moment to the next. So ss entity have eb omc, that are has s to ignore or deny the work and of the greatest teachers of humankind. Lest I present myself as a proselytizer, as one who any right to authenty about things. I must confess that I have had that to speak of these matters thing, have to some attention to spiritual so in a typically, yet it seems to that these spiritual jelts, to that not completely cut off them. Although used to think that was underscore people who have examined the question of the in some depth. The psychiatrist and practitioner Mark Epstein and the spiritual master and psychologists say that for the full of the self employ the understandings insights of modern Western psychology, and also the spiritual explorations of Eastern and Middle Eastern traditions. Or, doubt, of the native spiritual teachings of other continents. They do not suggest a synthesis of Fastern spirituality and Western SHMV, that both these pathways explore the same ground. You do not to emphasize that which is already a unity. I am convinced they are rather the search of the fragmented mind for oneness must. Therefore, involve also the spiritual quest. An individual may wish to define that for him or herself. Meditation is the method I have chosen for myself. The mind is most uncomfortable with meditation, is intensely bored with it. It's all the more amazing to me that recently have actually come to enemy and look phone vard to it. It becomes fun, after a while. To watch the fretful and anxious mind do its backwaxed hips, somersaults, and disappearing tricks, to observe it all, and work at not being identified with it, not mistaking it for of all spiritual traditions. Buddhism has ultivates.d meditation most deeply, nice hc Buddha that pervfouндst physiologist, he may well have neurophysiologist, we that part of the neurophysiological basis of the survival of pathways first in childhood, resulting the of a group of two together if they have off. Together meditation aiming at strengthening the I in the way of weakening the of respionges underscore pay precise attention, writes Epstein, by to what experiencing, fight separating you are from the raw sensory events. Meditation is way of acting on the neurophysiology of it is an important way, but not the only any activity. From to martial arts, that promotes concentration will bring benefits. Adults with should at least consider giving themselves some daily opportunity for contemplative solitude. Contemplative solitude is different from being alone in a room, reading, listening to music or being LCVST in reverie. It means putting some attention on one's life, one's thoughts and feelings. Like nature, it has an integrating and harmonizing effect. Without some sort of practice, we can no more develop the skill of concentration than we can learn to play the piano. Nothing is more difficult for the mind than to meditate, or to contemplate anything with determined attention. A brain used to decades of inattention and disorganization will not overnight reorganize itself. If attention and presence of mind are the long-term goal, time and effort need to be devoted to their cultivation each and every day. In the beginning, a person does well if out of the, say, 20 or 30 minutes he devoted to such a practice each day, he succeeded in focusing for even 10% of the time. It really is a matter of developing sign vs long week from disuse with all these self-partenting tasks. The cat age 22 for the adult is that the very state he is wanting to out of hinders his capacity to the conditions required for growth in order to settle the chaos inside, have to up the outside, which in the by the chaos inside. After a lifetime of people hope that the help they will be a ot in the of some people want to there the and out, doing so without outside help. Only some skilled apply the to get them going, they could do it, but on their own they remain in habitual as we have already seen, no can motivation in anyone else. No can forcibly induce motivation in oneself either. Best attitude to adopt is one of compassionate patience, which has to a tolerance for failure. When it comes to changing unhealthy habits or instituting healthy ones, writes Weil, Whether you succeed or fail is less important than making the attempt be when to begin. No better moment than the present. Or, in the memorable and eternally inspiring words of a former British Columbia cabinet minister, it's time to grab the bull by the tail and look him firmly in the eye. 30 In place of tears and sorrow, addictions and the end brain T is not when the is eyes never manage it in which in of the will as the grxss, are anesthetics. They separate us from the distress in our consciousness. We thrmv off our familiar and tired consciousness to assume another mind state we find more comfortable, at least temporarily. Desperate to be out of our mind and unaware, we surrender to the addiction, to be lulled into a walking sleep whether they know it or not. A large number of people addicted to Xavier's and substances of various sorts have attention deficit disorder, no matter what their preolavide may be, for gambling, compulsive sexual roving, chronic impulse buying, workaholism, excessive physical training, danger-seeking pursuits like drag racing or for nicotine or cocaine, alcohol, or marijuana. As an example, according to some surveys, the rate of smoking among the population is 3 times that among the population. It easy to understand the appeal addictive would have for the brain. Nicotine, for one, people and improves mental. It elevates by stimulating the important in feelings of motivation, and the natural soothing both physical emotional pain. 1. The resilience of the toddler, bumping his head and bruising his knees on sundry objects as he the world, is thought to be abundant in the brain of endorphins at this stage of combination of and soothing enables the nicotine addict, like the caffeine addict, to be an alert sleepwalker. By contrast, the alcoholic lurches about in a state of stupor, his nerve endings deadened. He, as they say, is feeling no pain. SSS obvious but no less are the effects on the brain of self-stimulating behaviors. The gambler and the sexaholic, the compulsive shopper and the man or woman who insists on skiing uncharted glaciers are all losing the same hit of dopamine and endorphins that the ingestion of substances gives the drug addict. Whatever gets you through the night. I hose of us with attention deficit disorder qui dopamine and endorphins. There have been times when my workaholism did not satisfy my need for oblivion. More and found it in pursuits that vicariously fed my creative and spiritual needs vicariously, because the driven and personality has no idea what his true needs are and must find for them some displaced, symbolic expression. My route was the compulsive buying of classical records and compact discs, alternating with or conjointly with the Sinseed Pers Hask of books. On these may like inno euro intend even admirable pastimes as they would be see if undertaken consciously and in moderation, addi euro t has no control, compulsion be cons, the addict to it, gr asterisk do a jji, in orgy of buying, I felt myself shrinking into a ghost of myself, full of self-eonct apologetic existence. I have treated addicts, and I in the same vacant and 100k I saw in addict oj to that what separate s the addict's fate is little than good the spent thousands of compact discs. Dropping a few in an oj2 was my all-time for expenditure, I believe, approached in 1 week. I have kept the receipts from that week as a memento of my driven days, was cushioned from economic disaster by the income through my work as one of the workaholic physicians much by the world. It was easy for me to justify all the spending compensation for all my hard work. Addiction provided an alibi for my confusion and see this in the addict repeatedly was that both behavior dependencies represented genuine parts of me, though exaggerated. The addiction to music or books could masquerade in my own eyes as an aesthetic passion, and my addiction to work as a service to humanity and do have aesthetic passion. And do wish to in itself there would be nothing wrong, by this society's standards at least, with buying massive numbers of recordings and bcuks it's possible. Suppose that a man could lwe music and reading so fluently that he decides, with due consideration, to devote much of his income and life energy to these activities. Truth was that for me, as for all addicts, the excitement was not in the ostensible goal listening to in the process of acquiring. New Year's DCV and the road. I still have not heard many of the operas and symphonies I bought, let alone the many discs I sold unheard for pennies. Some other version that caught my fancy nicked space on the shelf is tine but early discernable line between addiction and passion. Any passion and addiction, it's simply question of is the individual ot the is the repeated in despite the certainty that it oneself others. Passion the ot process that its object, the painting ot the painting but the object of is the of plunging into the love of it. Objective of the gambler is winning, but thrill of gambling, my family life were devastating, not of financial privation of even primarily of the time I spent away from while haunting. The major effect was that not be present in both of being at or attentive to my family whenever was in the of the for an addict, morality, truth, devotion to a partner and children can pale into abstraction. I would keep my children waiting or hurry them along to suit my purposes. I lied to my wife, daily, for weeks and months at a time. When the reckoning came, as it always did, I made guilty confessions and promises. I would rush into the house, stashing my novice purchases on the porch temporarily, and pretend to present. Inwardly, I could think of nothing but the music. Naturally, I hated myself, and the more I did, the harsher, more controlling and more critical became with my sons and my daughter. We cannot endure seeing the nes of other px opal least of all those of our children, when we are preoccupied with wing our own false needs. Perhaps the nadir, but not the end, of my addictive years when I left a woman in labor in hospital to run down to pick up music was then my latest obsession. I would even then have had time to return for the delivery had I not begun to cast about other recordings to buy. I murmured apologies when I got back, but no explanations. Everyone was most understanding, even my disappointed patient, after I am a busy doiter. I stannot bc every white euro lv at once, I not have been when in my addiction. I labels, ars vicos, my brain was fully alert. I to have with two people at the same but forgot to the store went to my prefrontal were with dopamine, the of the hunt and acquisition. Addiction, in a strange way, the addict to life, is that it separates further from himself. He is only his appetite, not his hunger, in biochemical terms. Any addictive or is self-medication, self-administered emotional pain relief. But the is also treating herself for a condition she is not even aware of having. Whatever behavior or substance one is addicted to, the treatment of attention deficit disorder cannot make headway until one accepts the fact of the addiction and takes steps to end it. Is not possible to feelings to sleep and hope to be truly awake. The addiction dominates, the true self how one really is in the 2MV and the addiction is to begin to take ownership of the pain. Until that happens, the pain owns the addict and the addiction rules him. The task of integrating thought and feeling is called ownership, writes the psychologist and addiction expert Raul Wright J. Carney, WLXN me in the of tickets why it is cluen by thdn of therth if ownership of the fez lil asterisk is WLXN of ownership is the cluen is the chain I read Everpvair. I once said to my therapist, that I am supposed to heal myself by feeling my pain and my grief. Try as I might, I could not force myself to up emotions aes ording to some formula in book, feelings sither, or they so where my pain, my grief? Quisi right he agrd, how you know? I was sp ending my waking hours, as he out. Myself with activity, worky to keep my brain spinning, gorgy ng it with mind exactly was expecting to feel? Did a to seep it has evident that the of people who to addiction biologically by of chemicals. Addicts. Thought to a relative of the indigenous narcotics. People with seem to short dopamine, the reward chemical. Probably exist, too. Combinations of imbalances. What causes the abnormal chemistry? Scientifically simplistic answer would again put the onus on genetic inheritance, although there are also compulsive moralizers who insist on seeing you or youthing in terms of ethically hot and weak-willed culpability. Moralizers are chewing on a kernel of truth when they reject genetic determinism. The genetic-minded are right to insist on the importance of biology and physiology. And they both miss the point. The deficient neurochemistry of addiction, like the deficient neurochemistry of AD, can be traced to events in the first year or two of life, as we KNMV, the brain's most crucial formative period. Point 2. We saw in Chapter 12 that emotional stresses can affect the supply of brain chemicals. Recall, for example, that infant monkeys suffer a drop in dopamine levels in their frontal lobes after only a 5 days separation from their mothers. Social isolation, the early deprivation of emphatic care, causes a permanent reduction of brain opiate IV receptors, writes the researcher and theorist Alan Score. The catastrophic incidence of substance abuse that afflicts oppressed minority populations in North America can, in this light, be seen for by the unbearable society has imposed on family life among the and powerless, yet the media leap with alla Euroridi anytime someone the lato rhubarb about the gene. For we see, then, that the not want to feel has its the that of the she is trying to replenish by of habit. The addict is to escape were imprinted in his implicit at the time the dopamine circuits were stunted, which by his thrill-seeking he is trying to harder. These people work to compensate for their deficient biochemistry through their respective addictions. The more they perpetuate the emotional emptiness that only the ownership of their problem and the recognition of its causes in past present will begin to fill. A significant proportion of the adults see with admit to substance addictions at some time in their lives, and not a few continue to engage in them into the present. When I find that parents who seek treatment for their child's aeon have a substance addiction, say alcoholism, I tell them as gently as I can that little meaningful help can gain their son or daughter unless they, the parents, confront their addiction. A number of times such parents have declined to return. Adults who hope to outgrow their AM problems and CVD to make a similar choice. While they stick with their addiction, they are being no kinder to themselves than the parents who are unable to give up theirs when to help their child. There are many potential sources of help for the addict wishing to heal, although too many put the emphasis purely on the addiction rather than the underlying causes. We so often so preoccupied with problem the drug use creates, write Doctors Holmvel and Rat in RO, that we fail to consider what purpose the drug must be serving for the while attention DD Euroic disorder cannot be as long as the addiction continues to dominate. Neither can the addiction be given the appropriate attention if the common of both remain unexplored. In his novel the German author Jean Kierkegaard depicts nightclub the clientele too pungent to the other they feel there which is too deeply in their psyches. What they to the intensity of deep as writes. We which the true st pajts of his path oneself that leads the pain. For the of how people with principles of self-indulgence while only few away hungry. Is and have even clearly, I not ready deal with it. Her is Joyce. And she has long this part 731. I never saw the trees, what medications can and cannot do that of the main of and at suffering bad with the from the realm is a different entirely a trend is make no at and the a.vrovone wa.smu, auxrrer, of medications in treating attention deficit disorder is straight phone vart. It's HMV they are currently employed and their status as first-line treatment that are complicated. There is a legitimate prescription that often drugs have been prescribed with the intention of making a child more manageable from the adult point of view. I have seen a child put on Ritalin X cause the parents have been told that unless the child is medicated, he cannot come to school. It is not unusual to hear such stories. It has been estimated that in Quebec the number of children using Ritalin has almost quadrupled from to the present to a Globe Mail report. Pierre Paradis. A professor of education at the University of has that this is in part who'll ask parents to have their Eurohyldrin the drug. JPIV or Paradis points out that the increase of Ritalin in the of subhalvists in the system results of the cutbacks in that throughout to the duties of it is also that some of the to the of comes people the least of the so was by a host who to how prescribing to children a new untried mediation as Ritalin the of course, that this drug has known used for at for find, 2. That the people most minded on the question of medications are also the least aware of what attention deficit disorder is. Not appreciating its complex physiological dimensions, they tend to imagine to be a simple matter of authoritarian schools trying to control the spoiled or troubled children of negligent parents. Only people who have not witnessed or personally experienced helpful medications could maintain a categorical opposition to their use. IHE positive effects are often dramatic and immediate. One patient of mine, a 54-year-old woman, came back excitedly after taking a LMV dose of the psychostimulant dexedrine. L never saw the she said. Live across a park and have a beautiful 6OV, but knew or noticed before Louis green it was. Almost 3 years later, she continues on the same LMV dose and reports the same effects, which to her still seem miraculous. One gets similar testimonials from other adults. UKNMV what I'm doing for the first time in my life, asked a 40-year-old man, after 3 weeks on Ritalin, I am asserting myself. People report that they can get through the workday without losing track of what they're doing every THRES minutes, or that they can complete pages of writing at a time. A university student found that her migraines had worried about giving Ritalin of its potential to it turned out migraines anxiety studying, which the so that she attained than she before. A teenager whom recently Ritalin. A 15-year-old with the cunning of patents half after taking first feel like listening to AA she said. What she did, in fact, was watch the educational first. She had the first and intimate talk with her mother in years. One relates similar positive outcomes with elementary grade children. In many other cases, they are not so impressive. Medications will not work or will cause unpleasant side effects, such as headaches, loss of appetite, listlessness, insomnia, or anxiety, or, simply, the positive changes will not be so dramatic. There is no way to predict IMV a given individual will react to a particular medication. Explain to who chooses to try a psychostimulant that each human brain has its chemistry. One cannot kn.mv just how it will be affected. Although class stimulants have been used clinically since 1937 and are about as safe and well understood as any drugs used anvayir in medicine, each person taking them for the first time is being, in a sense, his own guinea pig. There is no reason to afraid of them. More exactly, if we are to be reluctant to use them, it should be for the right reasons. Not because of misinformation, such as that these drugs am addictive if used for AM. While they are subject to abuse, as are other legitimate medications, their administration in medically prescribed doses does not induce addiction. A better SAN BC made that they may prevent addictions, by correcting some of the bio-Eurochemistry that person to as in the previous Eurohap remain in treatment the psychostimulants, the most familial being methylphenidate, known by its name Ritalin, and Fate, to as although they have of action, they stimulate the activity of the by the levels of the chemical in the of the in other CENTOS with and attention, as we saw with the sleeping cop in chapter with the inhibiting of the enhanced, there is less chaos in the mind and a to resist distraction. Person feels more purposeful. Neither methylphenidate dextroamphetamine can be to better than the other. Individual predisposition determines what works best. Alternative medications including other antidepressants in LMV doses and some different classes of drugs, as I will not conduct here a technical discussion of which drug and in what doses. The subject is well outlined in a number of other books on. Far more important are the principles that should guide drug treatment, and not least, the very question of whether medications should even be used in the case of any particular child or adult. Person has to decide whether A is the one to be treated for adults. This is self-evident, but in the treatment of children, this principle is often not recognized. It is essential that the child not perceive that she is sick, that something is wrong with her. She does not have a disease and does not have to be cured. The medication may improve functioning, if that is her CVN goal, but no one should impose on her the demands of the adult world. When you take a chemical substance, it alters how you feel internally and how you relate to the world, even if these changes positive. It is a mere boundary violation for parents or to insist that an unwilling child herself to in internal states, one the of the teacher a full of perhaps two to unless he ignores those them into passivity, a half of his be taken up with these few, to the of the others. Cass, he is trained OJ equipped to teach of what attention deficit is as unpredictably from teacher to teacher as it is from doctor to doctor. What is that cash-deprived educational systems should have to think in terms of chemical straitjackets. Children to fit the schools. Rather than schools to meet the needs of the children who, due to their life experience in this, have needs and personality traits that greater flexibility and creativity than most institutions of learning are currently able to offer them. I.e. desperation of parents for some relief from what often seems like the impossible task of dealing with their child is also understandable, as is their worry that without medication the child will do in school. One couple I have seen have gone so far as to mix Ritalin into their son's breakfast drink. He refuses to take it knowingly, and without it he is constantly in trouble in school. Urged them to stop this practice. Patients are sometimes upset that I insist so heavily on the child's autonomy. He will fail if I don't make him take the medicine, they argue. Apart from the principle involved, my reasons are quite practical, if we have in mind long-term rather than short-term objectives. It may well be that one can push a young child through the early grades by the enforced use of medication, but then what? Well, BCF01s all but the must I hildras nepablos of potting up a strong razy stands all their counter will jadigvn oppositional, tie, hitherto saperskd, will erupt. He will have driven into a position of obstinate refusal of no matter how it be see to them. Along with that, the child violating his will sabotage the term that be of treatment. Better the two on the attachment relationship with their child on then approaches than to wojg about his passing a feel good about themselves in there with their parents unlikely to the help of medications. If help is truly medications employed in attention deficit disorder cannot be prescribed according to the fixed recipes appropriate for most medical drugs. Doctors are familiar with the cookbook approach, which is HMV. Most medications are prescribed. The dosage of penicillin given for a bacterial throat infection, example, not vary between an 8-year-old and an 80-year-old. Some other medications are dosed according to body weight. With the psychostimulants, neither is there a fixed dose nor can one judge by body size. A small child may need more than a large adult, or vice versa. IHE principle is to begin with a very small amount of the drug and to build it up gradually. If a child experiences unpleasant effects from psychostimulants taken over a long period of time, the problem is due to prescriber error, not to the medications. It is very simple to reduce the dose or to stop the medication altogether if problems are encountered. Is control behavior help? Vast majority of pre-adults NTS are siving Ritalin boys, and even for the boy with attention deficit disorder for rambunctious other than his if a physician the of the drug until perf vt behavior is achieved she may end up the into an state, with IOSS of the special that and be the of himself, not know have to take that give side than an adult want to do so. At an adult attended. The of conversation between sessions was largely about which person was what medication, and about what other drugs they could be using instead, or along with it. There was a general sense of disappointment that despite the pharmacological treatment, people continued to experience significant difficulties in their lives. Drugs, of course, do not alter the major issues a person needs to struggle with. In some cases they can be of tremendous help, and in others their benefits are more limited. In no case do they resolve the basic problems of LMV self-esteem, fear of intima, drin-like styles and lack of self-knowledge. IHE medications, if taken, should used with the specific purpose of reducing distractibility and impairing concentration and focusing, not of changing people's lives. Be aware state are to rake aims not infrequently, the AMI adult may be suffering from chronic LCV grade depression or anxiety. If this is the psychostimulants may not or in some may make matters if depression or anxiety is present. It needs to be addressed first, or at least at the time, with the of in the treatment of attention deficit is that in the vast of cases they the of yet in themselves they promote long-term positive changes. OT adults stop taking them, they that none of their problems have a way. Attention deficit disorder is not primarily a medical problem, neither its causes nor its manifestations are due to illness. Factors that maintain the mental turmoil behaviors only in part biochemically internal to the individual, and have more to do with the circumstances in which an adult or child lives her life. Easy route of relying on a pill is tempting but leads in the wrong direction. Much more difficult, and much more essential, is to address the issues of security, family relationships, lifestyle, and self-esteem. One of the many astute recommendations made by the Lamas Armstrong in his book The Myth of the Child is that medications have no place as the first-line treatment for AM. Most importantly, he writes, medication can be used as resort, after a single attempt to employ a number of appropriate non-drug interventions has failed to significant results. I might not put it as categorically as that, but despite my initial enthusiasm for medications when I first learned about AM, and despite the clear benefits they can have, I do now tend toward that there are some cases where early pharmacological intervention is sensible if the child voluntarily accepts it. For example, the relentlessly hyperactive child whose family school life includes exclusive of medi-Euroations can NEERBC endorsed and the development goals outlined throughout this book must always be used. Consider 15-year-old felt to a by a taking first of Ritalin some the medication. It's not the that used to, she told it's kind of to see before and all throughout their teenage children the task of a sense of themselves, of they medications impose an artificial state, affecting moods thoughts. Even if such change is positive, they still may introduce confusion into a process already teeming with changes and internal conflicts. May, Stanley Greenspan points out, undermine the adolescent's long-term goal of forming a united sense of one of the main reasons not to pressure children into taking medications is that this integrated sense of self is far less likely to be disrupted if they themselves choose pharmacological treatment. When they are making a free choice, they are not simply electing to take a medication, but indicating that their sense of self is ready to accommodate an awareness that they may have problems in some areas of functioning, and that they will accept help. In supporting the young FREAM of choice, parents express their faith in his processes and do not convey a belief that there is something wrong with him. They also do not reinforce the child's anxiety that he is not accepted by his parents just the way he is. Do OT read more me merit it would be easy to come to the wrong conclusions from experiences like that of the same teenage girl who, having taken Ritalin, had meaningful talk with her mother for the first time in years. Story may be as proof that the only thing wrong between and had the teenagers not so. many in that family, which the parents to despite the contact with while Ritalin. Spoke despondently of with why and they accept who she said. Why they want at that the medication to and certainly indicates that she does a neurophysiological problem, but the episode highlights the problem, something in the mother tenses up when her daughter is tense. Her own anxieties are triggered so that she cannot remain calm, loving and attentive, unless daughter is well controlled, she cannot be accepting toward has not been individuation, or differentiation between them. His way, the father, has been involved in the triangle. RT is the parent's responsibility to recognize such dynamics and to change them, which this keen to do, given the importance of non-pharmacological approaches. How to explain the huge imbalance in favor of medication use in the treatment of attention deficit disorder is, of course, the North American propensity for the quick tickets and the hope of fast relief from a nagging and difficult problem. But it is not as spontaneous as all that. While until very recently the X side usually determined what was done in the medical research laboratory, the physician and author Sherwin Newland has written, the findings coming out of the laboratory nowadays are just as likely to tell the clinician what he can do at the bedside. IHE tail often wags the dog. In fact, the tail is becoming the dog, for the fact is endostores tindit mug easier to raise funds for drug evaluation studies than for treatments that do not hold out the promise of profits for any one pharmaceutical company s, the mire of dollars. Have no incentive to support alternatives approaches that will do nothing for the of their if, as D.L. Newland the laboratory tail is the side who is uf side t try if doing so is within of the drug damage. On the quite well by try them in all the very existence of oath the with the all that. His is a read for the of 32 what it means to attend with the of easy the of the but it is everything it. In and itself in its way. Establishing its it at all we be of very the court is a that will leave have pretending to be normal, said 50-year-old Elizabeth, an interior designer. The pretense of normality is familiar to any adult with attention deficit disorder. She works at fitting in by toning down the strength of her feelings about matters that others seem to think unimportant, by struggling to suppress her intensity and by feigning an interest in what bores her to tears. The game is precarious. No matter HMV clever the alien becomes at attempting to pass as an earthling, some telling allowardness in his manner, some fatal expression of his true nature will, in unguarded moments, betray him for what he is, different. Although the soul-destroying ear of being different is shared by many in North American culture, conformism is less a painful struggle for those who really do fall in with social norms. Those who do not consciously experience themselves as different may also shrink from any temptation to be themselves. But they acts not compelled to live every day aware of the mask they are wearing, tense for fear it will slip. Irony that the energy adults expend on their attempts at sameness is wasted, as is the anxiety parents generate their differentness, world much to azspt someone who is uncomfortable with it than someone desperately seeking to himself. The others against, then the adult is to fit in, to accept his inability to child's has to first find the of the parent. Of this is by an act of will, and it is possible will not succeed completely. That is not important. What is important is to engage in the process, difficult as that is. Healing is not an event, not a single it occvifs by a process, it is in the itself. By no is it an easy process. A person does start with a sense of isolation. It is good to that many other people have had the same experience. Are having the same experience. There are millions in North America whose lives are affected by attention deficit disorder in one way or another. It is certainly helpful for adults with or parents with children, to join for mutual support with others who must confront the same problems they themselves face every day. There is strngth in number base. i.e. strength in numbers is essential for another purpose, too. Beyond the question of individual psychological support is the issue of affecting changes in the way society in general views attention deficit disorder, and in particular HMV, the helping professions VINVIT. Current attitudes toward attention deficit disorder are characterized by foggy awareness, confusion and/or hostile skepticism. The state of medical knowledge about Turle reminds me of the way doctors used to conduct deliveries about 20 years ago, when I first began to practice medicine. It was routine to perform an episiotomy on woman giving birth. Time to make a little cut now, I would announce as the head was to exit the births and, having anesthetic the vaginal opening, I would then make an incision a few ions, satve the baby and hand it to the nurse. I to the wound I myself had is what I had taught to do and knew no other way. Happened to some those ages working illicitly in British Columbia that and not in other women babies without feet in stirrups oj without lying when were the be to the without and bright lights having plastic suction tubes shoved in her mouth. Heretical have since validated by solid medical research. So doctors now practice within their hearts what midwives have doing safely for hundreds of years. Years of pressure from pregnant women and lay people have NMV established natural birth PRCW adures in many hospitals, although far from everywhere. 3 conclusions may be drawn from that experience. First, the medical view of the tends not to trust nature very much. There are things in the world that are true, if they're not taught in medical school. Third, sometimes doctors have to be educated by the public under duress, if necessary. Since I have become interested in attention deficit disorder, I have so that the same lessons apply. Apply also in the educational system, and equally in the fields of psychology and therapy. People will have to demand the help they require, and they will have to educate the professionals from whom they help about the realities of their lives. Parents as well as adults with attention deficit disorder must insist that the world pay more attention to their needs, even as they learn to pay attention to themselves and to their children. I have learned through my PRWS that a goal in life cannot be the avoidance of painflings. For people like me with AM, and forever yon emotional pain is reality. It does not have to IV and a capacity to experience the beauty of life we for have to dis Euros are the age-old wisdom that the thing is not to struggle against pain, but to be see to it when it is unavoidable. Many have in time when they're disappointed, writes Stanley. In situation of sensitive these feel emotions so but patents can help their to grips with these feelings. To tolerate a sense of and disappointment, and we do when we to protect them from experiencing or failure, what we for want them when they feel is to disappointment and hurt not to behind angry acting out a driven in order to avoid emotional distress. Not, in other words, for them to become adults. It takes a lot of to help a child accept sadness. To know that it can be that sadness. All other mind states, is it will pass. This have insisted on the connection between human relationship and attention. It turns out is intimately related to attention. In The Road Less Scott Peck brilliantly defines LWI as action, as the willingness to extend oneself in order to nurture another person's spiritual and psychological or one's MVN. Extending oneself means to do precisely what we find difficult to do. Most parents do not need to be taught HMV to their children in the feeling sense, but we can all use practice in to be actively looking toward them in day-to-day experience. I hope people will find this book of some help. Adults with face the most difficult task of all, leaning HMV to be ewing toward themselves. This is the greatest struggle because it requires that we gradually shed the defenses we have come to identify as the self and venture into no territory to love to extend oneself toward another or toward oneself, says Dr. P.K. It so happens that this is also the precise meaning of giving to another person or to oneself. Origin of the word trend is the Latin tuere to extend, to if we will be attention deficit.